remember it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. You and him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you mad and honestly you probably heard it. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We can both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you.
Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move.
racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes.
Welcome everyone to CRL 2025. We are back. After a month's off, we are here for the fall semester of Collegiate Rocket League. My name is Sebdon. Along with me are some fantastic individuals to bring you some of the action in what is the best collegiate esport in the world. Bass, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, dude, I could not be better. I am so excited to be back for another semester of CRL. And on top of another semester of CRL, League Play is back! Oh my god!
You spoiled it! I was gonna say it!
Dude, I don't think I've been working on CRL long enough for me to have ever even covered a League Play. That is how long it has been since we have seen this, and we get to get back, and not only are we back, we get 2 splits. Dude, I literally could not be better right now.
Taka, how you feeling, bud?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much on cloud nine just as well because, yeah, we've been waiting a long time for this, but also the players have been demanding for it. Honestly, just like salivation. Whenever you look at any socials post about CRL, they're just like, when? And apparently it's now. So now we all get to partake in it. We all get to be able to really just soak it all in. And I think everyone's really ready for it. So therefore, I can't wait for this show to get going.
So, are you ready for the show to get going, buddy?
Actually, I am not ready. In fact, I was looking for days about where I get myself hyped up, trying to get that Champ League time. They didn't tell me that time in the Discord, but I found it anyway. That said, man, CRL is back, and I, for one, am so hyped to be part of it.
Well, listen, Bass took the win from my sales, but I will say it again. League Play is back! We are so back. League Play is here. It's a revised system, so I'll go over it quickly. But the format, as it stands right now for this updated League Play, is we have 2 splits of League Play. 8 teams each will be competing into it. We opened this League Play with an open qualifier, which had 8 pools of teams. The winner of each pool qualified for the first split. The top 4 of League Play split 1 will automatically qualify for the second split. The bottom 4 will have to play a closed qualifier. Those bottom 4 teams will have to play against the best teams from our 3v3 opens, which will be happening concurrently with League Play. After that closed qualifier, it goes to League Play Split 2, where the top 4 teams will be competing at the Fall Championship. We also have, because of course, Collegiate is filled with so many good players now, we have a 2v2 circuit available as well. We have the 2v2 Open 1 and 3. That's going to be a banger in its own rights. But it is going to be a crazy, crazy system where it is like a modified from what you may have known in the past. But for the time being, I think it is fair to say, Bass, we are all very excited with this system.
I mean, again, this is just such a cool thing for a number of reasons, but I think one of the coolest things about this is that this is a lot of feedback from the community. I think the community had talked a lot about different formats throughout the years and the different ones that had been the best for CRL, ones that didn't exactly mesh as well as they had wanted. This kind of feels like a combination of all of them. I think a really good reference point for a lot of our older fans here who may have been watching throughout the last decade or so, it feels very similar to some of the relegation systems that we had seen previously between RLCS and RLRS, and it's cool to now see this in this format, rewarding teams that are not necessarily in CRL but are just on the fringe with 3v3 opens, and in the second semester giving 2v2 opens as well, which will be such another super unique system. So again, it's just such an awesome amalgamation of so many things that we have asked for over time, and now we finally get to see it here and now with the first week of League Play.
Yes, so now as we're firmly heading into the spookiest month of the year, we have October, which will be League Play Split 1, and then November, which will encompass the rest of League Play Split 2, and then at the tail end of November, we will have our Fall Championship, and you're going to want to stick around for that because it gets spicy. But what is spicier than even the new format? Guys, are these roster changes? Because if you guys think that RLCS had some roster changes, let me tell you of some of the moves that we've seen within CRL over this past year. First off, let's say it, Captain America's here, boys. Garrett G is in CRL with Winthrop, with Garrett G, Percy, T. Carell, and I know we all had to pick a favorite of all of these rosters that we had to pick for like our favorite roster move. I'm taking Winthrop on this one. This is a team that I said is the best collegiate team ever assembled. But Bass, what is your favorite?
Look, this is not a really easy one. I think one of the more exciting ones for me personally is the revitalization of Michigan State on here. This is not a team that has made it into league play in the current stance, but they were one game away. And not only one game, but technically they were able to do so through the upper bracket. One of the only teams to get a win in the upper bracket over the #1 seed. They did, however, lose their bracket reset to Concord, one of our former champions, so you can't necessarily be too surprised. But I love seeing that Drewy has found a new home, formerly of St. Edward's. Now he is on Michigan State, and with the addition of Morvo and Otbaum, I think this team is going to be a massive threat going forward.
Taco, what's your pick, bud?
I mean, I'm from upstate New York, of course. I got to shout out Syracuse. Gababy had really a big splash. Syracuse is able to say, hey, we're starting to upgrade the esports program a little bit. We're going to get you some pieces eventually. You just got to hold tight. He did, and then he got Lesser and Tiz, a.k.a. Russell, which is backwards. He's taking the Slater method, RIP, by the way, to that man's career. But
Wow.
overall,
Wow.
he's tired. What do you mean? I'm just saying.
That's very ominous, bro. Like,
Hey, man. He says
Regardless.
he's interested in schooling, you know?
Exactly.
It's not...
Maybe
Still needs a third Slater.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
Baylor.
He'll take the reins, but at least for right now, Syracuse has such a nice foundation here. Seb, you and I, we were covering some of their qual run throughout the qualifiers. They actually fell to West Virginia, a team that we're going to see a little bit later, but they look phenomenal, and I can't wait to see where they go.
Navata, what's your pick, bud? Any roster you feeling?
yeah, before we went live, I was just like confused, right? There were so many different changes. I said, like, what are you guys talking about? Which ones should I really focus on? And really, the consensus backstage was about the new look West Virginia roster. Now, many a times last season, I kind of advocated for them. I said they were one step away, one bit of that formula away. And with the addition of Matt now, I guess being more featured this season, he's kind of been around beforehand, that could be something you could look at too. But I gotta say this, I was also a semi-hater of San Diego State. This one right here with Sean B, maybe the one that has me going, wow, the biggest. So I'm looking out for both of those teams this season.
Yeah, also want to point out that not only did we get one world champion, but we got two. Kronovi, the Mountain, is here as well, playing for Kennesaw State. Of course, we have Noli here as well, playing for St. Edward's. There's so many Kinsey Krasik, so many also Hoxer, Andy JT, so many RLCS level talent has actually come into the fold playing in CRL. We're going to be seeing a bunch of these guys throughout the season. You're going to see them through opens. If we're not covering them here, you're going to see these matches elsewhere as well. A lot of talent coming into CRL this year, and it's only going to get better from here. But let's take a look at the teams that have in fact qualified. We went through a massive qualifier where only the best of the best was able to make it through. And here are our teams for Split 1. Baylor, Concord, Cumberland, Northwood, OK Christian, St. Clair College, West Virginia, and Winthrop. And I don't think it is, outside of a couple, I think it would be safe to say, Baz, that this is kind of generally what we expected, except for the big one being OK Christian. That was the one that was just not expected.
My goats. I'm a little bit biased here. Former coach for Oklahoma Christian about a year or two ago. And honestly, the improvements I've seen from this team over the last year or so have been unbelievable. This is a team that did make it into CRL in our last semester earlier this year. I think they had 1 or 2 top 8 appearances, but definitely in the pack of teams that have both emerged throughout the summer due to the changes we just showed, as well as also the way that they finished the semester with their form not exactly being too peak. They, I think, missed out on a top 8 as well as not necessarily doing well in playoffs in other leagues outside of CRL. So for OK Christian, this is a massive improvement for them, and I got to give a massive shout out to North, their third. A lot of people have expected this team to do well with G-Man and Chili, 2 players that have both made it into RLCS and have been around that bubble to pro level for a long time, but North is elevated, and I think in a lot of people's eyes, his elevation to become a third of equal level to his 2 teammates has made this team a massive contender. They got a win over both Akron and Kennesaw, as you were just talking about with that new Kronovi edition during the qualifiers. So Oklahoma Christian, my hat's off to you. I'll have to keep my bias aside when talking about you guys here, but genuinely this is a phenomenal result for them and a well-deserved spot here in our league play.
Yeah, it's one of the things I think we were missing from our last format was we didn't feel like we got to see every single one of these teams battle against each other consistently to see who is, truly on top. We got occasional runs from OKC and some other teams like Davenport, but in this case, now with this new format, we're going to firmly be able to see who is amongst all these top teams, not just, a bracket demon, but a legitimate league play demon as well. And of course, there are a ton of teams that can represent that. Of course, Northwood is here for that. Concord, a fall championship winner. St. Clair, of course, our spring championship winner. Winthrop, this huge force coming into it, as well as Baylor. So many questions are being posed of what will be the turnout for this league play. But let's take a look at our match schedule to see if any of those questions will be answered today. We will be kicking things off first with Northwood versus Cumberland. Our second match will be Concord versus Baylor. That is one heck of a test for Baylor to actually enter. Like, welcome to league play, buddy. OK Christian will also be playing against West Virginia. We talked about this, Taco, as far as this might be one of the more crazy matches depending on the form that OK Christian come into. And then West Virginia has a doubleheader in facing off against Winthrop. Taco, that is a match I think it's safe to say going to be the match of the night.
Yeah, I think for me, that's the one where everyone's kind of ramped up to say, well, West Virginia's been around for a while, but Winthrop has been kind of the organization, the school that we're looking at and saying, on paper, this should be like one of the most talented teams. On paper, like, these scrim results are really good, blah, blah, blah. But we haven't really seen them on the actual pitch, being able to play. Like, I was going to say mano-mano, but it is 3v3 for a reason. Maybe CRL 1v1 in the future. But no, for right now, no, Winthrop has not really been truly tested under the lights on the big stage against a contending team. And there's no better contending teams among these top 8. We really have assembled, like, the creme de la creme of all of CRL here.
Yeah, this is, West Virginia is the gatekeeper, as we have said, to the upper echelon. So Winthrop will have to pass that test. But for now, we will begin our day with Northwood, the ever-present Northwood against Cumberland, the EU hopefuls who have really, Navanta helped to elevate themselves to another level here. This is a team that throughout the course of last split, we saw continuously get better and better. Nightya, Nex, and Polar, they continue to prove themselves against top teams in other leagues and look to do it here against Northwood.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned about Carnovi being the mountain. For a long time, Northwood has been synonymous with that. You don't get to be good or in the conversation of being good without taking down a Northwood side, and Cumberland has to do that early o'clock today. But like you're saying, it's all about momentum and it's all about progress. Cumberland has shown us what they can do in previous seasons. The question now becomes, can they put it all together and have a display that only sells them a W, but shows the rest of the league they're here to play long term?
And Taco, it is safe to say that with this Northwood squad, this isn't the Northwood squad that has never really faltered necessarily, except for last season. I think last season was probably, in fact, it was the first time that we saw Northwood in a spot where they were struggling. They were struggling to hit that top tier that we saw from them in so many years past, where they were struggling against the kinds of Concords and St. Clairs, and it was a pyramid, or a triangle of different matchups of who is the best out of it. And unfortunately, by the spring championship, it kind of fell apart. How are we feeling on this team right now?
I think for right now with Northwood, last semesters, this entire last year of CRL was, if I could define it briefly, as an ego check. I think coming into this, they were very much saying, obviously we have the infamous line from Creams, expecting him to be the team, the player. We're going to win as much as possible. Northwood's the type of organization that pre-orders additional cabinets for all the trophies they're going to rack up. But in this last semester, they were not doing well. Before that, they had slightly more success. But I think in this one, we've talked to them. We've talked to players who played against them. They're saying, I think they're recalibrated. I think they understand, okay, yeah, we can be confident, but it has to come with the understanding that we're not necessarily the big dogs, but we're still the Timberwolves. We still have a lot of talent on this roster. We got to make sure it clicks. And I think so far, all the reviews have been in. Northwood might be back.
Listen, Bass, if Northwood are back, that's usually a terrifying prospect for all of us, because when they are back, they don't give it up. We have like a 3-year dynasty, essentially, of this team completely dominating everyone, no matter what roster it was, and this is only the latest iteration of that.
It's the latest iteration, but the problem is that it's not a new iteration. It's the same 3 players as last year, and we, again, heard the same call to action last year. We're not losing anything. We're going to dominate, and it honestly was not the year Northwood were expecting, and as much as I do believe they are in better form now, Kareem's, I believe, is now on campus, so he is actually at Northwood, so he can, communicate with the team and maybe have a little bit better chemistry with the guys, but I don't know, man. The competition is elevated, and as much as I do believe that Northwood's woes may be behind them, I still do think there will be problems for this semester, considering the fact that, when I say problems, not winning everything is a problem for a Northwood that traditionally has done that in every league, every event, just across the board. So get ready. I think the season's going to be tumultuous for them, and that's probably for the better. They got a wake-up call last year. This year should be them proving they are still capable.
It absolutely will be, and this league play system will have to be the test. They haven't played in one in a while. Let's see if they're still up to the challenge. Regardless, let's get to predictions. This is going to be a spicy one. Mata, let's start with you.
Man, I don't know. It was hard to call, but I got to think about past results. I got to think about the recalibration. Going with Northwood here, and I really hope that I didn't jinx them by saying that, but they're a franchise, I can't say franchise, but they are a school that makes sure they win consistently. Like, right, last semester wasn't the best for them, but you can't ignore what they did in the past. Northwood is my pick.
You can say institution. Institution.
Yeah, institution. It's an institution. Yeah.
Taco, where do you see this going, bud?
Well, whatever term we call them, this is just a really good team. And I'm going to go with Northwood for this one, mainly just because Cumberland has had really solid results leading up to it. I think they have been showing a lot of promise last year, and in this year, maybe they're even better. Who really knows? My biggest thing right now, though, is that every time Cumberland has gotten to this upper echelon, playing like that top 3, top 4 teams, it's where they start to falter. League play is where you really need to prove it, especially with the single round robin format. I just don't know if right now is that time.
Bass? You gonna break the chain?
Nope. We're keeping it going. I'm still voting for Northwood here, man. Look, as much as I do want to talk about the fact that Northwood has probably not had the year that they wanted, or at least last year was not, Cumberland have not had the start to the semester that they were anticipating. They have had the highs and the lows, to put it simply. A win over St. Clair in outside leagues, our former champion, is a massive improvement. And then they get on land and lose to teams that are not even ranked in like the top 20 right now in the nation. So it's just one of these things where they have been very high, very low, and somewhere in between should be their standard. And I think that standard at the moment is not of the standard of Northwood. So even with Northwood maybe not having the success they wanted previously, I think this is going to be them setting themselves back on the right track with a win over Cumberland here today.
Bass, do I still have the reputation as a Cumberland hater based off my
No,
rankings?
I think you've dissuaded that one. I think you've learned your lesson and have accurately stated that they are good. If I were to predict your prediction, I don't think that means that you're picking them, though.
Nope. No, we're still going with Northwood. Canadian bias aside, thanks to Creams. But this is a team. I mean, they are an institution for a reason. Yes, they might take a loss to Leslie or whoever it might be in some other league. But when it comes to CRL, you can always count on Northwood to lock in and really just be a monster. We've never really, league play, they always fumble around and have fun, but they will always beat people who they are supposed to be. So those are our predictions for our first match of the evening. It's Northwood across the board. Hopefully that doesn't end up causing a curse, but I don't know. We're down for anything. It's going to be our first match of this evening, a very, very spicy one. This is a test for Cumberland at its core. If you're unfamiliar with CRL, there are no better teams to introduce you to it more than Northwood versus Cumberland. So everyone, let me introduce you to Collegiate Rocket League.
Welcome back to CRL. Taco, it feels so good to be back, and it feels only proper to have Northwood reintroduced, the greatest dynasty in the history of Collegiate Rocket League. They have been on top for years, but the problem is we've had a bit of an invasion lately. Europe coming overseas into North American ground, and this Cumberland team is a perfect example. 2/3 of the roster are European natives, and their third in Nightya is, my goodness, one of the best NA has to offer. This should be a matchup for the ages. What a way to start the semester.
And ultimately, it is about upsets. I think that's the biggest thing that we've seen. And overall, when we have gotten down to it, we're saying, well, upsets are based on seeding, on power rankings. But ultimately, we are in the era of CRL where it is not unusual to see the best team in the nation, quote unquote, take an L, or several even two top teams. League play is all about that chaining momentum together because you really only have one shot at it. Cumberland knows, and I think that's why they're going to try to start off aggressive with some pre-jumps there. But it looks like Northwood more than up to the task, at least on the first foray. How about the second one from Polar? No, just no more boosts, and yet still freaking Zanil out.
Freaking me out, freaking probably the audience as well, and not necessarily getting rid of the confusion we have had about this Northwood team. Again, for reference of everybody kind of wondering, again, a team that finished top 4 in both of the semesters should not normally be looked at as maybe not the highest of successes, but this is a Northwood roster that are used to getting first, maybe a second, and then go back to first. They don't lose, and unfortunately, they've been proven extremely vulnerable, and not only has that been a problem throughout the last semester, but again, at the beginning of this semester, they've taken some losses we're not quite sure how to excuse. So good start for them for now, not conceding through the first minute of play here, but it's been pretty much on their half exclusively. They're going to need to find a way to release this pressure soon.
Ooh, I love that from Polar, getting the air dribble bump, and Zanil is not up for it immediately, but Nightya knows that that's coming, so he's going to go for that near post next. In the corner, all 3 players crowded around the goal, and that's exactly the result you expect.
And that's the problem, is that as good as this team is, all it takes is one mistake and 2 players in the corner with neither one with a clear path to clear it out. Yeah, I think you could expect this result. Good start here for Cumberland, overwhelming Northwood early, and they are up 1-0.
I do like that effort from Cumberland. The biggest thing I think I see players, or at least they used to do, as I said, the respect has grown throughout all of Collegiate Rocket League, is these players not afraid to just go for the jugular, try to play aggressive, because you can't just sit back and expect to play good defense and then get a counterattack. That's not how this works. You don't play good teams and hope they mess up. You force them to make mistakes by putting them in weird situations, kind of like this. Polar looking back post. He's going to find that post, but not going to be in.
And again, still unable to clear their lines. Northwood facing this pressure and just kind of diving at the ball, hoping to find some sort of clearance, and it's just not working. Great dive from Polar, back to Nex. Nex back to Polar, and Polar to probably pinch it center. No contact found, but Nex is still there to keep the pressure on the backboard, and the pressure has remained there for what feels like forever. 2 minutes gone. It's been all Cumberland so far, and on low boost, Hockey and Zanil don't have much of a chance here either. Finally, they will escape their half, but it might just be momentarily. A Demo 1 Zanil sends them packing, and Creams try for the pre-jump off the ceiling as he likes, still not really able to string any plays together.
It almost seemed like I forgot that first goal, mainly because it felt like the ball had not left the Northwood half. They scored, it went back to midfield, and then it went right back in there. They got pretty much locked in the dungeon, so never really like to see that from Northwood, but ultimately Game 1 historically has been the game that Northwood has struggled with, but, it doesn't mean they're completely out of it. After all, this is a wide-open chance. Hockey going for a double, but understands he's not getting there before night yet.
Maybe trying to go back to possession play, but a little bit risky considering they haven't had many openings, and sending your first good one straight to the backboard with the ferocity of Zeus ain't exactly going to help. His pop-up might, though. That's awkward for everybody on defense, but Creams can clear it to his teammate. Zanil, good 50 out of midfield. Can anybody extend the play? Absolutely. Hockey, another 50 that gets sent skyward, and we're under 2 minutes now. Zanil, great fake out initially. Can he get the pass out? Not quite, but Creams jumped for it anyways. A little bit of miscommunication, still playing this Northwood team, but good to see them finally play some offense.
I really do like from Cumberland. If you watch them on defense, they're not trying to dive in on anything. I can't say the same about Northwood, as that one was temporarily open. Hockey, a nice gather to make sure they keep it close. I think understandably do not want to throw that ball too far away. Zanil, however, will try, at least with a passing play, will go straight back down to him. 1-2, not connecting, and I think Northwood understanding that right now they're getting beaten for speed. Can't really trust to always dust these players in the aerial. Maybe let's try the short passing plays, setting up those small triangles, and so far it's at least pushing them forward to the point where they're actually generating shots.
It's doing something, but they're running out of time. A minute left on the clock, and at this point, it feels like one mistake could open the floodgates. That could have been the one. Hockey thinking he had way more time on defense, but it's now given another chance here for Cumberland to just keep the pressure on. So much pressure here that eventually something's got to give. That one goes to the backboard, and Zanil turned it away, but not to Creams, and Zanil still has no boost. Northwood, again, just looking discombobulated. They're not really sure how to approach the offense, and barely sure how to contain this on defense either.
So Zanil really tactical bump there, getting underneath the tires of Knight so he couldn't follow that up. It's another chance Cumberland not able to take. Northwood, same though. However, Cumberland seems to be really coordinated on the defense in that they're collapsing toward the goal, making sure there's really no angle. Cream's getting a demo in the midfield, and that's probably the first one I could count coming through from Northwood. I think that might be the solution. Get some physical play involved. That's what Hockey's looking for. Zanil going with more finesse, but shut down immediately.
If one of this one goes, but next, with not a lot of boost, means he's got to clear the lines as quickly as possible with so few seconds left on the clock. Anybody a boost for this? Only Nightya, not a single challenge for anyone on Northwood, and Polar's downfield. That'll force them to restart their offense, and I don't even know if they have the boost to do so. Zanil's got some, but Creams won't even go up for this one. Zanil will try, and Creams will assist him, but where is Hockey? Barely there. Technically, it's Zanil. How have Northwood kept this one up? They'll try and pitch it off the sidewall. Surely this will hit the ground, and indeed it will. Cumberland will take game number 1 here over Northwood.
Pass was a brief second where I'm thinking, Zanil stole the boost. I don't know. They just need to get 50. It needs to go in the middle, but no. It looks like Cumberland is able to hold them off, and deservedly so. They had some good pressure. They got rewarded by not leaving the ball alone, not rotating too far out, understanding you just need enough to be able to keep in those challenges, don't take some weird angle, and it results in the goal. After that, just lockdown defense. I think Northwood kind of has to sit back in their chairs a little bit and understand that, all right, this Cumberland, they're not afraid of us. This is not about us imposing our will like it is in so many series. It really is about that tactician's touch that Creams, Hockey, and Zanil have to put in, figuring out, okay, it's not just getting at that shot, it's getting the next one after that, because unless you have a flawless accuracy, putting that top 90, it's not always going to work in the direct path.
Yeah, and I do feel like they attempted that at a certain point. I go back to that one big opening where Hockey just kind of sent straight at the backboard as aggressively as possible. The problem for me is that normally this would be good for Northwood if they had boost and a quick follow-up. They don't have boost, which then prevents them for their quick follow-up. So an offense that is usually so suppressive just kind of locks teams into their net isn't getting that opportunity. And I think that's to the credit of Cumberland. Good challenges off the ceiling, good boost total or boost steals in the Northwood half, as well as keeping their corners available to them at all times. So this was an impressive start here for Cumberland, but it is not an infallible one. Again, only 1-0 in our first game, so as we move on to Forbidden Temple, I have to wonder if they can still keep them as contained on offense.
I think that's ultimately maybe not the main goal. Obviously, it's a goal every single game, but other times you have to do the unexpected. How about the trick kickoff? How about the low 50? But met well again by Cumberland. So apparently, defensive game has not really fallen off so far, at least on Forbidden Temple. Maybe their offensive game is still on. What a redirect from Knight, yeah, but unfortunately right to the goalkeeper.
Problem is, Nex doesn't have a lot of boost, so no follow-up found. He will finally get the midfield, and actually Polar instead will take over. He's going to look for the reset, not get around Creams, but Nex can use that boost now to be the immediate follow-up. Drop down pass, I think intended to go to Nightya. It's a little bit confusing, which is why Creams won't make the commitment, but he'll keep his boost for another approach. 50 in front of the net. This one goes skyward again, and Nex, I think, sees the connection with his teammate on the sidewall, but called off as Hockey makes his approach. Again, Cumberland quick to the offense here. The only difference is this time, Northwood not getting locked into their half whatsoever.
That's a really tricky 50 by Zanil. Will be able to generate at least a little confusion. However, I don't know if it's going to really amount to much, especially with Hockey just getting a light touch. Right now, it seems like Northwood has the buildup, but a lot of it is too slow. They're not really zooming in through all these reads, kind of like Nex is, and after that bump, could have been a clip and a half. That man is a freestyler in his competitive background, so do not overestimate just how far away that ball can be from Nex before he's able to style on something.
Good catch from Nex. He's got the reset. Cream's not going to give it to him. The immediate challenge takes away any chance of an offense here, and it's the biggest difference in game number 2 so far. Northwood just continually making challenges where they need to, and it's preventing any sort of attack from developing here for Cumberland. It's given us a 0-0 scoreline for the first minute and a half, but Cumberland still on the approach. Hockey to take it away. He's going to look for the skim from the sidewall, and Polar going to be the wiser. Half volley all the way back downfield as the two teams do their best impression of ping pong here through the second game.
And there's always some element of this that does develop within the games, but of course, that's not a lot of ping pong. That player is deleted from the field. Polar is still able to react, and honestly, he has been that backline guardian for Cumberland all these 2 games so far. Every single time it seems like Northwood has that touch. It can't go all the way. Polar's able to just have enough, whether it's reversing, being able to hold that flip into the last second, just get that brief deflection. And while it doesn't necessarily stop the Northwood attack dead, it does pause it to the point where Cumberland can regain, and buying time on defense sometimes just as important as that lockdown defense we're so familiar with.
Both teams buying themselves a ton of time here. We're halfway through this game and still not a goal on the board on either end. I almost jinxed it, and I will. Caster Curse will show as Polar sees the risky clear in front of the net and does not hesitate.
Love it. Put it on target, force a weird save, but even better, remain close so that you can recover just in case. It bounces back perfectly, albeit not necessarily the plan from Northwood. It is persistence at work right now for Cumberland. Can the Phoenix keep it up?
So far, Polar, the lone scorer here in this series. He's got the 2 goals of the series, but that's through 7 minutes. It's impressive to state that's the only goal so far, but Cream's gonna try and change that. To the backboard it goes. Next, got himself wrapped around that one easily, and the chase on Polar is not gonna do much. Send it back into the Northwood half, and a risky touch there from Hockey. Will it go punished? Not quite. Zanil to try and clear the lines, and try is the best that I can give that effort as it goes straight to Nightya, and Nightya will not back away from a challenge. Cumberland, again, just no fear on any of these approaches. They're aware that Northwood have not looked, I'd say, all too clean through the first 2 games, and if they can just keep them off kilter like this, eventually something's gonna give.
Next open double, at least on his first touch, not in the backboard. That's why Nightya will try to take over with another extension. Polar will just linger in the midfield. Cumberland really doesn't have to rush this. Maybe they can just wait for another opening like this. Pass down, Zanil. Well seen. If not, that very easily could have been that second goal.
I do kind of feel like Northwood right now are overcomplicating a lot of these approaches. Another great example, as it kind of felt like Hockey could have at least tried to approach the net, but instead goes for the pass out center that is easily choreographed and seen by everyone on Cumberland. Somebody's just got to start taking these shots at net. So many of these touches have gone to the backboard and no further. Finally they do, and Nightya will pick up a savior medal for it. Finally some offense from Northwood, but with a minute to go, they are still without a goal throughout this series. If they lose this one in the same scoreline, it would be 1-0 twice in a row with a shutout so far. The closest they have gotten, still not enough, and Hockey misses the pass.
And sometimes there's that golden opportunity, but you have a silver attempt at it. You're not able to get that contact. You're rushing it too much, but at the very least, I think Northwood can focus on the silver linings. Pay attention to how Zanil moves across the field. He goes for light, irritating touches, steals boost away, threatens bumps, but maybe doesn't full commit to them. He is keeping Cumberland off balance, but Creams and Hockey need to be on the same page. Ultimately, you can't just have one player playing one way and the other 2 just trying to improvise off it.
Creams taking another approach with 30 seconds left to play. Northwood, no, it's now or never. You do not want to start off your league play with a reverse sweep required against a team that, as we said, has been hot lately. And unfortunately, Northwood, you could not be any colder. Off the bar and out, and they have to restart their offense again.
Creams is really going to want that one back. Golden chance for Northwood, but maybe he can rescue it, if not for Polar in the way yet again. One last ditch, or so you thought. Hockey can't get a touch. Cumberland, they got the magic touch right now, on the verge of a sweep to start off league play.
What time is it over in England right now? I'm trying to do the math in my head. I want to say it's like 7 o'clock or something like that. Shogun,
That's
you
right.
up? We're close to a sweep, and a perfect one at that. The Shogun sweep of 1-0-1-0 is 1-1-0 away from completing itself. Not only would it be a sweep, not only would it be a perfect sweep, it would be Northwood unable to get a goal through 15 minutes of play, which I don't know the last time we've ever seen that.
I think that's a weird thing, especially because this isn't like a traditional situation where when we talk about the prospect of a perfect sweep, as we're looking at the stoic faces of the Cumberland squad, they know the job is far from done, even if they are pulling off 2 back-to-back clean sheets. Northwood had their chances. In fact, they had almost the chance to go ahead in this one, and they're able to have it go off the bar, or they have it blocked at the last second. It's like they're almost there, and that while that can be encouraging, when you're a team that has that reputational baggage almost that Northwood has, that has to be so tilting, knowing that you're just falling by the wayside bit by bit, and you only have one game to really make up for that.
I gotta fear a little bit for Northwood right now. You know that the number one thing in their minds is, can't have this happen again. It can't happen again. This was supposed to be the start of the semester to just completely dispel any concerns about this roster. And all of a sudden, after 2 games, not only are the concerns now apparent for probably the rest of the league, but definitely apparent to them. They know they need to get this offense going. 10 minutes scoreless here in our debut for CRL for this semester. Northwood, we have hyped you up so much. Please do not make us look like fools.
Yeah, particularly because not only is this a debut for Northwood, but it's also a debut for Hockey's mustache. Zanil, yes, play for the facial hair of your teammate.
Neil said, I must ask you a question. Can you save this one? The answer, a definitive no. 11 seconds into game 3. It took them 3 games to get here, but finally, Northwood is on the board.
We call that the old fundamental, the open angle shooting directly into the middle of the goal. Good to see that it still works after all these years. Cumberland is going to go, I would say, the more unorthodox approach on the trick kickoff, and that does not work out, so therefore they're immediately on the back foot off the kickoff. Sunil should have this one with a demo in the midfield. However, it is not benefiting Northwood. Back to hockey we go, and it looks like everyone is settling back down for, I guess, this new normal of Northwood getting their first lead of the series.
I do like to see Northwood actually settling down in a multitude of different places. A fake out in the corner from Zanil. They're being way more patient on these touches. They recognize Cumberland are going to keep being aggressive, keep diving at every one of these approaches, and let them. Not going to be able to make contact on all of them, and if they mess up one, that should give you the opening. Speaking of which, this could be it! My goodness, the fake out! Creams knew that ball was his, and he did not miss.
It's one of those lead-up type of plays. As the moment Creams goes to the backboard, I have to say, I was looking at the goalie, I'm saying, buddy, you are cooked beyond belief. You have no way of predicting whether that's a double tap, an air dribble bump, a 50 down, or Creams just pulling off the flashiest play we've seen today. That's a highlight reel, especially if this one starts to turn the favor of Northwood. Neil trying to pre-flip, and that could have been a really early dagger if this keeps up.
I do not like this, though. This is a lot of aggression out of Northwood, and that's the problem. Full send attitude is great when you can score goals from it. It's terrible when you're forced into a defense.
I was kind of waiting for that touch from Creams, but then I'm looking at his boost and realizing if he doesn't have that, who does? Apparently, nobody except Naitya. Still a lot to do. You have to wrap around that, get it under the bar, and past practically 2 defenders. He does so, makes it look easy. Cumberland, they're not going to make it any easier on Northwood trying to mount a win for their first of league play.
Shogun, I'm so sorry if I interrupted your tea time or whatever it is you guys do over in England, because it seems like the 10-10-10 has officially been killed, and at this point, it's by a multitude of different players. I came into Game 3 talking about how Polar was the only person to get a goal on the board for either side. He is one of the only players in this match now without a goal or an assist at this point. Everybody's getting involved from Northwood, and it does still feel like Cumberland have a chance, but through the first minute or two here, it has been mostly Northwood on offense. The only goal they have is a breakaway play, and you can see it's starting to get to them. They're not making these dives as aggressively as before. Maybe they've recognized that plays into Northwood's hands as Northwood are being more patient, but definitely feels like a learning process here now for Cumberland. They need to adjust with the latter 3 minutes in this game. It's totally possible by only being 1 goal down, but they do need to be careful. Do not concede another one here.
X will try and aid that effort by going for the 50 in the midfield. Problem is Polar's got nothing. Knight has a lot, but maybe not the momentum he's looking for. Should be Creams over the top here, and also Zanil. That's why Hockey has to back him up off sidewall next, regaining some position, but ultimately it seems like Northwood playing a lot more comfortably in the midfield, if nothing else, which has to be a little tilting from Cumberland, as we've really talked about how oppressive their offense is. Really, they have that one counterattack, and since then, it's been really trying to regain that foothold.
If they can maybe get something here. Finally, they have some pressure out at mid, and they're going to give it away. Naitya, way too heavy of a touch to the sidewall, and Hockey will gladly take over. The ball does go off the bar and out, but I don't know if we've seen those mechanics flex through the first 2 games. Maybe it kind of feels like I think Cumberland might have missed their opportunity to close the door here. Northwood at full force, but they overextended! What on earth just happened here?
What on earth happened is ultimately player in the corner trying to get some boost, thinking, well, Hockey has the 50. The problem is he jumps while moving backwards, which your momentum carries you back. When you flip in, if you take that wrong angle, the other player's on the inside, you're on the outside. It's only going to go toward the middle, and even worse, just everything that could go wrong in that play for Northwood did. Cumberland deservedly playing their angle smartly and have marched this game back into control, but still need 1 more to be able to complete this sweep or keep at least those chances alive. Northwood, how antsy are you going to play?
Polar really did hear us talking trash and went, no, just give me like 15 seconds and I'll get on the board. I promise you that. Yeah, how about you flex your defense now, Polar? Because it looks like you are not going to be left alone on an island. I heard Nex make the initial challenge, and had he missed, it would have been a terrible scenario for Cumberland. Still might be, though. Hockey sees the pass out center. Polar low on boost. Good luck, young man. You are not saving that.
And Creams puts everything he could behind this one, but Hockey still has a lot to do. As we've seen, Polar, defensive stalwart for Cumberland. He pre-jumps that, but he's put the only place he can't find it on that back post and being able to graze on in. So Northwood looking like they still have a fighting chance. They have some awkward mistakes, but ultimately they just got to focus on the next 90 seconds. And now Cumberland is in a situation where they have to really fight to be able to get back into a game, which is something we haven't seen much of, but this could be the beginning. Bump on the backboard, missed double, Polar as well, into the ceiling, crashing the net, and this time not finding a 50.
Kind of feels like Cumberland were trying to force all of Northwood to flinch there. Somebody jump off the line. Okay, they didn't send it to the backboard. Somebody jump off the line. Okay, they didn't send it to the backboard. And unfortunately, through multiple touches that do go there, none of them end up turning into a shot. Cumberland really trying to be careful on this approach with only about a minute left. But at a certain point, you just got to start throwing things at a wall and see what sticks. So far, nothing. Or, well, I guess technically two. But they've been from some rather interesting circumstances. Can they force one through the pure aggression and offensive prowess that we've seen through the first two games of this series? I think not. That one's getting sent all the way back to their half, and with under a minute to play, they are forced to restart their offense again, and might not even get that chance because Creams is bumping everybody. Zanil is there, needs one more, gets it to the backboard, and Hockey cannot finish the play.
Next is going to go for boost first and is actually able to have that pay off as Creams, I think, trying to fake him out, going to the air dribble into the corner. A little bit of a errant touch. Ryzanil might lead Polar to be able to find some spacing here. Pre-jumping, gets around that 50, looking for a 50 again, but Creams angles it well. Northwood, just another 10 seconds to go.
Off the sidewall, no boost in the tank though, so he's gonna need to be careful, and I don't know if that's careful enough. It pinches back out to Nex, and Zanil with a potential dagger if he can nail it. This one to the backboard, it doesn't even need to go in the goal, it just needs to hit the ground, and Hockey's gonna try his darndest to do so. Northwood will at least get one. Part 1 of 3 for the reverse sweep complete.
Yeah, just a quick deep breath of a game, it felt like, from Northwood. And then they immediately exhaled and completely blew down Cumberland's defenses because 13 shots, such a pace change from Northwood. This is the team that we were wondering, man, they're really getting unlucky on shots, if they can even find them. And now it sounded like they had an entire smorgasbord to choose from. They get right off the rip with Zanil, and then since that, I think they weren't just sit back and content to play defense. They were understanding, no, Cumberland's playing pretty dangerously. We need to make sure we press this advantage, and they did. Can you maintain it? That's game 4's question.
It's a very difficult question to answer at this point because, again, you look at the 2 goals that Cumberland were able to find in this game, and it wasn't necessarily them earning the goals, but it definitely was poking holes in a defense that clearly had holes in it. So, not the cleanest game necessarily from Northwood, but definitely the closest we have seen to them returning to old form. This team is showing they have that offense and they have that individual capabilities as well. Hockey, a human highlight reel in Game 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, really putting up a lot of stats, but specifically, just as I would say, the biggest descriptor that I think we see from Northwood's hockey is playmaker. He is in the midfielder. He's trying to make sure he facilitates. Zanil has also taken up that mantle. Historically, it's really been Creams that has been the one to force all the offense. But the thing is, you can't rely on one player. This is not CRL of old, where you can have one phenomenal talent be able to carry you through tough series. You need every single person to pop off. We're talking about how Cumberland was spreading their love on goals. Now it's time for the Wolf Pack to see if they can strike back on Utopia Dusk and see if we can bring the first series of Fall 2025 the distance.
Usually I'm one to root for the underdog here, but Northwood, please, let's get us to Game 5. Let's give these people what they deserve. Naya would like to avoid that, though. First goal, only 12 seconds in.
I don't know about deserve, but I know the chat is impatient. They want goals and they want them now. Naya says bet. 12 seconds in, open shot. He is going to make sure he gets that bounce shot as weird of an angle as possible for that backboard defender to react to.
We've talked about this before with Northwood. They are a team that do like to thrive off of momentum. When they get early goals, it seems to boost their confidence, and they start to go for some plays that maybe are a bit riskier, but seemingly are more successful for them because, you know, Northwood. Right now, this is a bit of a familiar territory for this series. It's how the first 2 games started up, and I don't need to remind everybody of how those ended. And already, it's looking similar to those first 2 games. Just unbelievable pressure here from everyone on Cumberland. For the first minute of play or so, it has been all of them on offense and 0 chances for Northwood.
Snail going to run out of boost here. Naya does not know that, so he's just going to take the 50 anyway, which means Nex has to prepare for hockey off the ceiling. Not a lot of boost, but he gets the 50 and actually has it completely go by him. Luckily, Cream's able to react to that one and then gets a pinch and a half all the way back down, just a little wide. Same with hockey's follow-up. Northwood getting close, but not that close.
I don't know if anybody was watching Nex on that play, but he basically just did a circle. He watched the ball pinch to the other half and then pinch back to his half, and he's just kind of sitting there like, when do I get my chance to approach? It might need to be right now if Polar had failed that challenge, but instead, despite the low boost total, he's going to get a clean 50. This one pops up, and Next now will take over, but will only pop it up again. Low boost totals for both teams. Finally, Polar can grab something and do something with it. He's over one. Knight's looking for the block. Cannot find it, but the back pass potential, if not for Hockey being right under the ball immediately. Next will still get another chance, but Creams will interrupt, take it to the backboard, and then out to midfield. Northwood showing they still do have the defense, and I'm not sure if they were calling Zenil's bluff. I'm not sure if they didn't think the shot was capable, but what on earth just happened? A goal for Cumberland. Weirdest sequence of events so far today, and it's going to result in a 2-0.
There's counterattacks, and then there's this. This is smooth from Next, using the boost perfectly, getting that soft touch with pace past the defender, but then he has to go from the inside to the outside, still get the double, and to the right of the post. Excellently done by Cumberland. Well-deserved reinforcement of their lead. Northwood, this is where you really got to dig deep, and I suspect go for something unusual. Team pinch into a bump, that would have been a first.
I know they can do this. We've seen Northwood do it before. My only problem is, as we've talked about, Cumberland are our team. When they look good, they look more than good. They look great, almost unstoppable. And unfortunately for Northwood, they haven't really had many solutions on how to stop the offensive pressure that has been developed here in our fourth game. This could change something with a challenge out of midfield, but no, Next will muscle through and take it to the backboard. We've seen him double touch on almost everybody in this lobby. Wouldn't be surprised to see it happen again, but it will have to be on the next approach. Creams the drop down to his teammate or down to Nightya. Nightya wants the double. He'll look for it, but will leave it for Polar instead. Off the ceiling, and with under half the game to play, Cumberland just want to keep playing like this. Keep the pressure on Northwood, force them into mistakes, and never let them escape their half.
I really do like this play. Watch how Cumberland plays when they have their opponents in the gulag here. They're going as quickly as possible, taking shots like this, but when they don't have to challenge, they will just get near, let them throw it away, and then put it right back into offense. Super well played, and it's why Northwood is really struggling to be able to generate anything, because right now, all their touches are just generating the next Cumberland attack, as Next is going to glide underneath, but not past that last defender.
I also want everybody to pay attention to the boost totals here. Huge thing for Cumberland has been keeping those corner boosts on their own half in their favor. Zenil finally notices that and goes for the steal, but unfortunately can't get another contact out of midfield, meaning Cumberland, they'll basically shrug that off and go for another approach. Next with a flip, reset! And that might seal the deal. 100 to play, and it's 3-0 to Cumberland.
This man is disgusting. You can't do that to two defenders. No more boost, but he has all the power he needs already, even with both players trying to get in the way and the crossbar saying, can I have a word here? No, he's going to shut him down, and right now Cumberland looking to put this one to bed. Nightya, 50, Next slow play, and he's going to bail, but I think mostly the job is done so long as the defense can last the next 90 seconds.
And that's what they're focusing on here. You can see the approaches at midfield. They're not necessarily trying to generate more goals, just frustrate Northwood and force them into these more aggressive challenges. You see one there. Creams dives into the corner, and yes, it does give space to Hockey, but not nearly enough. That might though. What a bump from the veteran. Clears the lane for Zenil, and Northwood are on the board.
Creams just trying to be a bully here. Hockey says, all right, you had your turn, now I'm gonna go. The second tier of attack was something Cumberland could not react to. So a good response, and most importantly, a quick one. You cannot have all this time drained off, then get your first. At least now, with 75 seconds to go, this is back in the realm of the legitimate.
See if they can skim this one. It'd be a huge start to immediately get another goal off kickoff and give them a full minute here to just play for one. Instead, they'll have to restart from their half. Creams, great touch, and somehow he gets the read. Plus the reset. This one drops down. Where is Zenil? There, but not in time. Nightya to make the save, and Next can now waste even more seconds off the clock. The pinch will get past one, potentially two. Creams pushed up a bit too far, and oh boy, it's getting awkward for Northwood. They cannot allow that to start seeping in, though. This team needs to play confident through the final 40 seconds. Creams the pop out at midfield. What can Northwood do?
Zenil trying to do really anything, and he does well to be able to get past that first one, but again, no follow-up. Creams doesn't want to dive in, but the thing is, you don't really have to care about being able to give up more goals. You already have to make up two, and not too much time.
They don't have almost any time left. 20 seconds on the clock, and this ball cannot even get past midfield. Polar maybe has the reset. He does and gets it to the backboard, but Nightya won't challenge. He knows he does not need to keep this pressure. Just do not allow it to be disrupted. Next, another challenge. It still won't get past midfield. Hockey, you might try, but Polar's got other ideas, and even if you score now, we've got our first upset of the season. Former champions Northwood fall to Cumberland 3-1 to get our semester started.
We call it an upset, but for Cumberland, this was just a matter of time, as you see, celebrating in the team room, starting off league play. Again, also, single round robin. There will be no revenge in league play. Northwood will not be able to face off against this team again in this same structure. Cumberland making sure they took their shots when it mattered, and they did so without going the distance. We've talked so much about how CRL has changed, but the only thing that has really remained the same is that CRL is madness. You can never feel safe in a prediction.
It literally cannot. We swept the desk in favor of Northwood, and honestly, that should have been our indicator that things were going to go awry here to start the season. You never get a 4-0 clean sweep going correct. We've learned this through RLCS. We're learning it through CRL and Cumberland. Man, are they the ones the happiest for us to have cursed the other side. Northwood, I gotta say, it wasn't necessarily the worst performance from them, but this felt like a shell of a team that usually does this to other teams. They get you off a kickoff. They get you with the approaches on counterattacks. They get you with a pressure, and Cumberland took that page out of their playbook, ripped it out, studied it, photocopied it, burned it, and said, you're never getting the plans back.
That is what a good student athlete does. You know, you got to be able to read the tape. You have to figure out a way to get past and have a strategy for any type of approach. It felt like Northwood was just a bit too slow on a lot of these plays. That's the biggest thing I'd have to say. It's not that they're getting dusted to these plays, but it felt too patient. Whereas Cumberland, they're mixing that element of being able to press you as hard as possible, shove you into a locker and say, no, this is where you belong. We are going to enforce our will on you. And Northwood's normally the ones that did that. A bit of a role reversal, but maybe this is just how CRL fall is going to have to go. All the teams really showing the old guard how you're supposed to play in the modern era.
Unbelievable that we are now going into what I think is our third year now with this conversation about Northwood going, are they finally going to wake up? I don't know. They've hit snooze a handful of times, but you do not have to. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, our second series of the day here for Collegiate Rocket League. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Sunsets stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. You never know your full potential if you never dare go for gold. The green lights come later. You just need some
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. It's 1 a.m., I could dance with your silhouette. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel the afterglow. I'm believing every little thing you say to me, spinning you around until we're dizzy. Caught up like a boat in a hurricane, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together.
Welcome back to CRL action off the heels of a fantastic opening contest between Cumberland and Northwood. We have Knight here from the winning side. My man, what is going on with you today?
It's going pretty good. I mean, after that win, we've been having a lot of close games against top-level teams. So getting one of these wins is definitely a great showing for us, show how good we are. So, yeah.
You know, you did that, made me look like a total fool with my prediction, but let's talk about that. You know you're going against Northwood. They are a brand name for a reason. What was the strategy going into this one, and how was it executed?
We just knew how to play against them because we played against them so many times. It's just executing and showing how we should be playing, and we proved that today out of all three of us. So we just stick with our game plan that we normally play, and we showed ourselves.
What I liked about the way you attacked it was, you know, Northwood's a wide team. You kind of pushed them out to the walls and you kind of siphoned the air there. That was pretty cool. Was that intentional? That's something you came across in the fly of the contest?
Yeah, it was intentional. We definitely wanted to cut them off and not let them do what they want to do because we know what they're capable of.
Yeah, fires can't burn with no air. It was a low-scoring affair the first couple games, and I would panic, but I'm not as level-headed as you and your team. What was going through your mind? Was it about clock management at that time, but you were trying to make sure you get some distance between you and Northwood?
No, it was just like once we had the lead, we were just focusing on keeping the lead, or if there was a possibility to like get another goal, just to keep the lead, we'll do that. But majority of the time, we're just trying to keep the lead, just play for the win, as Pola would say.
All right, now talk to me about the actual like environment during these games, man. Between games, trying to take those 60 seconds. Is this like tense? Are you guys trying to keep it loose? Like, what exactly is the culture between contests?
We're pretty much just calm and just talking to it. If we have any concerns mid-game, if we want to do adjustment, we may do that. But majority of the time, we're just calming down, keeping the energy up, and trying to play as best as we did the previous games.
Well, the reason I asked you that, because in game one, shooting accuracy wasn't the strong suit. I mean, you got close. And of course, the goals were going to come by. But was there a moment there, kind of like a, hey, man, what are we doing? Let's focus, let's lock in between games 3 and 4, or 2 and 3, excuse me, because it felt like a different kind of Cumberland team was out there.
Yeah, I think it's just the first couple games we're just getting used to playing the first game at first, just to try to see what Northwood bring at us, and then go from there. We're just trying to get up some adjustments off of that.
Look, it's kind of the first stream of the season. You have almost everyone. The world's watching you right now. Here's your chance to put everyone on notice. What can anyone expect from you and that Cumberland team?
Just need to understand that we're going all in and stay strong.
Oh, he's going all in, y'all. Yo, Knight, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that contest there. It was a fantastic match from top to bottom, right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I will say it is kind of funny to start all of us starting off with a fat 0-1 in predictions.
0-1, baby!
And it's like Bass made such a point. It's like, guys, I'm going to be keeping track of all of these predictions, so we need to make sure we're right this season. And we all failed.
How does that goose egg taste? A fat one for all of us to start the season. 0% across the board, baby.
Yeah, but CRL's always like the arena in which it feels kind of good to be wrong, especially on matches like this where we're saying, well, Northwood should. I don't like it when the team that should win just kind of handily wins. I do like it when Cumberland shows this is a brand new season. How dare you underrate us?
Yeah, it is kind of crazy because we all went for Northwood, obviously, like justifiably so. Like this is Northwood after all, but I think it's kind of showing that Cumberland, especially over the course of the past season and to now, has elevated themselves in every single regard. I made a meme about like Nex having like a Giga Chad shit. I mean, he's very much earned it. Dude balled out in this series. It was so cool to see. And it's not as if, you know, we're looking at Northwood, it's like they were playing like chumps. Like they got some really good stuff as well. But when I'm looking at how Cumberland played, it was just across the pitch was so strong, Bass.
I feel like it was clean play. And this is what we talk about with Cumberland having like the highest ceiling and the lowest floor of any of the teams at this point. And we've been trying to figure out like, what is the average we're going to see for Cumberland? And I think this is closer to what we're going to see on the average for these guys. Yes, they're still susceptible to win against some teams that you might not expect and lose against some teams you might not expect. But if they play like this, they're capable of beating pretty much anybody, Northwood included. So I think it's a combination of things we just saw there, which was Cumberland being able to find, again, that consistency that we have asked for them to find, and Northwood not finding that. Again, as I mentioned during the series, it's been like 2 years now of us just kind of being like, where's the consistency? And so far, there has been no answer.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate to see. So they will be starting off their league play, Northwood, with an 0-1 record. And Cumberland, of all teams, will be kicking us off 1-0. But for now, let's get to our second match of the day, boys. We have Concord and Baylor. Both these teams have prime talent on it. I mean, guys, it is safe to say Baylor coming in very much with their own star-studded roster with Andy and Hawkser. Hawkser making his debut into CRL, Andy coming in as well, and JT kind of playing. Actually, I would say that the construction of both these teams, funny enough, are actually somewhat similar. And you have 2 RLCS players and then another kind of B+ rank A sort of player in Helix and JT. Navanta, I mean, these are both teams that have such pedigree to them. What do you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pedigree. And what we saw yesterday, they understand that all that stuff was prologue. You gotta be able to put the wins together, and we saw how they can dominate and even surprise. So this right here, I know we have a match later on today, considering the match tonight, but this one here, maybe the one I'm looking forward to the most.
I think it actually sets a lot of precedent for Baylor. I mean, this is their proper test, right, Taco? And I think, you just did your interview with JT not too long ago, which we can talk about if you want. Just give me some insight in terms of how JT is fitting in this team. He is kind of the odd man out on this Baylor squad, which has such powerful players on it.
Well, what I really like about this matchup is that Concord was this Baylor squad a while back. You had Crispy, or going by Crisp, I guess nowadays in the rebrand, and Samas coming into this roster. 2 RLCS talent from Europe coming over, and then they pair with Helix. And a lot of people, when they heard Helix, were more like, who? Because Helix is not having that pedigree that his teammates have. So the whole question around Concord was, is this team even going to be able to do much? I mean, it's 2 pros, but then it's like a third they kind of have to carry. But then we found that Helix, no, they found a playstyle that really works. That's exactly what I heard from JT when I was talking to Baylor. They said Andy and Hawkser were recruited in. There was more pro-level players that they were looking at, and it just didn't really work on out. So JT eventually kind of started getting the hints over the summer, hey, I actually might not just be the sub, but you might just not even be like a player that plays occasionally. You might be the starter. Are you ready for that? And talking to him, he says, we're confident that we can beat any team in front of us. It's really just trying to find that time where we can have enough fluidity to adapt to teams, but also that solid nature of that tactical aspect of understanding how each other plays, so that it's not just Hawkser and Andy trying to do all the work and JT trying to keep up. And right now, he feels confident that they have actually gotten to a good kind of flow state, as they have beaten both ball states to be able to get into this league play, which is an accomplishment not a lot of teams can say that they can do.
No, not at all. And Bass, when we're looking at this team, generally, it's we see what the peak of that roster construction is with Concord, right? That's a fall championship, what many consider to be the best team in the world, and was generally the best team of the past year. Do you see that potential in Baylor? This was a team that unfortunately struggled a little bit in their own qualification, had to take a fat L before coming back as well. But this was a team that, there are still doubts in the air for.
I think the doubts are justified, but I think you have to acknowledge the potential of a team like this. Hawkser and Andy alone, I don't really care who you put out. My 7-year-old niece could go and play on that team, and they should theoretically still be somewhat.
Or you just put yourself in there.
Like, I'm champ too, and I'm pretty sure that a Hawkser and Andy can carry me to an RLCS title and get like top 60. That's all I'm saying,
honestly,
man. Like, I'm just saying. The crazy thing is, we're talking about all of this, like, they could carry. They don't need to. So as much as we are talking about JT being the lesser of the third, he has self-proclaimed been a 2K player. He has been able to make it into basically pro-level lobbies within the matchmaking system in the game. He has those capabilities. So I think this is a team full of potential. I think that is the greatest way that we can describe them. I will not state, though, that they are on par with Concord yet. Concord took a while to get to that form, and once they did, they seem to live at that form. Baylor, we have already seen a low for them that they cannot go down to again. If they lose to the B team of a team that didn't even make it into CRL, I have no idea where their floor currently is. I hope we don't see that today. I want to see a good contest between the two teams, because as we've said, these are basically parallels of each other, just like a year removed.
See, now I'm kind of wanting to see like Hawkser and Andy hop into a lobby with you and see if they're able to carry it to like SSL.
Hawkser and Andy, my DMs are open, bro. If y'all want to run it.
Constant play.
But Navanta, I mean, Concord, this is a team, like, we're seeing almost a mirror match again in construction. And this is the team that we've seen literally at the highest level. Now, they did have a bit of a slip during the spring championship, but since then they've won lands. They've really dominated in just about kind of every single way and have proved to be the most consistent. This is a league play that rewards that. Do you feel that they're going to be able to come to the season with that same consistency?
Well, the thing is, they have all the tools there, right? Not only have they saw what they can do over a long period of time, they've done it with different formats, with different complexions of CRL. That's a very, very rarefied air elite squad. Them and teams like Northwood, which you just saw a loss happen just momentarily. So I think it's possible, to answer your question. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but it's going to be a tough challenge, maybe even tougher than we all believe, because of how CRL is changing and so many new players are getting their way to the dance. So I have faith, but call it cautious optimism.
Yeah, and you can't, especially with the team like, with how our format was throughout the last season, where essentially it was just bracket after bracket after bracket. There is no bracket dodging. This is like you have to play every single team. We got our players in front of us here. We got Crisp in that Concord match room that they got going. Helix, I think, Seema, you know what's funny? I made the meme of Seamus. He's like outdated picture. Seamus got a fat beard now, boys. He's rocking in the beard, dude. Love to see it. But this is a team, that, are part of like the trifecta currently we have at the top level. Saws Maryville, unfortunately. And then, of course, we got Baylor. We get to see all the boys. Hawksford and his fantastic hair, man. It's absurd, man. Like, I don't get it.
Same on a team with Andy, and you're hyping up Hawks.
That's what I was about to say. Like, the power rankings for hair alone on Baylor.
It's like,
Seb, you all right, bro? Like, just say you don't like me, man. All right.
It's two different sides of the coin. Andy's got hair the size of the Eiffel Tower. Hawkster's got like the hockey hair. And I haven't seen JT yet, so.
Whoever is doing moderation in chat right now, y'all started the prediction for this series way too early. We needed a prediction for Andy's hair versus Hawkster's hair to see who actually wins, and then you can start the series prediction.
Exactly. But JT looking like, well, actually, JT's room is quite interesting. I don't know. It looks like he's in a cabin right now.
Yeah, no, that's his actual off-campus housing, but also pay attention, decent amount of anime behind him as well. Just a lot of manga, just being able to chill on that shelf. So fitting in all of the RL esport player stereotypes.
It's actually manga. Okay, it's
that's what I just said. Okay, whatever.
You just said anime. It's manga.
Yeah, and then I adjusted it. You know what? I fixed it. I don't watch the anime.
All right. Let's get to predictions as the ready is good to go. Players are ready. Lobby is ready. Taco, who do you see this?
I think Baylor's a really fun program. I've been able to talk about them. I know how good they can be. They did struggle in their qualifiers, but they got to the big show, and there's no bigger opponent than Concord. They were functionally the most winningest program in all of CRL across all competitions. I'm going to take them in this one just because Concord, they went through their qualifier. They stumbled actually in the same way, losing in their upper bracket, but just like Baylor, reverse or being able to get that bracket reset win, being able to go from lowers, get into league play, and I just don't see that changing. They're so good. We mentioned how these two teams are mirror images. The thing is, Concord has a lot of lead time in terms of getting that chemistry together.
Oh, according to you guys, everybody gets one. So, they
Let's let Devonta go first, then I'll talk to you about that. We got some combos to have.
All right, Devonta, where do you see this?
I like manga. Oh, wait, no, the other thing. The predictions.
I will have you know that my camera is currently on a deluxe edition of Berserk right now.
There we go.
Anime tattoo. We know you like anime.
We get it.
That is finished. Look, 24 hours ago, this would have been a different answer, but I saw that pool, and I saw Baylor take down a very, very game Ball State, and so far, I'm thinking momentum is all in their favor. Baylor's my choice. They make it a little bit challenging for themselves, but they walk away with a dub here today.
Bass, stick with your
I
voice.
disagree. I get the idea here, though, wholeheartedly, because again, as Seb has not let up this entire week, Concord did lose in the upper bracket. I would also like to point out they lost to a team that multiple people have ranked within the top 10 in all of Collegiate Rocket League right now. Not only did they then lose to them, they also won on LAN that day, and then beat them in the run back. And then beat them in the run back again. So I don't really have any confidence issues with Concord. I think they're coming in here very prepared to play. The new addition in DJ TJ as their coach. If you have not seen his Twitter, he is fired up for this matchup as well as this season. This man is locked in. He has this team locked in, and I do not think Concord are going to mess around for their first series of the semester.
Yeah. All of these players are incredible. You know, there's a reason why we had Helix as our MVP during the fall championship. He was a phenomenal player and lives up to the other two in every single sense of the word. So I'm going Concord for this one. I know I'm gassing up Baylor. I hope they do well, you know, because it bodes well for my predictions, but or at least my ranking. But you can't argue. You can't argue against Concord. They are very much inevitable in many ways. So that will be the desk. We have 1 going for Baylor, 3 going for Concord, which will be a majority for Concord. So, that being said, Concord, a team that many might consider the best in CRL, except for me apparently, and Baylor, who themselves are looking to make a statement in CRL for the first time. That being said, let's ball.
You talk about pedigree, you talk about things being on paper, but none of those will be true. All it is straight ball. It's Baylor, it's Concord, best of 5, and I'm with 1/2 of Fish Taco. What's going on, brother?
Oh, I'm ready for this one, man. It's been so long since you and I got to hop in a booth, and what a great series for us to return to. It's funny we keep throwing around the word ball, considering the fact that this Baylor team eliminated one of our former teams in CRL in Ball State. Ball State is not here. Baylor have taken their place, and now it is their job, their destiny, to prove why they deserve this spot. This is a very, very good team. It's a huge university with unbelievable prowess through traditional sports. They now need to prove, though, they can get the exact same results here in Collegiate Rocket.
And definitely have the tools, but the Concord side is something we were saying before about how game they are with different situations and locations. So this right here might be a preview of what may happen later on in the season.
I do think both of these teams are going to take some time to warm up into their fullest potential. Maybe Concord don't need that. We say that often, and then Concord just kind of come out the gate swinging, and it's not just like, oh, jab here, left hook there. It's haymaker after haymaker, and so far they haven't proven that. 45 seconds into this game, it's gone back and forth, and Andy with a challenge off the ceiling I don't think anybody was expecting. And Moss is going to stay pretty calm and collected on the line, but Baylor coming out swinging to start.
Yeah, you know what? I like the fact you mentioned the idea of haymakers coming out the gate. A shot on frame that's knocked away by Chris, because a lot of teams, the good to not so good teams, tend to fold when they come across those receiving ends of goals so early in a contest, best of 5, best of 7. So Concord kind of know that. That's kind of their A1 trick. And so to see that here, that aggression already says they're already in mid-season form.
See if they can get something started early here. I like Baylor really taking this approach of just sending a player downfield, seeing what they can flex, then eventually pulling in the other two. A calm and patient approach out of midfield, but the problem is you don't necessarily want to do that against Concord, who can do things like that. Helix, their quote-unquote worst player, which I still think is a title we have got to stop talking about, because dude has proven he is up there with the greats of CRL. Greatness not on display on that one, though. Stuck between a rock and a hard place and stuck on no boots.
This one was kind of almost in slow motion. It was the chip shot from Andy going right down to JT, right place, right time, opens the scoring, 1-0.
That's what we want to see from the newcomer here. JT, again, the newest addition in this lobby. I guess technically Hawkster and Andy are new additions to Baylor as well, but not to competitive play in Rocket League as a whole. JT, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but from everything I've seen, he doesn't necessarily have that competitive experience. He has experience at a high level, but it's different when the spotlight is on you, when the cameras are on, and you need to perform without making a mistake. Not a ton of mistakes here in this game so far, but the one we did see was a punishment against Concord as they concede the first. 3 minutes left in this game, though. Plenty of time for a response, and maybe immediately. Crispy, a great catch. He's looking for Seamos on the backboard, or maybe just for the distraction, but it gets no further than that backboard.
Well, let's look at that JT goal construction, right? A lot of times you're new to a squad, you want to press and be the one to score, but I think positioning's worth its weight in platinum. So to be able to be there to support your team, even if it didn't go in, was saying, hey, look, I see you and I know where we're going. But the fact it did go in puts them in a little bit more of a mental state here to add on to their tally.
I think they're doing a good job right now of staying calm and collected as we eclipse halftime here, and still the 1-0 remains. Side skimmer is on target and in! And I gotta say, I don't really blame, I don't know who, for going to the corner. They're like, yeah, Hawks is not hitting that. You forget it's Hawkster!
Oh man, I think I saw a dry pixel between that fender of the Fennec and that ball, but doesn't matter. It was pretty much on target with a little bit of help from the friends at the end of it. Doesn't matter, we have a 2-0 scoreline.
All right, so Hawkster and Andy, welcome to CRL. Your debuts have already shown highlight reels, and it might continue. JT, pass to Andy. That one's off the bar. But goodness, Baylor, we had a lot of questions coming into this series. It's only been 3 minutes, and you've answered most of them.
Yeah, that first minute though was kind of loose, but now we're seeing how aggressive they can be. I think they're going with the anaconda play, just tightening that grip to make sure there's no room for Concord to operate in.
Concord are starting to find some room. Some shots are going close to target, but maybe not close enough. Still 0 goals on the board, and as this one pops out of the corner, I don't think this is going to be any more of an opportunity. Oxer, reset in the back, will use it to get around one, but not the other. Helix, the backup, pops it to the sidewall where Andy will now take over. Good catch from him. He'll attempt a shot. It doesn't do much but test the defense, and they're well prepared for it. The college students, they should be studying up for this, and you have to imagine that Concord come into this with a game plan, but Novanta, through the first 4 minutes, kind of feels like that game plan has to be thrown out the window.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure you can count for the heavy touches on purpose there, but it does seem that both these teams, even Baylor with the 2-goal lead, is kind of going to plan B or C already in this best of 5. Again, compared to last season's format, it's like 2 less games to operate in, so there's going to be a bit more of a variety when it comes to finding out ways to open up or even increasing your score.
Is that going in? No, it's off the backboard and a little bit out, but I do like what you're talking about. Again, you just don't have the games to buffer here. You have to make sure that this first game is very well played, because then you only got another 2 to the good in order for a team to beat you. This is getting a little bit scary here for Concord as they're on the verge getting shut out through 5 minutes of play. Their offense definitely is looking better here in the latter part of this game, but still, again, no goals on the board to show for it.
Yeah, you know, many times we say being down by 2 or 3 goals is no thing, but one thing I've noticed over the past 2 seasons of CRL is that when a team gets out ahead early, it's time to find a way to hold down and hunker down those scorelines. You don't really see those 10, 11 games anymore. So if you're looking at Concord, you may have to say, okay, we have to drop game 1 and really kind of rally for games 2 and on.
You don't miss the days of where it was like score lines are 5-7, 6-9 or something randomly like that, man. It's the same thing over and over again with just these insane score lines. This time, it's going to be a bit different. A goal with 7 seconds to go. I like the last little touch there from Helix. It wastes a little time, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel now.
Yeah, they get the goal scored, but they do take about 2 extra seconds to make that goal count for real. Would that be the difference here?
Chance, hold your breath on kickoff. This is an important one, and Concord have shown they do like their kickoff shenanigans. This one will succeed, but JT the read in the corner. He can only pop it out center, so Crispy to take over. Helix is already on the ceiling. Can he get to this shot? Not quite, and Hoxer determined to let this hit the ground. Try as they like to keep it up, and it will be successful, at least initially. But Helix, there's a lot of lifting he needs to do right here, and he cannot. Baylor lets it hit the ground, but a late resurgence for Concord shows they've got life left in this series.
Oh, there's a reason why they call those kind of goals insurance ones, because that really was the difference. Yeah, you can see that one there, but again, it was almost critical for Concord to get themselves back in scoring position. It didn't happen there, so they have a little bit of a light about how they can go against scoring in game 2, but it just wasn't enough here in the first game.
It just wasn't enough, and I think that's the best way to describe what we are watching right now. It's just not enough out of Concord to a Baylor that seemed very well prepared for this. Notice it's Andy at the top of the scoreboard, but it's all through assists. This team's playing well. They're playing coordinated, something that we needed them to do, and kind of has been the biggest question so far is how well is this team going to be able to play as a trio, not just individually? And Novanta through the first game, I know this has been the theme, but they are answering that question, and it's very clear they have the chemistry.
This is actually something after my own heart. I am a playmaker hound myself. I do think once you distribute the ball, once you become part of the goal scoring equation as the ones making the assist, you really open up more opportunities to create your own goals and really create your own luck as well. If Baylor sticks with this game plan, it's going to be a short series for them.
It just might be. We're going to move to Forbidden Temple and hope that we get at least a little bit of an extension. As we said, Concord, one of our former champions, the champions for fall last year, a team that has been at the top of CRL for what feels like forever. Surely they can at least get a game against the newcoming in Baylor.
Yeah, you know, in best of 5, you always say game 2 ends up being the most aggressive one when it comes to bumps and demos. I wonder how it would be the case here, because I do think Concord has to disrupt the flow state of Baylor right now.
They have to. They've got to throw them off tilt. They've got to get these guys just a little bit frazzled here. If they continue to play with this amount of confidence, I don't know how you're going to break through the back line of really any of the players on Baylor right now. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves, though. Game 2 is officially underway, and at least so far, Concord have had their opportunities at offense, but they're not diving in on all of these plays. They're waiting for their opportunities. That could have been an opportunity for either team, but a couple of weird misses in the corner in a row leaves everybody a bit discombobulated. Moss now the one to take over. Pass out center, but Crispy's going to back off, seeing Hoxer there. Take it to the sidewall instead, and Got boost to work with, touch off the ceiling, plus the reset, drop down to Helix, denied by Andy. But Concord showing they've got some fire here in game 2.
Love the attack by Helix, but I didn't really see a second option to catch a loose ball if it would be deflected. I wonder if it's Concord's plan now to be more a bit passive and wait for the counterattack, because that could have been an opportunity for them to have a secondary shot on goal. Rebound City, the goals count the same. Why not be there? Why not try it?
Oh, I like these touches out of the corner. Both teams going for these redirects out of the corner or the sidewall. The skim from Hoxer in game number 1 has kind of just lit a fire underneath everybody to try and go for this throughout the rest of the series. Shout out to Kronovi, by the way, for taking that shot like 80 times during qualifiers. I don't know if there was another player I was watching that was not only closer to succeeding on that, but attempted it as much. I'm waiting for the day that Crow and Kennesaw make it into league play and get to see him attempt it there. But for now, we'll focus on the players at hand, because 90 seconds or so here, it's been rather quiet. Wait a minute, I might have jinxed it. Here comes Hoxer with a double off target, and we remain 0-0.
Tries your might. You know, you mentioned Kronovi, and I gotta say, man, Kronovi in this college run now is kind of like just seeing the legends go. Like, you know, John Cena's final tour. It's kind of like seeing him out in college, man. It's just wild. But shot on frame, first goal of the game, Hoxer.
Hoxer said, hey, I know you guys are talking about other players, but let's focus on the man that is not only in CRL, but is also in pro play. He has left his legacy in the professional scene, and now he's making one happen here in CRL. Another goal for Hoxer. This one a solo effort, and it's 1-0.
You know, there's so many teams that are actually kind of afraid to take it to the house right up the middle, and the fact that Hoxer did that with a little bit of flair just says, I have confidence in my individual abilities to control that ball to make that a hot possibility.
This is impressive stuff so far here from Baylor. We, again, have had okay, never mind, I'm not going back to it. Let's focus on the now. Finally, Concord get a goal on the board, and they finally get a tie. Their first time getting a goal without still being down.
Put some respect on Helix's name. Put some respect on Helix's name. Making sure Concord is still in this contest. Again, you want to be down 2 goals, because 2 goals was the difference last time. We're now level once more.
I recommend everybody, after any of the goals, anytime the player cams come back up, watch the man bouncing around in the background of that Concord facility. That is their coach, and he has been an absolute firepower behind them in terms of just the motivation, the excitement. DJ has been there, and since his addition to this team, it seems like they've just got this sort of excitement about them for this season. That would have been exciting. Off the backboard, Helix looking for the drop down, and Andy finds an open net.
Wow.
What happened here?
Wow, just delivered the mail like Amazon on Sunday. Look at this one. I'm bringing it down and have the control to not pop it up once more, and is using the booth pass to make sure you have something left in the tank. That one there was clinical.
All right, I know that the assist goes to Hoxer on that one, but I'm also going to put a little asterisk for JT just due to his bumping out of midfield. That's why the final defender wasn't around, completely removed from the play. And Concord getting closer and closer to removed from this first series. They are still down yet again, and it's a team that I don't think are keen to reverse sweep, but also are maybe the most reverse sweep heavy team in CRL history. They did it multiple times last year. Who's to say they can't do it here? Baylor so far. 2 minutes left in this game. The lead still in favor of Baylor, and Andy's challenge there is not going to give much option for Concord to march down pitch. They'll send one wayward, but it's not doing much.
Yeah, could have easily been a 3-1 scoreline there, which is a bit wide of the post, but you saw how the Baylor Cars kind of reformized themselves to have opportunities for rebounds and go for a second attempt. That's what I'm asking for Concord to do. That's what Baylor is doing, and they have the lead.
They're trying so far, but it's been a pretty quiet game for Concord here. A couple of shots that have gone on target, but 6 total do not feel like enough against a defense that has barely flinched at most of the approaches. Maybe they'll do something on this one, because the lead block is perfect. Samas to score to tie us up, and I'm not sure who just planted in front of net, but that's the most annoying positioning of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's what's kind of the thing we don't talk about enough in Rocket League. It's the speed of the shot on frame, right? It wasn't flashy, it wasn't dominating, but it came at such an awkward pace, nobody was in position to knock that away.
Not prepared, and with the interference of Crispy, it makes it all the more difficult. Well played from Concord. This is more the expectation we have for this team. Got to keep it up, though. 1:20 left to go. Crispy looking for the double touch. Cannot find it as Hoxer interferes. This boost will be stolen away. More midfield interference from JT. I like it, and I like this. Hoxer gonna take the shot, but hold on. We got to pause. That was called, and I believe prior to the goal, there's going to have to be a reason for this. We're going to have to take a second here and see if that goal is going to stand, because that was impressive, but I also did see literally a car stop on defense, so there is potential.
You better hope that was definitely something that has to be pulled back, because if that wasn't, that could have been the goal of the game, man. That was interesting to watch, but yes, you're right. We're waiting to see the official response there. And yes, we have one that got dropped. And that's unfortunate. They're bad, because that was something that could really be a game-breaking situation.
It really did kind of feel like that was going to be the opening Baylor were looking for on the breakaway play, but they did call it, and I did watch multiple cars just full on stop to call the pause. So I have to imagine this goal's getting rolled back, but we're going to find out. This is not for us to say. It's up to the admins in this game to determine whether or not this one's going to stand. We got a minute to go, and if it does stand, that is a 3-2 lead for Baylor, and it just kind of feels like that's the standard we're seeing right now. Yes, Concord are getting goals, but it's always at the expense of Baylor already having been in the lead.
Yeah, it's a tough position for our admins to be in, right? Because it was a full-on possession. It definitely felt like it was going to be a shot on goal, but you're right. If the cards are not really game and there is a drop, it should be pulled back, but we'll have time to tell in a moment. But you're right, the whole goal situation, no one seems to really get themselves that far ahead of their opponent, which says a lot about these two teams right now.
This has been a very interesting series so far here. Both of these teams have had very narrow margins between the two of them, if not no margins whatsoever. So I'm excited to see how this one develops. We're going to take a second here. I'll remind all you folks at home to maybe grab some water, grab some snacks. This is only our second series of the day. We got another 2 after this one. So if you're sticking in for the long haul, which you should, get prepared for it here. As even maybe this series may take a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, when's Champ League, man? I love that show. My favorite.
We got some announcements coming out.
Okay.
Did not see. We also actually had some really cool stuff. If you are interested, there is an interview going around right now with JT that we highly recommend. Just talking about this new Baylor team in particular here. But let's focus on the series that we've got. Let's focus on these two teams. And it does look like we got the official word from the admins. Goal is not going to count. The disconnect did happen before the goal happened. They're seeing that it happened about 10 seconds ago. So genuinely, it was a decent amount of time before that. And it's gonna go back to a reset, back to 2-2 from 1:15. So Baylor, unfortunate, not gonna keep that goal. I don't know if they're necessarily all too thrilled about that one. I saw a little bit of a head tilt from JT as soon as the result came through, but to be fair, it's pretty justified. Helix still can't get into this game. It seems like he's having a bunch of issues with his PC.
Well, yeah, I don't ever want to be in a situation where your PC just says, I'm on vacation, right? But to go back to JT's reaction, it is a situation where, okay, yeah, the goal doesn't count, that's one thing, but now you've been on ice for now 90 seconds to 2 minutes, you wonder whether or not you can try that again. Because you say ball don't lie, but if you're getting cold, then it's kind of hard to make sure that ball doesn't lie. So I can understand it's a frustrating situation for everyone involved, but you want to make sure the competition here is above board at the highest level possible.
Yeah, it's extremely important that we're making sure that these teams are about as even a playing field as possible. As we talked about before, and we mentioned earlier today, the format here for CRL in the fall is going to be league play, but singular round robin. So for those of you that don't know what that means, every team in league play will play the other teams in league play. But only once. You get one shot at each of these matchups. So we may never see Concord versus Baylor again unless both of these teams make it to the second split in the semester, or make it both to the championship at the end of the semester. There's so many different events going on. You got to make sure we're getting all the names right, all the dates, all of this stuff. But my point here being is that these two teams may not face off again in this current format. So for both of them, this is an extremely important matchup. Again, as we also continue to mention, it's a mirror match as well, which is really cool to me because it's really looking like it right now with Crispy and Samos versus Annie and Hoxer, and it's the difference between Helix and JT that has made such the interesting margins throughout this.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about mirror matches and other fighting games and all that, you kind of say, okay, well, how does one differ from the other? One's faster, one's stronger. It really, these two squads are pretty much up and down even, but the whole idea of league play, if you meet someone in week one and you meet them again in playoffs, it could be a completely different expression of that team, which is kind of cool to see how each side evolves over time. And so I gotta say, they're very, very close. They're very, very almost now, but with more league play, with more opponents, with different opponents, with new opponents coming in with these open players, I wonder how it's going to change and evolve over the season.
That's why you guys need to pay attention to the CRL season, as well as pay attention to the relegation tournament that we'll be having in between these two splits of the semester. So we'll talk more about that later in the show. For now, we got to focus on the here and now. It looks like both of the teams are just getting ready to get back into this one. You have to imagine that Baylor is kind of taking time to study here in this second game, and they seem locked in for that. Both of these teams are recognizing that the start of the series may not have been what they anticipated. Baylor came out swinging, found multiple goals through a defense that wasn't exactly prepared, and specifically through breakaway plays. Now, all of a sudden, Concord are starting to find a way to fire back, but it's still those breakaways that are causing problems. So you have to wonder if Baylor's trying to now lean into that a little bit more, or if it's maybe Concord being aware of this and starting to try and hold players back a bit.
I'm glad you said that. If I'm Baylor, the one thing I'm noticing Concord is doing is that they're actually going on the line 2 at a time to make sure they don't concede, which is understandable, especially being down a game, looking to be down 2 games as of now in the series. Actually, if the goal is to count, they're even. So you want to be able to go ahead and like draw them out a little bit more. That's what I was saying how important Baylor is doing by setting up an offensive formation that will allow rebounds if balls get jostled loose. At the same time, though, if you're Concord and you're losing a fight, the thing you don't want to do is spam the block button. You got to go on the offensive pass. And doing that with a team like Baylor, I would say you got to be the faster team and try to use more of that middle lane. So many teams today on stream love hugging the wall, love hanging out in the corners, but really, fortune favors the bold. Go up, down, down that front door and knock it down to make sure you put some goals in your tally.
You got to make sure that you're taking this one as confidently as possible to start this one off. And I got to say, Baylor, no matter what happens here in this series, you've instilled confidence in me. Being able to play this close toe-to-toe with Concord through 2 games is incredibly impressive, and I got to hope that they can keep it up, as it looks like we're finally getting players back in. We should be good to go soon, so come on, man. I want to get back in.
Whoa. Are you going to change your prediction now? Is that what you're doing? Or is that
No, I'm not changing anything. I'm still betting. All right, like if I'm predicting here, I'm predicting for Concord. However, I'm now starting to see why you picked Baylor, and I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to get it more. My eyes are open now.
All I'm saying is I stand on business. You're like leaning up against business.
I've been doing this for so long. If I stand on business, all of Twitter gets mad at me. So I'm done doing it at this point. So let's see what we can do in this one as we get ready to start this up. I'm hopeful that we should find ourselves a solid conclusion to this game.
Well, we're going to see. Either way, it's going to be the story of before the stoppage or after the stoppage. Can Baylor take their fortune and keep riding that wave, or does Concord use this opportunity to reset and come up with a new game plan?
Well, all right. Andy just confused me beyond compare here, as it looks like the goal is getting rolled back, but I'm going to figure out my stats afterwards here. Let's play on. It's 2-2 with 1:15 to go. A big game here for Concord if they do not want to reverse sweep against the newcomers in Baylor. Again, this series has already provided cinema in so many ways. If we get right back to that 3-2 scoreline, I'm going to laugh a little bit. I'm going to be real.
Like I always say, man, ball don't lie if that would be the case, but we're in the last minute here, and maybe the next goal could be a silver goal situation, being the last one to really put this team ahead.
Let's see. Concord already back on offense and looking for some bumps. That was bold from Crispy, and I don't know if it's going to work out for his team, but it'll get back contained out at midfield. AT the pop-up. You have another touch. No, Crispy to immediately challenge, and he looks on the sidewall. He recognizes this awkwardness and tries to get to the backboard with some power, but Samos realizing that he doesn't have the space, and another breakaway here. This one denied on the line by Crispy, but Concord, how many of those are you going to get away with before one scores again?
Oh, man, I thought that could have been the goal of the game after all, but that Crispy out of nowhere, man, almost in goal, completely in goal, making sure that's going to be knocked out.
This one will stay at midfield for the final 10. But Samos, one more chance. Off the backboard, denied by Andy. And I'm going to assume they're letting this hit the ground. Neither team in a great position to keep this one extended, and indeed they will. 2-2 overtime, game number 2. Concord, this is not a must-win, but it is pretty dang close.
How fitting, right? 2 teams that are so similar, having a tight scoreline after a stoppage is now in the overtime situation. I can tell you, man, it already feels like a playoff atmosphere, and it's only week 1.
If these 2 teams make it to playoffs, that's the greatest chance we have at seeing this rematch. But for right now, I will just appreciate the moment for what it is. Again, the new addition of Baylor. This is a team, this is a school with such history throughout traditional sports. It is great to see them here now in the CRL sphere. Meanwhile, Concord, this is a team that has so much reputation throughout all of esports, multiple titles in different spaces, and they're trying to add more titles to their trophy cabinet for Rocket League. Last year, they accomplished 9 different wins through multiple leagues, lands, what you will call it. Trying to go for the 10th here. Double digits would be huge. Actually, technically, they already got their double digits with the land win last weekend, so I guess this is just the cherry on top.
Yeah, you know what? I love cherries on top of everything, man. Let's be honest with you. But you're absolutely right. When you're good at what you're doing, you have a chance to add to the history of your institution. That right there is kind of something you live with. We talk about like how some people say back in high school I was a man, homie, but doing it at the collegiate level is a whole other thing.
Well, the collegiate level right now is about as even as possible. Again, our top 10s that we've seen, our top 8s here in the league have already exchanged some weird wins and losses to just start the day. can keep it going here, as although the desk does have favor for Concord, Baylor's proven why they are no easy foe to follow. Very, very solid all around. As 90 seconds into OT, they've played this team as close as possible and really lived on offense so far. Moss trying to make me eat my words, but the drop down pass to Helix will find no connection. Crispy in a 1v1 will get the 50 versus Hawkstor, and Samas try for, I don't know if it's a pass, if it's a shot or what, but boost total starting to dwindle here for Baylor. They got to be careful. One wrong mistake on the backboard, and that's an opening.
Yeah, the overtime period was kind of favoring Baylor for a while, but it looked like, what does I say that? What a score! Out of line, Andy!
Tomas just not prepared to make the challenge. Maybe thinks that he doesn't need to make the challenge. Eventually does. It's a bit too late. And the common theme we've now seen through 2 series is the team that's on top that we expect to win just maybe a step behind their opponents in terms of pace. And in that moment, it exposes Concord. One good challenge from Andy in his 2nd game in a row on top of the scoreboard, and deservedly so.
Yeah, I don't know, man. No one likes to lose games, but at this level, seeing a ball rolling off the ground is kind of like, But that said, Baylor gets another one. They're at series point.
This is unbelievable across the board here from Baylor so far. This might just be the day of upsets if we keep playing like this, but dude, I'm running out of words to describe what we are witnessing here. We talked a lot about this being the matchup between JT and Helix due to 2 professional players on either end, and then it's going to be the thirds that really make the difference. It's not. It's standing by himself, man. What on earth am I witnessing? This dude is taking over the pitch on either end. His defense has been fantastic. His offense has been immaculate. And unfortunately for Concord, they've found very little ways to slow him down, if at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So going back to our metaphor, right, the mirror match, if you have some of the same moves that you do, some of the same composition what you do, it all comes down to your creativity. And that comes down to shot selection and pacing. And so what we saw Baylor do is really put up the pace at different points and then drop back. That entire overtime period, it felt like third versus third. There was kind of defensive guys there and offensive people there, but that midfield was definitely open, like a wild, wild west. And then when Baylor switched that up and had those collisions and had those challenges, the ball was knocked loose and it was easy pay dirt for them.
This is getting a little scary for all of our Concord fans, as well as probably Concord themselves. I know we talked a lot about how they've been anticipating this matchup. They've been getting ready for this matchup, how they've been studying for this exact moment. Did they study for the 2-0 down? Because I don't know if this was a scenario they were really looking at. It's all serious faces over there for Concord, and talked about the bubbly and energetic personality of DJ TJ before, their coach. He's not bouncing around in the background no more. It seems like he's in their ear, and he's got a lot to say, considering this is not the performance that a former champion of CRL is indicative of. JT's vibing, and he's vibing. I have to imagine that Hawkstor is vibing as well, because this team's up 2-0 and doesn't really feel like they've been threatened to ever lose, because, again, the goals that have been scored from Concord are only to equalize.
Right, when you're down 2-0, you're not allowed to vibe. Confirmed. Yes, you're absolutely right. You gotta dig deep, Baz. This is like the meme when you're sitting forward in the chair, right? You don't want to be able to be swept on any reason at any week or any other competition, but now getting swept so early in the season will put a big, big mark of stank on you, right? So here's the name of the game if you're Concord. Whatever you do, whatever it is, aggressive nature, whatever it is, bumps and demos, whatever it is, going more to the sides, going more into the air, you gotta get a dub now to at least force that game forward.
They gotta at least do that. That is the minimum requirement here. A 3-0 sweep against, again, I keep saying it, former champions is incredibly difficult for us to just brush off our shoulders. Already, I know power rankings for the next week amongst multiple different organizations are going to look weird here, myself included. I don't know how to react after this one. And man, the one time Seb doesn't put full faith in Baylor, and this is what they do. This has got to hurt for a man who I think has probably been the hardest Baylor supporter of anybody I know.
And it's crazy because Baylor's not even Canadian, but I know exactly what you mean, right? Like, poor guy.
Dude has been talking them up at this point, and he is like, hey, on paper, they're this good. Yeah. And I will state, I was definitely not, fully on board with the hype train, and I think I was starting to become on board, and they lost the Ball State Black. But now, I mean, hey, what a way to respond. You lose the Ball State Black in the semifinals of the qualifier, go to the lower bracket, run through the lower bracket without a second thought, beat Ball State, and also the Ball State B team in the lower final, and then Ball State in the upper bracket, and then go on to beat Concord in your first matchup of the season. I know that we talk about, stories all the time, but imagine the story that gets developed here if this is like the start of the continual surge of Baylor.
The thing is, every team at some point in this league gets a gut check time. And then so if you're able to do your first time and see that lower bracket looks like and the pressure of not winning your pool and finding a way to do that, and you're riding that out to some key dubs in the beginning of the fall campaign, I say why not? Because you and I both know, Baz, every meet matters, every points matter, because when it comes time for championships, sometimes the cutoff can be really a point or two, right?
Oh, it's so close, man. And again, in a single round robin, every one of these matchups matters all the more. It does feel like, again, this matchup could become not irrelevant, but less significant if we also have other weird results around the league and all of a sudden Concord are able to win out the rest of their matches, because again, they are still favorites in this semester to at least make it to the second split and then potentially the championship. But Baylor's got other options, Baylor's got other ideas, and we've got game number 3, a required win for Concord just to keep the series alive. Did you think we'd be saying that at any point in this series?
Well, I predicted for Baylor, so yes.
Fair.
Off the crossbar.
Well, get it started. Game number 3 here. I'm curious to see, how does Concord respond? Is it an early goal? Not quite. We talked about the prowess of Andy on defense. He's doing it already, and Hoxer's going for the skid. Did we change games, or are we just continually playing through game number 2?
Yeah, absolutely. It does seem that Concord now is pressing, which is something you don't want to do when you're down 2-0, but everyone's forward, complete 1-9 formation. We're playing soccer, and right now they're caught off guard not once, but twice in 30 seconds.
Usamas, if you do this, it'd be something spectacular, but instead, it's another breakaway play with players downfield. Pay attention to where JT's positioning is here. He's been the cherry picker in a multitude of these moments, and it's worked out so far for Baylor. I'm not going to say that it is a foolproof strategy, but it has definitely been huge for them to be able to keep that pressure downfield, and that very quick counterattack, something that I do think has been extremely successful for Baylor so far. No success in the first minute, though. Not a goal scored on either end as we do eclipse the first.
Yeah, I think everyone's looking at the position of JT except for Concord, because you never see them with any kind of defense. They're always alone. Yeah. They slot in, and then it just seems, where did he come from? So I will say this, if you want to tighten down the space, that's how don't have everyone in the corner at once. But if you want to tighten down the space of Baylor, that's how you do it.
All right, Concord, new strategy, park the bus. I know you guys haven't scored a goal at all, but literally all 3 of you just in net. Just do not attempt to get out. I'll be real, that is why I'm champ 2, and these guys are professionals. Let's keep on playing here. 90 seconds gone so far, and Concord definitely do look better on offense. That would be a great way for them to start off the scoring, but once again, the defense of Baylor standing tall.
Yeah, that was interesting because it definitely was an attack we hadn't seen, but Baylor already had it scouted with someone already in net, and so it is kind of frustrating for Concord, especially being on that end of it. When you're down by so many games, you want to start your own momentum, and you just feel your opponent knows whatever you're doing and seeing it coming. That's when frustration really sets into a team.
I do like the patience we're seeing right now from Concord. Doesn't feel like the frustrations have got to them yet. They understand they have lost, but the series is far from over if they can just start getting something together here. Problem is, it's 2 minutes gone, no goal scored, and that's a bump that had the shot been on target. Probably would have been a goal. It's not, though, and JT now to take over. The flip reset, not even used. It's instead a shot from his teammate, but Baylor, they are surging right now. Shot after shot. Which one lands? It's got to be this one. Andy the double. It's 1-0 Baylor.
Yeah, every time you knock something out the way, you kind of exert yourself, and there was just no answer to this one. Andy just says, here's our 4th attempt at goal in so many seconds and moments, and that's the one that goes in.
All right, Andy and Oxer were kind of debating with me last time. They're like, I think I know what the stats are so that you can keep it going. They're like trying to help me figure out, who got the assist, who got the goal. I can definitively tell you on this one, it is once again the two-headed Hydra showing themselves off. Goal just before halftime. It is Hoxer and Andy getting it done. And all of a sudden, the time ticks away and the death toll becomes ever more present here for Concord. Only half a game to not only get 1 goal, but to find your first lead of the entire series.
Yeah, and I think that's another sub-story here we gotta talk about. Yeah, the goals are kind of hard to come by, but never leading in a series is something that any coach would be just pulling their hair out, trying to ask yourselves why that's the case, especially with a team with so much talent right now as Concord.
Yeah, this is not a team that should be contemplating how do we finally get our first lead after, let's do the math, 13 minutes of gameplay. just actually ridiculous to even contemplate that, and they're going to have to keep contemplating. Another good mid-air challenge is going to deny another approach from Concord, and Helix off the corner, not going to be able to do much either. So Moss will take over, but it's just a touch to the ceiling, and that's about the most that they can muster right now. It's a touch into unfamiliar territory for all of Baylor, but they're quick to scramble into the right place and then just clear the ball. No pressure being exerted against a defense that has seemed super confident in every challenge, and even confident on offense as well. Back pass from Hawkster will not connect. JT there to keep the play going, and low boost from Helix means this only gets to midfield. Baylor in complete control with only about 80 seconds to go.
You know, Bass, I was wrong. I was going to tell you that maybe you can look at this contest as...
Whoa!
I'm sorry, what? Was that a quote? Okay, yeah, what a shot. I was going to say that the stoppage pretty much didn't really change the complexion. It seems like an extension of the other ones, you know, of what happened before and after.
We thought so, and then whatever is happening right now is happening. Baylor, what's going on, lads? You got a minute to go here. Do not start making mistakes in the worst of moments. Also, get a hand up. Why on earth is that one an uncontested double off the backboard? He does not get the shot on target, but Baylor starting to fall asleep at the wheel here. You have to be careful. If you don't, you're getting scored on, but JT to the rescue. 30 to go. How did Baylor not get scored on?
Well, that's just looking at saying, look, we're going to park the bus our own certain way by just hanging out by the net and looking for that double or triple tap. It definitely feels like a place of confidence, almost too much confidence at this juncture.
Come on, Concord, you can't go scoreless in the final game of this series. You just cannot. But they might. They're still not getting much. This ball cleared all the way in under 10 to play. Our former champions looking down the barrel of a shutout in game 3 and a sweep against them. And guess what? If this ball hits the ground, that indeed is going to happen. Samos, he'll keep this up. Crispy's there, back pass. Samos gonna try to keep it too. Helix is there, and Hawkster's got it to the ground. 3-0. Baylor say, I don't care about expectations. We're here to play. We're here to win. We are 1-0. Goodbye, Concord.
Can't tell you if that was an impressive victory for Baylor or an embarrassing defeat for Concord, but it came in through straight sets. 3 games up, 3 games down. Baylor rolls on.
Baylor rolled through their competition, did not care. It could be the former champions, it could be a full RLCS squad. When you've got JT playing like that, with every clutch in the world, they're gonna get the win. And for the second time now today, I can say it. It is upset central here in CRL. We continue to state the C stands for chaos.
Yes, it does. And the thing is, there's only the second contest of 4 today, Bass. So I pretty much say there might be more upsets in the offing.
If we just have all upsets today, no one will be happy. There will not be a single... Well, I guess the teams that get the upsets will be happy at this point. But here on the desk, I don't know if I can state as much. Look, man, I'm thrilled to see Baylor is competitive because, again, we had questions about this team. For such a huge name, you would hope that they would be a top caliber roster. Making the CRL was only one step. The second step is complete. It's a big step.
I had one question for Baylor. I said a team that really focuses on the pass, will they be able to make those complete passes or get cut off? Really got so much more space to really come up with some things. So it really was Baylor's game to lose, and they showed why they can really stifle their opponents from scoring. So I'm completely ecstatic.
You should be, man, and so should the Baylor fans there. Again, Concord, our questions only continue for you guys. We're willing to write off a loss against Michigan State in the qualifiers because you came back and clapped them. You don't get a chance at a comeback here against Baylor, though. That's your one meeting with them for the entire split. You might get a chance in the second, but oh boy, this split's already getting off to a hot start, which means do not go anywhere. When we come back, our 3rd series of the day. At this point, I can almost guarantee it's going to be another upset, but we'll have to find out. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Get the speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo. box loud. We coming straight to your stereo. Yo, get the speaker box loud.
All I want is you. 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 Is you. All I want is you.
Don't call it an upset. It's Baylor with their first league play match, 1-0 on the season, 3-0 in games over Concord, which at least I would say really the best team of all of last year. I'm joined here with JT here from Baylor. And honestly, if people had not heard your name or really Baylor's names before this, they certainly know it now. What are the vibes right now?
Real high. Real high. It feels good. We knew power rankings, everybody had them really high and everybody had us pretty low. So going into it, we're like, let's just start off strong, and 3-0 feels good.
I mean, it feels good, but like I even talked to you earlier this week. We sat in a VC and we were talking about, the journey to get here, how you were going to be able to handle these league play pressures. And the biggest thing was that you had come out of that. And the one thing that I took away is that you said that you felt as a team, you were good enough to beat anyone. And if this was a test, then the Baylor CRL GPA for the semester is looking really good. Like, is this kind of a surprise, or is this kind of exactly where you thought this team was headed?
Honestly, for us, it's not a surprise. Like, we put every team that made league play like really high. Like, we think everybody can beat us. We think we can beat everybody. Like, that's just how confident we are. And so, kind of just feeling it out for those first couple games, we were playing well, and they really didn't have any answers for us. So we just kept going, and it felt good. So.
I mean, I could certainly tell that it was feeling good. You guys were laughing and smiling, even during the tech pause. I mean, what is it like when you are on a roll? It feels like you're about to close out a game. It feels like everything's going, and then you have to sit still for like a couple minutes. It didn't seem to bother you, but like, what is it like when you guys are talking between goals, between games? Are the vibes high? Are you guys a bit more playful with each other?
It's honestly really rough. I hate tech pauses. Anything that gets me away from the game just ices me out. And I think I played significantly worse after, but my teammates were just really good today, and we were playing really well before. So the calms were kind of just like, let's just keep it where it's at, right? We kind of took a step away and just chilled, and that's what we kind of like to do. Slow the calms down, let's get restarted, and play from step one again. So that's how it went.
And you kind of had to start from step one because you guys are a new team. You guys are obviously building a lot of chemistry. But the biggest thing is that last weekend, you really had to like grind. You had to dig deep to be able to get to that qualifier bracket. What's the contrast? Like, what is the transition that you guys had to go through from last weekend having to scrape your way into league play to now getting a sweep in your first league play match?
Yeah, I think it's different for sure. I think with a qualifier, it's a lot of preparation. Like, you're going to be there for hours at end. So even if you lose a match, like, you still have that double life. So we knew that when we lost, we could still win through lowers, and that wasn't the plan, but we were there. We were there to be there for hours, and so got through it. And now league play, it's a lot different because you just have a scheduled match, scheduled time, best of 5 series, and winner gets a 1-0 on their standings, right? And so we prepared kind of similarly, like for the start, with the scrimming well and stuff like that. But it is different to kind of go into like a single match versus like a long period of time. But we know that if we play and we scrim well, then we have it.
I mean, that's really all you can hope for, is that in league play, you only get one shot. So Concord's going to have to wait a little bit of revenge to be able to face you guys down. But you're joining that kind of elite tier, at least in week 1, of teams with a 1-0 record. But it might not stay that way for all the teams. After all, you are playing, I believe, according at least to their Twitter, you're playing Cumberland in just a little bit of time. I believe they're right after this interview. You're going to hop up and then probably get right into that one. Were you shocked by that result? I mean, it seemed almost like the same way. The Death's predicting one way, and both of you guys coming out with really good victories. How do you feel about Cumberland? Have you been able to play against them prior to this?
I actually don't think we've ever played against them or scrimmed against them. But I mean, I feel like in this league, anybody can just take anybody. Like, I've said that a million times, but it is a little bit of a shock seeing Northwood, especially in a 3-1. But now we just know, like, this Cumberland team's going to come quickly, right? And so we have to be ready for them. And we're going to play our game, and I think we can beat them, and I'm very confident in that series, but I also think that they can beat us, right? I just think it's any way in this league play that things can go. And you'll see that. I don't think any team's going to go 7-0, and I don't think any team's really going to go 0-7.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing we can all agree with. But of course, as always, JT, when I'm talking with you, a perfect mix of confidence, but also some apprehension. Don't want to get carried too much away. Best of luck in your games, and obviously, great job with Concord. Have a good rest of your play day.
Appreciate it. You too.
So we'll come back. I mean, you heard from the man himself. I mean, Baylor took care of business, but they understand that this is not just a matter of luck. It's preparation and execution.
I'm so upset
I'm so upset because like we came into this with an idea, you know, how things go. It's why we got a tag in the game. You know, we like to know things, right? We like to be experts on things. And then throughout the entire of this, we're like, okay, Concord just lost. Okay, Concord just let up an easy goal. Okay, Concord just opened net. Okay, Andy's kind of playing with his food like he is here. Like, I have my book of notes. I have to toss my book because I have no idea what to rank these teams.
Yeah, I said earlier on socials, I was talking with Mr. Bepic, shout out, I know he's watch partying this right now, but he was doing power rankings, and then people are saying like, hey, just yesterday we did this, and we all kind of agreed as analysts in the scene, this is going to be the worst semester ever for making predictions, because every single time we're going to be like, I'm pretty confident that this team is going to be better. They're going to get swept, or they're going to get 3-1. It's just RIP to anyone who's trying to go perfect for the season.
It's just, it's ridiculous to me because, yeah, like we literally said, I think we were talking about in our own chats or whatever, that no one is going to walk away from week 1 without some sort of L. And also to fill you guys in on what happened off stream, Winthrop, so Garrett G's team beat St. Clair, which means at least my number 1 in the world took an L, and the spring champions. Concord took an L, Northwood took an L, which means Winthrop's the best team in CRL?
Still got a game to play today.
By the transitive property, sure. Yes, that is how it should work.
So either way, we still have games to play. And speaking of, our gatekeeper team in West Virginia will be up next. We have WVU versus Oklahoma Christian. And OKC, this is a team who did take a loss earlier today to St. Clair College. However, they're going to be looking for the run back against WVU. They are easily the newest kids on the block here, really coming in with a fiery form in their own qualification bracket, really taking it to Kennesaw and was it Fisher?
Akron.
It was Akron. Oh yes, they were the reason why Akron Blue is no longer in the league play for Sierra. The first time that's happened since a league play format has been implemented. Boys, I mean, Bass, I know you want to gush about this team.
I mean, I got a lot to talk about with OKC here. And it's not just the fact that, again, this is a very good team. As you guys can see, their 3 starting roster of Chili G-Man and North are talented players. On top of that, it's just the fact that this seems to be the best form we've ever seen them in. One of the biggest things we talked about with OKC last year was their ability to make it into these scenarios and then not really do much with them. When it came to playoff brackets, they weren't all that impressive. When it came to them playing up against other teams within the top 8 or the top 10, they didn't necessarily have that firepower. Their wins over Kennesaw as well as Akron kind of prove they are now at that level. The problem for them is that they're going up against, as you talked about, the perennial gatekeepers. WVU is that team every year to take you from good to great. If they can win here today, they will get into that conversation for great, but it is quite the mountain to climb.
I'm honestly kind of impressed at not only Oklahoma Christian, but the growth that we've seen from them. This was a team that last split had a bit of a harder time. Now we see WVU, the solidified squad, and what
facility, man. Oh my!
What is this facility? This is so many colors. It's like
I like it. I like it.
I'm not exactly sure, but it is pretty cool to see all of these guys on campus. Taco, this is a squad that we have had. I mean, look, they're in good spirits. Like a lot more confidence in now that it's a proper solidified squad.
Yeah, before they had the kind of overwhelming wealth of talent in that you had Angel, you had Tool, longstanding duo, you had Matt come in, or Matter, or Daunt, or whatever, however you do know him. And of course, Gyro, as you see on your screens right now, pro-level player for Deleted Gaming. And being able to have all that together means, well, you can only play 3. Yeah, 4-man rosters are cool in theory, but ultimately most teams have 3 only. And I think this is the best iteration that we've seen. Angel kind of stepping back into that coaching role. And I think as solid as they look, I think we've proved today alone, that doesn't really mean anything. You still got to show up. You still got to adapt to every one of these crazy teams that work their way in, much less Oklahoma Christian, which is one of the most unpredictable teams we have in this league play.
I also want to give a quick shout, because I know you guys have probably seen the news that Reynolds has indeed retired, which means Gyro is the last active player from that DreamHack Montreal Peeps squad from way back when. So he's the last active player. I'm sure Gyro probably thinking about his former teammate in that, probably being like, hey, man, CRL's here, man. Just saying, man. You know, no doubt they're in conversation. But It is really cool to see WVU. I'm hoping, like, listen, Devonta, you know this. I have been a big WVU hater because every time I believe in them, they just let me down consistently. So, where do you feel WVU is going to be?
I mean, you believe in St. Clair, and they kind of let you down sometimes too. Look, it's the idea of the game of this. It really is any given Sunday, every given week, a team can come out and win or come out and dominate. I, for one, take a little bit of an umbrage with the gatekeeper role because West Virginia was only one part, maybe a part and a half away from being a really great top-tier team, and now it looks like there's no more excuses for that. So it is a challenge, but you look on the other side, AKC, I think them and maybe Monterey, like the ones I always root for on the low key. I always want them to win. I always wanted to see them glow up, and now they have a chance to do that as well. So to answer your question, I hate when my friends fight.
Okay. All right. Wait, so which team is it? Which team will you go for predictions?
West Virginia, man. I have
There we go.
they have a
All
chance
right,
to come
great.
out there and make it happen.
All right, Taco. Where are you going, bud?
Honestly, when I got presented with the stream schedule and knew that I'd be making predictions, I took a long walk. I stood at the beach. I stared out at the ocean a little bit. I was just kind of really soul searching because this one feels as much of a toss up. At least based on my personal power rankings I put forward, I'm going to have to go with West Virginia for this one, mainly because Oklahoma Christian looks phenomenal. And honestly, this is the series to change my mind about how far this team can go. I think West Virginia is built for these types of series. And as I say that, obviously that mentality has never failed me today, of course, predicting the favorite.
Nope.
Yeah, we all love being 0-2. Bass, you trying to change that?
Whoa.
Look, man.
Okay, sorry.
already
I should give flowers to Novanta. Novanta, Mr. 1-1 here.
1-1. I'm 0-2, and you know what? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, it's not happening. I will finally give in to the trends for the day and predict the underdog. Look, I already stated that I was thinking West Virginia were taking this a couple of days ago, but the thing is, there's something in the air. There's something in the way these teams are playing. And OKC just wrapped up a series versus St. Clair where they did not lose a game by more than 1 goal. If they can go toe-to-toe with former champions, they can go toe-to-toe with WVU. I'm rooting for my boys. This has got to be the upset of the day if it happens. But to be fair, you can really say that about any series.
Listen, when we were talking about it on our podcast about this, and we were looking at the schedule, we were asked to give early predictions. And we're like, do we see anything that's going to be different? Do we see any upsets happening? And we all went through, and like when we went to OKC versus West Virginia, I was like,
Get a pause.
you know, it could happen. And so, yeah, I'm going to be going for OKC for this one. I am sticking to my word. I'm taking OKC. This is a team that's fiery. I got to watch the game that they played against St. Clair, and they looked great, considering how good St. Clair is playing as well. This is a split desk across the board, a team that has so much potential, that has continued to show potential, versus WVU, who have finally solidified the team that they want. Either way, this will be our 3rd match of the evening. OKC versus West Virginia. One fiery newcomer versus the gatekeepers of the top. It will be our 3rd match of the day. So casters, please take it away.
Oklahoma Christian dominated all opponents last weekend and in their wake left those qualifiers with a league play berth and a singular demand to the rest of the field. Stop doubting this squad. West Virginia, they've heard that call and looking to show their opponents who really runs CRL at this level. Novanta, my friend, this should be a fun one.
Oh man, it's always a good time to be hanging out with the Danger Taco, the smartest man in all of Rocket League community. Here's a chance for you to come out there and be that resident genius, because this right here might be a banger.
I mean, at the end of the day, the desk is split. So as much as all of us do know on the desk, at times it feels like we don't know anything. And right now, OC was showing just how little we might know, almost getting a goal within the first 10 seconds on the very first shot.
Man, imagine that, surprising everyone in the booth and on the pitch at the first 10 seconds. That's awesome.
And and being able to actually get into this series. For people who've been watching CRL for a while, West Virginia is going to be a name that I think everyone's pretty much familiar with. Oklahoma Christian's a bit more of a deep cut, but it does consist of North, kind of a B-plus player, has been making his own reputation known. G-Man, a rank X promotion, and then Chili, former OCE pro, coming over to NA to get his education. And so therefore, this is a team that has been around for a bit, but this is really the highest they've reached. In a league play where you only get one shot at these teams, you got to make sure it counts.
Yeah, and that's really a much a credit to the new format, because if you're watching CRL on Saturdays, you always saw Oklahoma Christian ball out, but they had one series short and never got them a ticket to Sunday. And so being able to see them featured now on stream is really what this league is about. And I love the fact that we're able to see some new players in the mix. And what a score right on cue. I guess we have ourselves our first goal from West Virginia.
Yeah, that's just a great dust to the ball by Gyro. He knows he doesn't actually have to hit that upfield too much. He just needs to be able to get past that last defender who had no idea he was there. That is exactly why comms are so important, because when you think you have all the time in the world, sometimes there's a player cutting across the field that might just ruin your whole trip.
Yeah, that you got time never works for me, but I know exactly what you're talking about. But West Virginia had the opportunity here to really come up with a little bit of that momentum stopping thing. Remember the first 10 seconds of this game, it looked like Oklahoma Christian was going full tilt over. West Virginia pretty much can start the pace for them and making sure they have a little bit of a dominant spacing on the top third of the pitch.
And G-Man is going to get faked out, but will be able to recover, as well as a demo off the camera, as Matt was able to get some physicality worked in by the Mountaineers. Not going to work out this time, but right now it seems like West Virginia, they've settled into a pattern of play that they really do like, and some mechanics that they want to bust out as Tool goes low, flicks past the last defender, certainly it's in! The save by North, the follow-up as well! Keeping this in a one-score game!
I had my head down, but to put down that note for that second goal, but I guess the crossbar and some defense had other plans, and that was just a miracle why that did not go in the net.
And what a play there by OC. That's a situation where you only really get one good look at it. Even a deflection probably goes on in from that distance. But either way, it doesn't really matter how many saves you get if you're still going to fall behind. G-Man, maybe not for long. That's a flick past the last defender. He's trying to angle it on target. North as well. That's two players committed. It's only Chili for the remainder finish.
I gotta say that has to be calculated, right? That one shot off mark drew both defenders and it was wide open to get yourself the rebound. Chili makes it a tie game.
And it shows the respect that they have for G-Man. He gets that flick. They don't know how much boost he has, but they know they can probably get a touch on it, right? Wrong. There's nothing there. It's a flick that kind of drives in two different players and ultimately allows for a double commit to be taken advantage of. OC on the board, tying this game up right before halftime, and maybe with the lead demo, opening things up for North, except Gyro has other plans. No follow-up, though. Tool can't reach it. Chili, how about back-to-back?
Wow, that was interesting. I was going to give flowers to Gyro for really committing down to having the deflection, but that corner was just so cruel, putting it right back in the hands of OK Christian, and now they have the go-ahead goal.
Apparently, OC has mastered the art of the double save. Gyro can only do so much with basically zero boost and zero momentum, so it's on OC to be in the right position, and they took advantage and full advantage, turning this game on its head. WVU, you looked in control. Now it seemed like you're kind of swerving off the road.
Yeah, it does feel that way. It looks like a bit of that control and composure we saw the second minute in the contest is pretty much evaporated. But this is a lot about OK Christian, being able to see a new pace and find a way to change that, and now it's paying dividends.
G-Man, G-Man, G-Man. You had some help, but this is a fancy setup. Getting the musty off, North disrupting the goalie, and that's a stylish way to plant your flag in game one, saying, okay, this is not just West Virginia showing us how it's done. We are going to be the instructors here, so you better listen up, because this is a lesson that's going to be a hard one to learn.
Yeah, what a mark of confidence to do so much flair in the first game, but best of five, that's a bold move, Cotton.
That, however, does have Tool downfield. North does not have that reach, but G-Man effortlessly guides that one to the corner. Last second saves a couple times from OC, but we're not going to remember how close they get. All we're going to remember is that final scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about all the effort you want at the end of the day, but it's all about goals and being able to shock everyone while you're doing it. And so far, the shot game has been Oklahoma Christian with their pacing and those kind of flashes of brilliance of a team that really is one of the most underrated ones in CRL.
Tool does everything right there except for get the bump. G-Man has to be circumvented. Gyro does just enough. That should be open for Tool. He's got no boost, no accuracy either. That's a deflection. Another shutdown by G-Man. Chili, how about a hat trick? Do you have it in ya? Yes, sir!
Wow, look at that. The control of composure to really stop that down. That was off to the races for Chile, just making sure they had all the time in the world. You have one shot, it has to count, and it does. 4-1, didn't see that one coming. Wow.
And this is as so often happens with so many teams. West Virginia trying to just beat down that door. They're bringing out the battering ram. They're bringing in multiple people. They're calling in the neighbors to help. They need some way to get through, and that means you overcommit, and it means you give up a goal. Now they need something to try to rescue this game. 60 seconds in game one. It's looking bleak.
Yeah, it does look bleak. It looks like this game's going to be a loss for West Virginia, but it's more important now than ever to just stop the bleeding. Even if you don't win this game, this will really tell your opponent you're still in this mentally, but putting something on the scoreline will do you wonders in games 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest thing, is that best of 5. It's not a lot of space to maneuver, but obviously it's not a best of 3. It's not like you're immediately on the brink. This is a game that we typically refer to in Rocket League, the game 1, as the feel-out game, where you just say, okay, what does the other team bring in? And I think West Virginia learning very quickly that OC is not going to be scared. It's very much like Cumberland. They're just going to go straight for all these reads as aggressively as they can. It might be sloppy at times, but I think that risk is paying off more often than it isn't.
Yeah, a lot of times you have, I guess, like minnows or smaller teams. It's safe to assume they will try to be aggressive on the ball. But what OK Christian has done is really hung back and is okay, willing to punish bigger teams. That's really a mentality you don't see too often when you have someone on stream so rarely. So kudos to them for their composure. Okay, right now, it looks like it's working out for them.
And I'm sure working things out in the analyst desk is something we're probably hoping for. I know Bass and Seb are probably laughing their way potentially to the analyst bank, getting that prediction in. I mean, I understand why you go. It seems like upsets are in the air. Game 1 isn't definitive, but this was an excellent showing by OK Christian. Being able to come into league play against a difficult opponent and not only show that you can get the dub, but in a resilient way as well, falling behind early and storming back throughout.
Well, I'll take this time to talk about West Virginia here, because we saw how they used to operate historically. I think a lot of the defensive miscues they had are being shored up by a lot better decision-making in their lower third by someone like Gyro. But what's happening is now they're going to get a team that's willing to wait for them to make mistakes on offense and then take that for the counterattack. That's something we're not expecting in OK Christian. So in a kind of a short method, they found a way to put some Band-Aids on some historic problems, but then again, created new ones here this season.
Yeah, and being able to show in West Virginia's case that I said this is the best iteration that we've seen of this squad. They look a lot more solid, and I see the drive in some of these plays, but I have to say it's going to be pretty difficult to score when Oklahoma Christian is playing lockdown defense. I don't just mean that from the double saves we keep seeing, but they're positioned flawlessly. Even when they really pack the box, they're not getting bumped, they're not getting demoed, they're maintaining enough boost control. It is a bit concerning how many shots they might give up, but ultimately, as we mentioned earlier, it doesn't matter if they're getting the dubs, and especially if they have a couple goal lead. Tool right behind him is the coach Angel, maybe whispering in their ears, hoping that they can get a decent result going in game number 2.
Yeah, typically I would say the team that took a loss in game 1 to be more aggressive. But I'm going to say the opposite here. If West Virginia finds a way to really show up their composure and try to wait for openings on their end, they'll have a different pace of game to play with.
Chile trying to bring some more of a hat-trick hero vibe in game 1. I mean, what a way to start off your very first game of league play, being able to immediately just carve out a lot of goals. G-Man almost getting one for himself. If not for the no boost, that probably was destined to go in the back, and then it's still looking precarious, but the no boost Chile diving in, not going to find his reward.
Yeah, 2 opportunities for Chile to really open the scoring there, denied. So I'm not sure what I'll give the flowers to on that one. Chile's brazen nature of West Virginia showing up their defense, but yet still no score here in game 2.
Mad open double, and you cannot give him that opportunity. I like the close angle, the cut that no one saw coming.
Yeah, Matt, what are you doing, man? You're slicing in. You pretty much said, I'm going to go right. No, I'm kidding, and go near post. That right there is a bit of creativity you don't see too often from teams who are fighting from underneath. Tells me West Virginia is still in it mentally, and right now have a very narrow lead, but a lead nonetheless.
And I like plays like that, particularly because those shortcuts, those kind of small ball type of areas that you can play in do trip things up. North was actually in a position to go on the backboard on that last goal, but he decided to grab some pads, aggress on the play, and apparently the rest of OKC was thinking the same thing. They both creeped up, and that did not work out. So a little bit of daylight, but we've seen this story before, Novanta. The first goal is great, but how it comes afterwards seems to be the thing that goes for Oklahoma Christian's way, kind of like this air dribble stopped away by Matt at the crucial moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill issue at that point, right? You get a little bit of small ball action, it works out for you, and then you go, okay, now's the chance to really land a haymaker. You don't want to do that. You want to keep on with the short jabs in West Virginia's case. And so it really is OK Christian's next 30 seconds to a minute to understand, do we let that goal slide and go back to our game plan, or do we panic and try something different?
At the very least, you need to be able to take your time when you're given it, and it looks like Northwood is going to do that. They opted to go to the near side behind that first defender, nearly found their mid-pass to be able to secure an equalizer, but instead, it's going to go the other way with a demo, with an open shot. Gyro, no boost, trying to lay it off to Tool. He's got it on target, but Chili is more than ready for it. G-Man get another flick to make sure that ball is safely back out to midfield.
How many times we said Chili this and Chili that, covering so much ground already. I'm not sure if they have the highest mileage tally, but it definitely feels that way, the way they've been covering the ground.
Gyro, nice little subversion there, being able to get that touch away. Tool looks like he has a lot of space. In fact, where is Oklahoma Christian? They're nowhere because they are demoed. That's a flip reset double, and Matt does not have the angle, luckily for the Eagles.
Man, G-Man with a side barrel roll. That was a desperation clear, but it definitely worked for them, but maybe delaying the inevitable. That's a goal from Gyro.
Oh my goodness, Gyro, that is close control. That is glue on the front of his car, just delicately putting that one in. That looked like rumble spikes at a certain point, and I'm sure the defense thought the same.
Shout out to Rumble Spikes, man. I love it. But yeah,
I don't give a lot of shout outs to Rumble, but you know, you gotta when it comes to that.
Dude, I hear you. I'm a snow day guy. But yeah, with the 2 goals up there, there's a chance that West Virginia really have a bit of an inverse of game 1 and really have a dominating pace of play on top of the lead to make sure OK Christian knows it's not going to be easy in one right now.
Matt, do like that. Saw Chili on the back wall, so instead pass up to Tool. There's a 1-2. Not going to work out as G-Men predicted where that was going to go, but can they predict this one? Gyro back across to Matt. He's faking that one out. Chili, he is not going to fall for that one. Immediately off the ceiling, and a nice challenge to shut out a promising WVU attack.
Gotta give a shout out to North there. Something we don't really talk about a lot on stream. Being able to be the garbage man, just to be that tank in the middle of the pitch to disrupt passes that can easily be intercepted. You won't get points for those, but those are the ones you say really keeps teams in games.
Man, speaking of keeping it in games, that was Matt taking that air dribble foot reset, and I would say it paid off with all that defense, but yeah, you might have 2 players behind it, but it does not mean you're going to be able to predict this double.
Oh man, that one was almost easy like Sunday morning, drawing out 2 defenders way out of position. Tool had no challenge, and now it's 3-0.
And I like that description, drawing them out. That's exactly what that touch is. It's just gentle enough where the defenders think, I could probably get there early, but is he going to be able to put that in the middle? I should probably lock down this angle. And in all those considerations, no one's actually shutting down that angle. They're not calming effectively, and that results in some more mistakes from OC. They're starting to pile up 3-0 from West Virginia. Apparently our concerns in game 1 have been addressed.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the thing is, at this level of Rocket League, how you beat your opponents is not necessarily having the best skills or best functions or mechanics. It's definitely about causing your opponent to hesitate. Hesitation is the only real mistake you can do in Rocket League. And so when you have these off-speed shots or these kind of things around the wall, your defense has to decide what to do, then it puts you in a better position to score.
I do like that play from Matt there. Saw the open net. Even though he doesn't know if it's going to go in, it's something that OC has to address and leave that boost, and also be a little bit late to some of these 50s. That deflection nearly going straight in. How about this one? Matt looking top shelf. Not going to find it. Gyro put back. I think a pass into Tool. Well cut out, but ultimately OC trapped in their half. They finally have a reprieve, but can't even get that pass to click.
Yeah, that crossbar was definitely a paid actor. That could have easily been a goal, but denied on the line. Keepers.
Ultimately, that crossbar, I mean, it's your best friend until it isn't, you know? It seems like everything's going your way. It feels like it's going to benefit you. And then sometimes it's like, come on, buddy. Like, that could have gone in. I could have used a little assistance there. But, you know, they're a terrible teammate all the time. I mean, the crossbar, I hear it doesn't even rotate.
No, it doesn't at all, man. It's the worst.
North going to try to take that one across, but Tool is, as always, in the way. Same with a pre-jump coming in by Matt. West Virginia will not go down quietly. They might have suffered a comeback in game 1, but they were the ones controlling the narrative on Forbidden Temple. OC, this is your time now to answer back. We got ourselves a series.
Oh my goodness. Talk about tactical shifts and changes. West Virginia realized they were pressing. They stayed back a little bit, didn't want to be punished, make sure their passes were a little bit softer but secure, and that was the difference for them. They tied the series.
I refer to some series as a pendulum. When they swing wildly one way, they swing back. The thing is, this doesn't really apply the same physics because it was a decent swing. The swing back was somehow even higher. West Virginia holding OK Christian to 1 shot while they managed a mind-boggling 15 in contrast. So if you're wondering about the clapback potential of WVU, wonder no more.
The clapback potion? Yeah, exactly. Definitely feels like a different series altogether. Despite the work on doing some of the positional changes on the pitch for OK Christian, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It matters about goals, and goals were definitely for West Virginia's side.
And I really do like what West Virginia had cooked up after that first game. It felt like they were saying, okay, yeah, we did get shell shocked there. We were getting denied a lot. Let's play actually a bit more considerate. And I feel like a lot of it was just trying to draw in teammates from the other side of OC, just saying, put the ball in weird positions, play for 50s, and make sure we're just not biting off too much. Because if we're giving up counters, almost always going on our net. Everything else is in our reach. And I think that did work out. So OC, I think, has to take that full 60 seconds and really figure out, all right, we did not really handle that pressure that well. It's our effort now to not only be able to counteract what we're getting brought, but be able to turn that way into getting any shots on target.
Yeah, absolutely. You found a way to take a bigger school, bigger institution on the board, and well, how you respond is a kickoff goal right off in game 3. What?
Hold on, let's take a look at that. G-Man just starts smiling. I think all WVU also grinning a bit. That's a situation where you say, all right, we're going to do this kickoff. Ready? Go. Wait, I thought you were going. And it's in our net. So fastest goal of the season so far goes to OC.
I think every team today is like, how can we cast a curse everything? Right? We're just singing the praises of defense and whoops, you know?
Ultimately, if you're going to give up a goal, you'd rather be immediately, and I don't think you can get too much more immediate than 2 seconds in, at least in a functional sense. Either way, WVU looks like they're back in focus. That's a demo on one player, remember, at the shot, but the second one going to have to be a delicate touch by Matt, flicking it over G-Man, but only so far.
G-Man had enough to stop and disrupt that, but not enough to have a second touch, and I wonder if that's going to be a situation that's going to pay off for them, and apparently it does.
Yeah, hold on. I saw Tool in that first flick. He gets the wall dash, which might have tripped things up, but Matt lingering upfield just shows all you players, you might have gone, a lesser player might have gone to the corner, but Matt knows all he's got to do is just get it past that last defender on the redirect.
Yeah, lesser players don't exist in college rocket league is what I'm saying. But just like that, blink of an eye, we're back level, which is very important because kickoff goals can really impact the mental because it almost seems like a game of chance. OKC is in this one, and they want to make sure they have the go-ahead series tally or go closer to the series point before their opponents.
Chili, that's a hefty clear. Actually, that's a pocket of space for North. He's not going to get that double, but that means G-Man with a half tank of boost and a dream quickly turns to a nightmare. That is not the setup he was hoping for. Gyro, though, can't get much better than that one, except if he could get past Chili, past middle. Matt with the finish. WVU unrelenting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I love the passing goal there or the fact that Gyro went all the way around, had the car control to get possession and the ball going the other way to even start off that scoring drive. But look, it hits out for them. Go ahead, go, West Virginia.
Mountaineers ever upward coming into this series. Fallen a little bit in the beginning, but since then, I love what they've been showing us so far. Granted, decent number of gaps in the midfield occasionally, but just like we saw right there, OC kind of struggling on the resources. Yeah, it's one thing to have a giveaway come right to you, but if you have 5 boosts basically in the tank, kind of hard to be able to turn that into any meaningful effort.
That really has been the tactical story with these 3 contests so far, is that both teams are willing to go full-on bend-over-break defense or be aggressive on offense, but that middle of the pitch always just seems like the no man's land, the hot potato zone, and see whoever controls it just gets in and pops out. And really the ones that control the most possession there tends to win the series.
Gyro, not the best balance for him. In fact, Chili might be able to do quite a lot of damage with this. Nobody is up except for that last challenge. Double commit, but not the 50 they're hoping for. Now, here comes the counter. Matt, that looks like a wide open double. He does not often miss those, and this is not one of those times.
Wow, that angle I thought was going to be a bit too aggressive with the double tap, but maybe I was mistaken. No, I definitely was mistaken. That right there was perfection, and definitely when it was needed, it's now 3-1. And you know what there, Taco? I want more of that. Give me some more of those angles, baby.
I mean, that is spoken like a true did not predict OC analyst right there, because I don't know if that's necessarily what the OC faithful want to see. However, this is a rank X average team, lot of pro-level experience coming in from West Virginia, and it shows in situations like that. Open double tap on the counterattack, that is going in your net every single time.
It's true we say that with different levels of teams, and any team can beat any team when it comes down to it, but we saw individual efforts from definitely people who take time to work on those mechanics on the training ground, and when you see it happen in the course of a contest, you can tell that the composure is there. So props to them what their training plan is at West Virginia, because that was something another team would have shanked.
And that's a good way to phrase it, shanked, because that is often really what happens at this elite level. You have to execute. Of course, as I say that, Matt, that would have been such a nice exclamation point on that point, where being able to put that one through. But I don't think he really minds. He has already got a hat trick, shooting 60%, just barely taking down his percentage off of that miss. And other than that, he's involved. He's still getting dribbles. He's dancing past players. He's setting up gyro for these air dribbles. And ultimately, even if they're not leading to scoring opportunities, he's draining more time off this clock.
Yeah, the time situation, the time management situation is something we're seeing a lot more in the meta of Rocket League, but you saw how OKC has gotten themselves back into as far as shots on frame, as definitely it did a lot better than them in game 2, but the goals haven't showed for it. So I gotta understand what they have to do now in the final 90 seconds here to make sure they get themselves back into this contest.
I think ultimately OC just needs to think about this one step at a time. Get a single goal. Then you can focus on, as long as there's some time in the clock, mounting some form of comeback. I mean, the first goal was literally just a kick off a goal, a little gimme. Speaking of gimmies, that's wide open for G-Man, but Gyro does well to shut down an angle. How about North getting past one, bumping a second? Tool is wrong tired on that one and still gets it away.
That could have been the best opportunity on a platinum platter, but it does not go past the net, and that's something we're talking about when it comes to getting yourself back into a game.
And again, the saves continue to rack up. That is number 6 from West Virginia, in fact, doubling their opponents. So it's not like they have been completely dominating the offense. However, with fakes, you can't predict. That's not going to be another one for the tally. 1 goal back.
Okay, to get one back, obviously you have the chance to get yourselves level again, but it makes you wonder what would have happened 10 seconds ago had that first goal got in. They would have a lot more time to make this happen. It is them, OKC, against the clock.
Now this is where you really start to lock in, because 1 minute, it feels like such a long time. I mean, it's the 5th of a RL game, but every single clear coming in from your opponents, that's another 5 seconds off. Every single save, that's another 3 seconds you're not going to get back, and they all add up. So therefore, it's about execution. It's about making sure you make every effort count, and all the boost steals and demos. G-Man gets none of it, which means he's going to have to retreat all the way back. Gyro with a pass back or a bump. No, G-Man gets it away. Shot on target. Double commit. G-Man, can you beat Gyro? Yes, but you don't have the contact.
Oh my goodness, that right there would have been money right when you needed it the most, but definitely it wasn't the power they needed, and it was lofted away.
Well, G-Man, that's an excellent challenge. Tool might actually get E50 as well, as it looks like G-Man, with no boost, is going to try to get it to North. The only player with anything in their tank to the wall. Matt, instant challenge. He gets more the man than the ball, and that's all that's required to close this game out. West Virginia, another dub in the column.
I like what you said towards the end of the game. When you have that 1-goal lead, that last minute Rocket League seems like an absolute eternity. But the way it was, the control for composure from West Virginia, had the lead to maintain it, is something they can move on to and use the next game on.
And this is kind of the natural progression, I think, of the series. Game 1, overwhelmingly OKC. They had good defense. They took advantage of all their slot opportunities. And then West Virginia marches right back. Game 3, yeah, I would say it's still leaning a bit towards West Virginia, at least in the beginning. I would say like 2/3 of this game. But OKC shows that, okay, no, we can adapt. We can get the shots off. It's just more about finishing. West Virginia playing really solid angles to make sure that the Eagles not able to really land too many of those shots on.
Allow me to stir the pot a little bit. You see how the previous games were today. If you're West Virginia, if this goes to a game 5, is it already considered a loss or a disappointing victory?
I think honestly in this era, when we talk to pretty much any player, their respect for the other teams just keeps coming through and shining through as an example of how competitive CRL is nowadays. I think if you go to 5 and you get a dub, the overwhelming opinion is, oh my goodness, thank goodness that we got that dub. We just really need a win in the column. Again, single round robin. This is not a 16, 20, 30 game season like you see in professional sports. No, this is just 7 series that you're going to have to march your way through. So Oklahoma Christian, you're doing well to hang back in there, but this is potentially your last life here. West Virginia looking to close this one out.
Yeah, I think Neo Tokyo is one of my worst personal records as a Rocket League player, so I would not to be in a situation, but I will say when the lights are bright, stars do come to the top, and what a goal right there on cue. Gyro opens the scoring again for West Virginia.
And probably the most well-known player in this lobby, it's Gyro, pro-level player, DreamHack champion tag, and showing exactly why he's got those accolades with a solid double. OKC, you're trying to dig yourself out of a hole, just got a little bit deeper.
Yeah, and I love the way the fact that I've said the angles that were being used in the last game are still being used in this one. Go back to what worked for you, go back to what's effective. If your defense has no answer, then you know where the soft spot is, you gotta exploit that.
Oh, well, I was about to say that's a read and a half from Gyro, but even he can't get that, at least not with the amount of boost he had. That's fine because looks like Matt has more than enough for all three of West Virginia because he's taking them all on with 50s. G-Man circumventing that first one with a high flick. He has North in the middle, but I don't know if he can get it to him, especially if he's going to be in the Shadow Realm after the demo.
Yeah, we don't really talk much about boost starving strategies because if at a lower level of play, we just get all the boost anyway. But it is kind of interesting how Matt is kind of hanging out like a vampire, just taking up all those 100 pads, no matter if he needs them or not, to make sure no one can have any kind of height that he has.
OC trying to chase that one. Not really too worried about that for West Virginia. A little bit of a giveaway. G-Man, not even he's going to be able to hit that angle, but I appreciate going for it. Now it's North's turn in the attack as he's trying to just flick that delicately past one. Tool showing a lot of patience, being able to predict that small touch, put it back in the midfield, and re-neutralize everything as West Virginia looks like they're gearing up for another clear. Not for a nice little solid dunk. Not going to turn into too much, though, as Chile just trying to rescue it one more time with a back post shot to be saved by Matt.
Yeah, minute and a half elapsed, not really much panic time for OKC, so you're seeing them a little bit just play around the net, draw out some of the defense, and really burn some of the clock. But I gotta give, again, I said it before 2 games ago, but North has been really, really good to make sure of keeping the high line to give OKC a chance is to put some balls in that upper third to run some of the clock down because you want to be able to frustrate your opponents, and that's how you do it, by just being in their face.
And speaking of being in the face of a lot of these challenges, you gotta pre-jump, you gotta pre-flip a lot of these challenges. Looks like OC's trying to do that, but so is WVU. Occasional whiffs from everybody as they're trying to be able to get ahead of the curve. But I think right now, everyone's just trying to focus on, let's just get some solid contacts, and most importantly, try to save up this boost, because you're gonna need it for those close angles. Tool nearly pulling off a whirly from the dish in the corner. Not gonna work out. G-Man gonna try his luck taking on Gyro. Quickly interrupted as a Psycho Clear gets it back into a somewhat doable position on defense.
Did you just say occasional whips? Let's be real.
Occasional whips.
But no, I understand, man. You know what it is being able to set up things that even if they get cut off, you can tell that your teammate knows where you need to be and where reads are coming. Now, if you are West Virginia, you're seeing where OKC is hanging out, and that is in the mid-pitch on the side walls. I say, going back down to the middle. Don't worry about the width of the pitch. Use it as a narrow tunnel to that goal line to make sure you have more opportunity to score, to put some daylight between you and OKC.
G-Man, solid touch, but it has to play for a 50. Chile's gonna try to help him out, but that's fine. G-Man gonna go for boost over ball. Sometimes that is a dire mistake, but hey, it doesn't open things up for Chile. Heavy touch, but Matt is not up for this one. That's a backboard, that's a double. It's a near post for G-Man, not gonna get there. Tool on the counterattack, trying to put this series to bed. Floated down and stopped. OC survives another one.
Tool had enough time, but then that time evaporated. It was kind of just like, hey, I'm gonna try to get something off, but it was like a swarm of bees knocking that ball away. It looks like desperation's on both sides to make sure this game goes beyond doubt.
Matt, excellent touch. You can't give that man a reset. Chile doesn't seem too concerned. Paused his car for a bit, but now he's got to get up for Tool. That's a miss. G-Man gets a clear, no boost, but he's trying to beat Gyro in a race, and that's got to be cheating to demo your opponent like that.
Man, that was so close to being an impactful shot, but just 2 choice whiffs, and now we're still at that tension moment with a 1-goal lead for West Virginia. Do you hunker down, you park the bus, or you try to go for the dagger?
Oh, the pass over to Matt. He can't predict. That could have been it, but ultimately, no. We're going to keep on playing just at a 1-goal deficit. Maybe not for long. G-Man, flip reset, can't lock it in. He just doesn't touch the bottom of that car correctly. Matt, near side, no double. Gyro, the put away, and it does find its way through. I think OC waiting for a different touch, and it just did not come true.
Yeah, it definitely was an awkward bounce off the corner, but the fact that Gyro still saw it, brought it down, that tells you how good that guy is.
Comms really coming through from West Virginia. You can see how coordinated they are. They go for a double, they whiff, and the next player immediately knows it. There is no hesitation, there is no mistake being made. It is all tactical to the end. And that's exactly what OC needs to do. Brute Force hasn't really worked with demos, maybe some passing plays, or just reckless abandon on that challenge. G-Man from an angle, back post, gyro, inside and out the goal, the squishy save to be able to get that one off the line. And as always, it seems like it's just a matter of time. West Virginia trying to survive, OC trying to march their way back in. North has found a single foothold.
From the brink, 12 seconds left remaining in their potentially ending of losing the series. Norwich has a chance to be the hero for OKC. What a shot.
They got a gift of a kickoff in the last game. How about the end of this penultimate game, potentially, if they can bring it forward, even with bumps? That's not gonna go all the way through. G-Man from the corner, high lob, all of West Virginia a little bit messed up. That's low on boost. Gyro trying to keep this one close. It just has to hit the ground. G-Man ahead. Chili with the last second effort, saved on the line. The Mountaineers closing it out. They're getting their first victory league play.
Oh my goodness me, that was close. And again, that's why we call them insurance goals, baby, because it worked out for them. What a fantastic, frantic last minute, but West Virginia pulls out the dub.
And you can tell at the end of that one, Gyro just cracking a huge smile on that one, understanding, yeah, of course we're happy that we won, but yeah, didn't really survive at the end there. And that's really what all these high-level series are. It's games getting closer and closer as you go. I mean, those blowouts usually just happen because one team is just overcommitting too much, but I think OK Christian doing well to kind of find that solid middle ground throughout that series. But ultimately, West Virginia, I think they just had the better chances. They were able to execute on that game plan. If nothing else, this is great tape to review for the future.
I do think when it comes down to it, not to give it like almost a eulogy here, but Oklahoma Christian is like 7/10 the elite team they need to. It's got to be a little bit quicker on the ball. The decisions make sense. It's that by the time they get to the ball, the time they make a decision, their opponent's already reading them. But that is a very small thing to tweak when it comes down to your training effort and time during the school year. But that could be really much the sign for them to really hit that next level.
And I have to say, this doesn't really change my mind on how I personally rate this Oklahoma Christian squad because they're really talented. You don't just accidentally stumble your way in. You just open a door and be like, wait, is this what I'm looking for? Oh, it's league play? I guess I'll stay. No, you're really good. You deserve to be here. This was a series I said on the desk that I don't know how far they're really going to be able to take it. This is a good tester for them. I'm not disappointed by this. West Virginia, I predicted because I think they just have the ability to edge them out on this one, but ultimately, I don't know about you, Navanta, but I feel like there's more to improve on from Oklahoma Christian. You said that 7 out of 10. I think that's a pretty fair judgment.
Yeah, I do think when they do hit that next level, you're going to be like, oh man, I was a fan since day one, but it's coming. It's definitely coming. It's going to be a whole different thing, but not to get away from West Virginia. It was a fantastic performance. They got punched in the nose. They found a way to respond. It's going to happen to every team in the course of this season, of this semester. The fact they have responded in kind so quickly, we can't really understate that and what that means for mental toughness for a team.
Yeah, and if anyone watched West Virginia in the qualifiers, you know this team loves drama, and there's no bigger drama than being able to play on league play. They're getting their victory, and hopefully they can try to go for it again, because they got another doubleheader, but we're going to throw you to a break before we get there.
Let me hit you with the bleep blue. Let me hit you with the Let me hit you with the Yo, let me hit you with the bleep blue. Let me hit you with the
and welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League. My name is Oliver Bastion, alongside by Gyro, one of our 3 winners from WVU. My guy, so good to talk to you. So great to speak here. How does it feel to not only get back into another year of CRL, but you start off with a win and a pretty confident one at that?
Yeah, honestly, it feels great. We played, who did we play? We played OKC, so played pretty good against them. I think game 1 was a little rough, but I'm pretty happy so far. I think there's a lot of promise this year.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because it's been a while now that you've been at the university. You joined WVU last year, but it was a bit of a feeling out period is what I think a lot of people from the outside looking in kind of anticipated here. Now that you got the new trio, it seems like this is the lock trio going forward. How are you feeling with, this combination?
Yeah, we've been working hard. We've been working really hard together, and I think the chemistry is really starting to show. And I really like this team. We're having a lot of fun, and hopefully we can have a great season.
Look, expectations are pretty high after a win like that. What are your personal expectations? Because it kind of feels like you guys are definitely at like the highest we have seen, and the stock is only rising at this point, brother.
Honestly, I think the first goal is to just get top 4 in the league. That's what we're hoping for. I think top 4 is like playoffs or worlds or something like that. So that's the goal. I think that's where we expect ourselves to be. And honestly, I'm pretty confident that we'll make it there.
Look, confidence is definitely flowing. It's clear from the way that you guys played. It's clear from you guys having this trio. Clear from it seeming like your team is kind of poking you during this interview. I can see you looking around.
I don't know what's going on. Angel's literally laughing. I know he's watching the stream. Angel's like, I don't know what he's doing. I don't think I said anything. I think I'm doing a good job. Well,
here, I'll give you the perfect time to talk about Angel here because he is the former player for WVU. Now your guys' is coach. What's it been like, the adjustment to having Angel now as like a full-time coach for you guys?
It's great that he's not on the field, honestly. We like No, it's been great. Angel's been a really good coach. He's played with all of us, so he knows a lot about how we play and everything. So it's just like an easy transition, and he helps us with a lot of things, reminders and stuff, and game plans. So honestly, I'm really excited, and I'm happy to have him as a coach. So it's been good.
Well, before Angel tackles you out of that chair in frustration, I got one last question for you here. You got a series versus Winthrop coming up here on the mainstream. Winthrop have not quite reported this yet, but supposedly they just took a 3-1 win over St. Clair. How you feeling going into that series?
Actually, we have Winthrop in the top 4 as well, or at least I do. I think they're one of the better teams going into the season for sure. It's going to be a tough match. I think we could do it. But, 3-1 win against St. Clair is really good. Yeah, I think they won last year, so it's nothing to scoff at. But I think we're better, so we'll see how it goes.
Let's see how that quote ages. All right, Gyro, I know you got to get warmed up, get ready for the second series. We'll let you go. Thank you so much for hopping in with me.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that was Gyro from WVU. One part of their wins are done. Now, Seb, probably comes the even harder of the test.
Yes. If by test you mean whether or not we're going to actually get a correct prediction, I mean, that's also its own test, to be honest.
Speak for yourself.
Yes. All right. Well, relax, guys, because we still have one more.
33%.
Exactly. Hey, listen, we are 100% wrong. We're corrected one way. That being said, I mean, WVU, this one was definitely a statement performance for them. They needed this one to really kind of not only help, I think, get them warmed up for what will be their next series, but also just to confirm to everyone, it's like, hey, we understand OKC here is the new kid on the block. They are super good, but as Gyro said, we think we're better. Same for them against Winthrop. We will see, but with that being said, let's go to our next match because I think everyone's excited for this one. One, love to see that the vibes on WVU is generally just really positive. I could definitely feel that from the interview, Bass. I mean, this was a team I think that literally every single moment we saw them on camera, they were smiling.
Yeah, I mean, these guys know that they are good, and they know that they are not only good, but that they've been together for long enough that they have a chemistry element that is probably higher than most teams. They're all in person at university. It's pretty hard to not be excited if you are WVU right now. Again, a team that on paper is very capable, a team that has proven proven now very capable, and a team that has, I think, in their own mind as well, the best trio possible of the options here. Again, last year they had gone through a multitude of different rosters, and although those rosters were good, failed to be able to say that they were great. This roster truly feels great, and that win over OKC really proves at what level this team is at.
Well, we will see, because not only do they go against OKC, but now they have what feels like a new juggernaut here in CRL. The only one to have not really faltered at all throughout the case. They beat our spring champions. Yes, of course, it will be WVU versus Winthrop. It is set to be our final match of the night, but we all called it that this was probably going to be our match of the night. WVU, the proper gatekeepers to the upper echelons of CRL, versus Winthrop, a team that just feels like Thanos here in that they feel inevitable. Garrett G, Percy, T. Carell, the only one with CRL experience in this beforehand. T. Carell, of course, but coming in with a new roster. Taco, this team is getting scarier by the day.
Well, T-Carell's had such a weird journey throughout CRL because he comes in and initially was actually recruited, I believe in the early days, he was whispered to be with Winthrop or Maryville in the very early days, and that didn't work out. He found his way eventually to Northwood. He won a national title. That's all good. And then he went over to Harrisburg, and that didn't really work out. We're thinking, all right, well, I guess I don't know what's going to happen. And then he comes out with this banger of a roster out of nowhere, and you're like, all right, so apparently T-Carell is truly bad. Garrett and Percy, you could do a lot worse for lineups. And based on scrim results, based on all these different results we're seeing slowly get reported, become official, this is the team. I think a lot of players we talk to are saying, hey, is there anyone you're worried about? They kind of all unanimously named the Winthrop roster.
Yeah, we knew that, Navanta, from the scrim rumors that we had heard, that this team is going to be good. I think, you look at the players and caliber of players on the roster, this is clearly a good team. I know Taco and I, we got to see them actually, during their pool and qual. But what do you think as a team, against a team like West Virginia, which is also filled with professionals, what do you think is a team like Winthrop that sets them apart from West Virginia?
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about teams that are good. I mean, there's so many teams that we say that are good. You talk about paper, what it means to be on paper, but practice is absolutely different. But you have someone like Garrett G who has the kind of vision, has been absolutely elite for so long, being able to know where exactly your position is on the pitch and distribute what needs to be. Then you have a situation where you can set up everyone on your team for success. And so you think about the whole idea of a three-headed hydra, right? You're always moving on offense and defense. If you can find pockets, if you can go a little bit faster than your opponents, it's almost a textbook way to do it. It all comes down to execution. And so far, Winthrop is executing.
And I know, Bass, we've talked about, WVU in our previous series, but this one, I mean, Winthrop is probably one of the last, I'd say, big kind of cross esports programs along with Baylor that we were really missing in Rocket League. And now we get to see them here in person with what is, by all regards, a star-studded team. What do you think it means just for Winthrop to actually be in Rocket League esports now?
I think it's huge for them because, again, like you said, they've been in other esports, and it's very clear that they care a lot about it. I mean, you can literally look in Percy's camera. Left of him is a tinted glass window that says Winthrop Esports across it. They have a full facility for these guys. They've been probably waiting for this moment for a long time, and man, what a splash to make to come in with Percy, Garrett G, and T. Carell, and that's the roster that it's seemingly they're going to have going forward. 3 top-level players, 3 incredibly capable players, and 3 players that I think are also not going to necessarily bend under the pressure of an event like this. Something we talk a lot about is these pros getting in here, but as much as they're used to RLCS pressure, CRL is a little more chaotic, and sometimes it takes a second to get adjusted. These guys should be relatively adjusted to an environment like this, and I mean, they're just locked in. There's not really much else to say. You can see they're just ready to go. They want to prove this series, and really they want to prove to the scene that they are more than capable. We've seen multiple times them talk about how good they are. Now it's time to really put it to the test.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I look at Winthrop. One, it's funny to see just T. Carell's attitude is immediately turned positive, man. I think it's very obvious at his last school he had some problems that he had to deal with. They didn't, considering how hyped they were coming into the season, it just didn't really work out the way that they wanted it to. They had some mixed results here and there. And there is the man, Mr. Captain America is here in the Collegiate Rocket League server. is honestly kind of crazy to see. I did not think it would happen, but yep, our first world champion in the server, drinking his cocoa or tea or whatever it might be. But happy to see it. Honestly, it is very sobering for us, at least to be able to get him in the server and be able to, I don't know, like is it weird to me, Taco, to be like, yeah, the guy that we literally watched win season 8 is like here, like properly for Collegiate Rocket.
Bro's got to hang that painting up. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes,
just sitting on the
please.
ground.
Like,
He's
yeah,
got that whole wall behind you.
I know, dude. There's so much empty space.
I don't know, man. That's my interior design, but that's really all the advice I have to give Garrett G. He's been around the scene for a while. He's played at the highest level. He's won that world championship. But of course, CRL is kind of a different beast. We see a lot of different players realize that because it's not just that you're playing, you're a student as well. You're seeking that degree. You're going to classes. You're getting scrims in. You have to manage all those different things in your schedule. But so far, seems like he's handling it really well. I mean, there's a lot of respect that comes with that name, and people can say, Garrett G's not really an active player. Let's not forget that he was playing with AJ and Squishy and still making RLCS main events. If players want to say, oh, these are old players, they're washed, you don't know anything.
Legitimately, and I love that gas roster. That was a properly good squad. Gyro again, almost been around the block. Well, okay, not as long, but been around the block for quite a long period himself as well, leading his own team with Tool and Matter. And of course, on the Winthrop side, T. Carell, also been around the block. Percy, been around the block, and finally coming into the CRL server. This is as closest as an RLCS match as you're going to get, Navanta.
Yo, absolutely. RLCS kind of is a gold standard when it comes to what we think. And sometimes a lot of people who are not really informed about what CRL is about will call it different. But I would say this, the level of competition, the level of rivalries, the pride of each team or each school is legit, and it's on par, if not greater, in the CRL space. So, of course, we're getting ourselves a main event matchup. Of course, it's the reason why it's the last contest of the day. And of course, I think if you haven't picked the side before, you should now.
I keep on looking also at the facilities here between both. Completely different languages, Bass. We look at Winthrop, nice, clean, white space, very whatever. And then WV looks like it's straight up pulled from like a Britney Spears music video from like 2002. It's really blue, it's really yellow. It's cool. It's like, but it's one is stuck to their colors, one is like it's an office space. One is at work, one is just up in the air.
Let's be clear, they're both at work.
Yeah, exactly.
They're both at work right now.
All right.
Let's also be clear, you just referenced something that is, I think, older than the players currently playing right now. So I'm just going to make that clear.
Potentially.
Oh, no.
23 years ago is what you just referenced.
Yeah, we might
be graduated,
No,
if so.
Garrett G is 24.
Yeah, he was an infant.
So one guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, not being the allegations.
Listen, we're not that
allegations.
old, all right? We're not that old. Okay, but predictions are underway. Navanta, where do you see this going?
I'm that old. Yeah, I'm going to go with Winthrop here, man. Like, I love West Virginia. We saw them play. I think it's going to be a closer contest than a lot of people will give them credit for. But at the end of the day, there really hasn't been an answer at the school level for what Winthrop is giving out right now.
Taco?
I'm also going to go with Winthrop, mainly because the results have not lied so far. The scrim results are painting a certain picture, but also even just West Virginia, Gyro was saying, I think these guys are kind of one of the better teams out here. I think they're legitimate, and I think they're going to live up to that promise today.
Bass, I know where mine's going. Are you gonna curse us again?
Yeah, I think I'm joining you here to get the curse a little bit complete. Look, I've been talking a lot about Winthrop throughout this year, and I've had actually a lot of flack thrown my way for not rating these guys highly enough, and the only thing I said was basically, I need to see evidence first. Like, I'm happy to say that, yeah, on paper, this team is incredible, but I need evidence. Their clean sweep through the qualifier was extremely evident. A win over St. Clair, even more evidence. I have seen enough now that I'm willing to put all my cards on the table, and they're all going for Winthrop right now. If this team wins this, they're pretty much a clear favorite for number one in all of Collegiate Rocket League for the moment, with some significant wins. So let's see, can they top the dynasty already here? It'd be a huge way to start.
Well, Bass, it seems we might be hand in hand and going 0-4 if WVU win. I'm picking Winthrop for this one, and I swear if I go 0-4 predictions on week 1 of CRL, that just
put your badge on the desk.
I'm putting my badge down.
It's not going to be fun.
It's not for me. All right, but that is our clean sweep of the desk. It is the second time this has happened today. The first time was Northwood, and well, we saw how that turned out. Will WVU prove us wrong? That remains to be seen, but we couldn't have asked for a better final matchup. It's going to be Winthrop, the new juggernaut on the scene, versus West Virginia, looking to keep that momentum going into 2 wins in a row. It's our last match. Take it away.
WVU just clipped the wings of the OC Eagles in that last series, but the avian onslaught continues. Winthrop's Eagles enter into league play as perhaps the most feared roster in North American CRL. This is the marquee matchup of the night, and Bass, this is how you wrap up an afternoon of CRL.
And this is also how you introduce a former world champion. Again, Garrett G, welcome to CRL. It feels so good to have him here, and it feels only right that Captain America is the one to save us from the European invasion we have seen of CRL over the last year or so. Multiple teams that have played here today have had a majority European roster, and this time it's an all-NA matchup. 2 teams battling it out here. WVU to prove to the haters they are not just a good team, but one of the greats, and for Winthrop to prove that they are not just one of the greats, but the greatest. Let's get game number 1 underway. Taco, I could not be more excited.
Especially if Matt can get this first goal. He can't place it much better, and yet T. Correll's still ready for it. A lot of offense coming through from West Virginia, and you can always tell a good CRL match is brewing underway when you look at the rosters, and if you don't look at the names, you're like, is this RLCS Day 3 quals? This looks like a close qualifier type of matchup.
Literally every single player in this lobby has achieved at least like a top 10 in RLCS at some point. Unbelievable stature from every player we are watching, and it goes to show why it's been pretty much an even contest so far. A minute gone, shots have been firing towards the Winthrop net, but it has not been enough. Maybe this will be. Tool, an extra touch interfered with by Percy and Garrett G to take over. Sidewall skim only going to go into the hands of Matt, who will immediately get dunked again by the former world champion. So far, again, still continues to be even here as we tick on.
And that's a read that I don't think Matt really had, but I think he trusted that neither did Garrett. So instead, he'll just extend that one out for nobody except T. Corell. Gyro placed that one down, trying to play possession. Percy cutting all the way, going east to west, trying to shut that one down and be able to get that read. But you can see the mind games, the fake challenge is starting to come out. No team really wants to blink first.
Nobody wants to make that mistake, and nobody wants to be exposed on defense. That's why you see Tool diving a bit aggressively there, knowing he's going to get bumped off the ball if he doesn't. Low boost totals now, though, for WVU means clearing the lines are going to be a bit more difficult, but that's an awkward touch from T. Corell, which sends it to the backboard, and a light double commit from Winthrop. Not necessarily something to be concerned of yet, but they do need to be careful. The reason this has been a 0-0 scoreline has been due to impeccable defense as WVU continue to fire shot after shot. Another impeccable defense required. Garrett G up to the task and Tool to take over, but only able to get it to the backboard.
A little bit of a bonk there on the goalkeeper, but still, it looks like WVU. Rotation looks good. The pressure is almost there. You can see that they're building up. They're getting shots up, but I'm not seeing a follow-up, and that's the biggest thing. Winthrop is doing really well to get that initial save. The thing is, there's only so many he can get before something goes awry. Maybe it's Tool getting in the way, but it looks like T. Corell can just stiff arm his way to still getting that clear.
Good touch from Gyro to just contain this out of midfield and prevent any counterattack or really an attack at all. Garrett G will go for the dive and get some contact, but I was going to say, I don't know if it'll turn into much unless WVU just flutter about in front of the net without much to do. That one, not going to be great for WVU as another approach comes through, and all of a sudden the defense starting to look a bit exposed. That bump on Garrett's going to be huge to give them some time, but they still need to be careful. Long ball downfield though, counterattack ensuing, and Tool will nail it. So much good defense, all to go away from one bad touch.
And when you read the player policies about behavior in CRL, it says nothing about cyberbullying when you're on the field. Garrett G getting shoved around by Matt, immediately turned around, saw that counter opportunity, and after all of that hooting and hollering, trying to get something to go, they finally have something to propel them into the lead.
I felt like we were going to get here one way or another, though. So much pressure early from WVU, and although Winthrop were able to withstand it for a certain amount of time, they have not had nearly the same amount of offense as their opponents. And more double commits as well. That's an awkward one that'll send it to the backboard after Matt's extra touch. Demo will open some extra space here in the corner, and Garrett G to shut it down. But this has kind of been the bread and butter so far here. WVU just putting on pressure, never really buckling underneath the pressure given from Winthrop, and I don't really know if there's much more to say about this first game.
Well, What you can say is Gyro diming his teammate, or so I thought. Garrett saw that the last moment. You can see him turn for it. Thing is, that's all he's going to be able to input because Tool has an open air dribble. He's got a low 50. He's got a reset almost going through, if not for the fourth defender. Gyro, double tap near side. Tikrel able to clean it up, and despite all these saves that Winthrop has been able to galvanize, not a lot of offense. 4 shots, but they've been so few and far between.
I'd love to see the possession stats here. It just kind of feels like WVU have been in the driver's seat since the start of this game, and they continue to just whip this wheel back and forth, cornering every single turn perfectly, and the demos along the way as well. That's an open net. Surely a goal, if not for Garrett off the respawn. Winthrop, you've been given an extra life. Do not waste it.
And that's the moment we might look back on as Matt, I think just trying to rush that shot, understanding that that gap is going to close quickly. So just make sure we roll it maybe on the near post. Maybe we can dunk it in, and apparently no, that's going to be a pinch all the way out. Doesn't even bode well. That Tool does not get the air dribble I don't think he was looking for, trying to stay behind it. He's going to lose out in the next 50. Gyro is not going to be able to get there. Percy, not the same fate.
You can play good defense for 4 minutes, but if you can't do it for the full 5, it matters not, and that is just the worst of challenges in the corner. Tool's going up for it, but it's Matt behind him that really opens the defense. He's expecting a perfect 50 out. It doesn't go that way. He's got to turn around the net, and by the time that he does get there, it is far too late. Huge goal for Winthrop to keep themselves in this first game after 4 minutes of being shut out. With only 15 to play, can either team get it done in regulation?
Oh, especially with touches like that. Garrett continuing on, almost getting a triple touch on this one, but instead it's going to be Tikrel, maybe with the last laugh. That exclamation point on this series. Backboard, Tool, lob tie. Garrett getting a touch in place. Tool maybe trying to set this one up as Matt is on the sideline. How about a 1, 2, and 3 into the ceiling? Tool, what do you got? Nothing on the dunk. Falling down is the save. It's OT in game 1.
You gotta be careful, Winthrop. That full send at the end there almost cost you with a counterattack that was surely lined up had there not been interference. The defense still standing tall here for Winthrop, but they need to be careful now in OT, especially with a pass like that. Percy to cut it out before it turns into anything threatening. Will continue to play. 50, though, goes awkwardly for Garrett, and Gyro will take over. Same with Matt. Low boost now for everyone on Winthrop. Can they clear the ball? Yes, indeed. Back to midfield it will go, and Tool and the rest of WVU preparing for some more offense.
That's a little bit of an awkward thing. Kind of a no man's land from Tikrel. He's going to have to pre-jump this one. He will be beaten. Tool maybe going for the bump on Garrett, but man, he's just too fast. Gyro's have to turn around on this one, get a cutesy little touch, and with some boost to spare, can maybe set up the pass, but instead it's intercepted. Percy also going to be picked off. It seems like this is a game that is just baiting us in with so many of those opportunities like this. Just surely it, and then someone makes that crucial 50 at the right time.
No touch is going to go unguarded right now. Interference play, the name of the game for either one of these teams. And the question is that interference going to come through those 50s, those challenges, or is it more like that, where the physicality might just open some space? We've seen demos, we've seen crashes. Who knows if that's going to be enough to end this OT? So far, the answer is no. A weird double commit, though, might open some space. The shot on target from Percy, denied by Gyro. It's going to pick up a medal for that one, but can they now pick up an offense of their own? Matt to pop it high. Tool will not commit, and as Garrett pops it to the corner, Winthrop again just unbothered by the offense that West Virginia keeps throwing at them.
Especially with a lot of boost. Percy was waiting for that, saving up all of his boost for that effort. Gyro, likewise, going to go all the way back and then use it for trying to get the clear. Tikrel does well to get that first touch. Ball put behind Garrett means Tool can chase, and at this point, it's really just about who blinks first, who makes that first mistake, who doesn't rotate to that near side. If not for Garrett, that could have been it.
Well, trying to get this one back out center. No 50 found after, and Tikrel quick to the ball, meaning Gyro's getting dusted. Matt needs a good touch here, and he will find it. And an extension to the play as well. Back out to midfield where Percy is waiting, but the two teams are starting to hammer this ball back and forth. Gyro the first one to keep it close in what feels like a while, but he is immediately challenged by Tikrel. Again, no touch will go uncontested right now. Both teams are meeting each other midair, and it's the only reason why this OT has lasted as long as it has.
Pass in to Matt. Gyro just trying to cause some chaos, and that actually going to pop out straight to Matt. That's a really hard touch to get, so instead Tool will gladly take a demo, steal some boost, and then regain for try number 2 from the ceiling. Tool, oh no you do not! Bottom corner just barely saved!
Again, it's exquisite offense right now for WVU, but Winthrop do not care. They have barely sweat at a single one of these shots. Even shots like that are perfectly executed, it's still not enough. 3 minutes now into OT, and Winthrop, an opportunity, but Garrett with low boost can't wrap around that angle. Tool, he doesn't care if he's got low boost. He'll make every challenge necessary, and some more challenges might be necessary. This one pops up. Matt, light double commit with Gyro, but Gyro will back off and keep at least a little bit of boost to cause interference in the corner. Huge bump on Tikaro will send this one skyward and out to midfield, and the breakaway play. Matt immediately met with a 50, and again, Winthrop not hesitating on these challenges on defense. They know that they cannot, or this OT is over.
I think this is starting to feel exactly like what I said earlier. Feels like a CRL qual match. It feels like that level of intensity. No one hesitating, pure instinctual play, because that is the level that is required. Gyro does not have the touch there. Is that the penalty? Percy intercepted. A good recovery by Gyro to prevent the flick.
Trying to get this one out center, maybe for a 50 out to Tool, but Tool a bit too far up, meaning he'll back pass to Gyro. Gyro trying to do his best Hawkser impression with a sideball skim that unfortunately does not go on target. A chance here, though, to keep the breakaway from happening as Matt. Good challenges, and again, a light double commit, but this time it's Garrett G calling off Tikaro because he's got no boost and he wants to be the first challenge. Is that going to work out, though? Because it looks like WVU might get a shot. Matt off the backboard, denied by Percy, and another approach thwarted by the Winthrop defense.
Well, West Virginia, you can say, well, we got to set up our chances and we got to take them. I think they've had a lot. 17 shots coming up from West Virginia. They are nearly at that mark. Actually, no, 16 for right now. That last one did not register. So, yeah, we're getting to the point where West Virginia has to be getting tilted. And in environments like that, the hardest part is just understanding that, yes, it's one thing to be frustrated they can't get one through on target, but you do not want to overcommit. You just got to wait for your golden opportunity. That had to be it, but Garrett says no. Bump play, Percy recover, another goal line stop.
I'm just gonna, you're talking about the shot total here. Let's start talking about the saves. 15 required from Winthrop just to stay in this overtime as we are almost a game extended. It's clear there are two dynamics right now. West Virginia takes the shots and Winthrop denies them. This is over and over again the same game plan, but question is what breaks first? Does Winthrop find a breakaway play where they finally get an offense and are able to counterattack, or does West Virginia find a way through this impenetrable defense? This is another opportunity. Tool, a good challenge out of midfield, and it's just Percy and Garrett G back. Garrett, this is a little bit of an awkward touch. He'll wrap himself back around it, but Gyro will perfectly read it, go for the 50, Tool behind him, and that's the end of the play again. How many offenses is it going to take? This one bobs out center, Gyro's there, but surely Winthrop are back in time.
Tigral's gonna have to get there, and chat, I really hope you don't have anything to do later in the day, because we could be here for a while. Put on a pot of coffee, because this overtime already stretching to bonus Rocket League, making up for, I guess, the lack of game 5s we've been able to see. Gyro maybe trying to also advance that narrative, get something going, but instead Percy gonna circumvent that. Garrett, wide open shot, and Matt cannot make the recovery. Winthrop is able to endure and prosper.
It's exactly what you talked about, just a little bit of over-eagerness from WVU. That challenge on the sidewall from Tool, while understandable, not a great idea while you've got a player hustling back on basically zero boost. Winthrop see the opportunity, recognize they've played enough defense, it's time for some offense, and they don't miss when they get the chance. Perfect counterattack, perfect passing play, perfect way to start off your semester. Winthrop, welcome to CRL, congrats on the win.
Now, we've been paying a lot of attention to Garrett G and Percy. T. Corral, 1,000 points nearly with 10 saves. You can talk about keeping Winthrop in the game. I mean, that man is a huge part of it. But as we look back here at the replays, not too much offense to speak of, at least in terms of the scoring side in the beginning. But most of these highlights, I feel like, are just going to be saves.
Again, and most of these highlights are going to be D. Corral. Oh my goodness, more saves than his teammates combined, almost as much saves as the lobby combined at this point. And it's seemingly understandable that that's his role for this one right now. He is the least amount of shots on his team, meaning the least amount of offensive involvement. He doesn't have an assist of the 2 goals that they get. This man's playing defense, and he's not just playing defense, he's building a brick wall that nobody's got a sledgehammer to break through. And it's not as if WVU weren't taking good swings at the net. Those were solid shots, just they're not letting anything go by.
Yeah, it's really just showing, and I don't want to bring this up because I don't want to linger on things like this, but we have to go back to remember that demo play with Matt on the near post. He tried to speed it up, he pinched it off the post. Stuff like that, we don't point out just to say, haha, you missed. It's because that is the chance, and if you don't take it, you might be going into game 2 down by 1. Forbidden Temple up next, West Virginia. I think they could take a lot of confidence from that match, but of course, you got to shake off the bitterness, have a short memory, and get back into it.
I mean, we've seen this first game win and then lose the rest, plague Oklahoma Christian 2 times here today. The one on stream, and then apparently that's the same way that their score line with St. Clair went, where they won the first and then St. Clair took the next 3. So OKC has proven that the first game does not necessarily dictate who's going to win the rest of them. And also with the way the WVU are playing, I'd be surprised if they got shut out. All right, well, you know what? Percy's making me eat my words, as well as also making the defense eat this one straight into the net.
I like this one from T. Corral. Sometimes people think too much about passing as, oh, it has to go straight down. It has to go onto the backboard. No, if you just spike it into the ceiling, it throws the defense a little bit off. It's a weird read to make, and that's exactly what happened with Tool. I think he was in between 2 thoughts of how fast he wanted to get to that, or even if he could get to it. And in that time he's making that decision, Percy's there for the strike. West Virginia could always answer back, but even Matt cannot predict that double touch from Gyro.
I think they're starting to overcomplicate the offense a little bit here. Now, granted, it's understandable when every single shot that you fired at net has been denied unless it's basically a double flip reset, but you need to be careful. You don't necessarily want to just start throwing solo play after solo play when your passing plays definitely have been your most effective. And I think they're understanding that, as it isn't necessarily just singular approach after singular approach, but the defense is definitely the worst for it. Although in a 1v1, what can he do? Score it easily. Never mind, they don't need boost, they don't need double resets, they don't even need an aerial. How about 0 boost, just dribble on the ground?
Yeah, take notes, kiddo. This is probably the most lopsided boost battle, really, at that point, because Percy's sitting around 90, Duel at about 5, and all he has to do is just wait for Percy to hit that break or be able to say, okay, well, if you're not going to challenge this point, let me just get a slight flick to the side, and that should be in. Turns out he is correct on that one, and we are tied yet again. Maybe not for long, as Tool is going to read that one better than everybody. It's a lead just like that.
This is why I said they got to stick to their passing plays, and unfortunately for Winthrop, you got to respect every pass. I think Percy got called off there thinking there's no way they're going to turn this into anything right, and lo and behold, Tool, before you can even blink, he's already there. The lone striker, I might add, for WVU so far. He has all 3 of their goals through the 2 games played.
Well, pre-jumps come in all sorts of flavors, Bass, and that was one of them. A pass that just goes in the middle and saying, I don't think they're going to have it. I'm just going to kind of hang around the ball, see what happens. Oh, that's able to be ground pinch? Bet. Okay, let's just put that one right in. Speaking of, though, Garrett G, not necessarily a pre-jump, but he's the only one getting on that pass. WVU did not know what hit him.
Kind of felt like this goal was coming as soon as you saw Gyro planted on the backboard without being able to make a challenge. And then his teammate does make a challenge, and it's quite literally 0 contact on the ball. At that point, get it to Garrett G. He's got an entire net to shoot upon, and yeah, Garrett G ain't missing that one.
I do love that from T. Corral. Again, just playing kind of that glue role, being able to get those assists, obviously the saves in game number 1, but on that one, he understands there's a small pocket of space WVU is not going into. Let's just go past the first one, flick past the second, teammates are going to do the rest, and it seems like that is very much the pattern of play from Winthrop. West Virginia has to lick their wounds. I don't think they're going to be that upset about it, but ultimately, I think any team going into a battle against Winthrop understands this is how a lot of this game is going to be. It's going to be real hard to generate too much inertia or momentum going forward.
You're not going to find a lot of space to do that either. Again, the passing plays that have been successful have been very narrow margins, and I have to imagine that most of the saves that will be required for the rest of the series are going to be the same. I do like what we're seeing from WVU, though. A little bit more patience seems to be going a long way, and also putting them in bad positions. Garrett the double, right on target or not. I think Matt believed the same as mine, which was that was going in. He goes for it, it goes off the bar, and chaos erupts. Second time for Garrett G, double touch off the backboard, and nobody's there. All right, things are getting weird now in this game. Maybe that's where we've gotten to. So much precision that from here on out, none whatsoever.
Yeah, they're playing a little too fast on some of these reads, but that's fine because they can always just get 1 on target. That's all they need. Gyro shutting that one down using the rest of his boost. Tool's going to preserve as much of his as possible, but I think he might need to be assisting Matt a little bit more, or maybe not. Gonna leave that one for Tool, and that actually might be an error because Percy comes in and steals. Can he dish it to Garrett? No boost from anyone on Winthrop. They're trying their best to keep it weird, but it's just not enough. WVU has the recovery.
I've got a recommendation for both of the teams right now. Shoot on target, because seemingly that's the most difficult part here. They'll set up 99% of the play, but that final shot just seems to elude either side here as we get down to the back half of game number 2. Chance here for Gyro as he'll approach from the side wall, and awkwardness continues as he does make the approach on 0 boost. Is successful in the challenge, and immediately it's a counterattack. WVU don't seem to care, though. Tool will throw this one off the ceiling. Garrett G will throw it at Gyro. Gyro will try to make up for his own touch, and again, the awkwardness just continues to develop here on the defense for WVU.
Yeah, but at the very least, it's starting to push out at least into the midfield. If you're going to play a little bit weird, it's better to have kind of an errant read or something in the midfield where you don't immediately get on a play. But if you're on defense flailing, that's only a matter of time before that goes on in. But with some demos, it does buy them a bit more time. Percy's going to respawn and meanwhile try to join Garrett as he's going to dance past 150. Not really exactly what he planned. We're starting to tick down into the crucial moments, that silver gold territory where it really only takes one to go in, and Matt could be the provider. But with 3 players in the net, 2 marking that top corner, it was just not in the cards.
You can just see, though, the patience is starting to be a problem here for WVU. A huge chance at a passing play there. They kind of ignore it, assuming more time, and it did not give them that time. At least Winthrop's defense did not. It's good development here, and they're getting back into that possession play, but also making some awkward touches and challenges in places I do not anticipate them to continue doing so. But with only 45 seconds left, that actually could be a short-lived dream if they can just score it now. Matt has cleared the way with a demo. Gyro tried for the reset, cannot find it. Tool through the corner. He's going to muscle his way past, but the pinch back out goes right to Gyro and forces them to restart again. Half a minute to go, but WVU, you got to do something with this pressure you're developing.
T-Corral doesn't have a lot. Matt is going to pre-jump anyway as Percy was in the area. I think the WVU understood where the potential of that was going to go, but they knew he didn't probably have a lot in the tank. He certainly has a lot more here. He's almost going to get the bump, but it results in a back post shot. Matt parries that away. He himself is going to get bumped. Garrett, he's also going to get slapped. There's so much physicality. It's the only thing keeping WVU from capitulating. And with one more desperate heave upfield, it's going to go to T. Corral, who's going to send it right on back. Another overtime. Bass, we might be here for a while.
I think we're going to be here till tomorrow. It honestly gives me extra time to try to figure out my power rankings because I have no idea what to anticipate after this one. I might anticipate an early end to this game if this one pitches out center. Here did exactly as I asked for. Unfortunately, the defense was, well, the wiser of this. All right, a little bit of an opposite start to the overtime here. This last one went entirely of WVU, and it still might. All right, I wasn't sure if Percy was back or not, but that was a scenario to start off OT.
T-Corral's going to miss that clear. Tool did not anticipate that, but he does get that 50 gyro. Ooh, he was thinking about it, but he knew Garrett also saw him out of the corner of his eye. Speaking of, Garrett gets that 50, but he's not necessarily going to win it. Matt, straight down. Percy kind of lingering around it. Tool, a decent attack on the ball, and again, it just keeps going out, but it's just far enough out where WVU can consider it, but not so close that they can actually confidently challenge. They can get on this one, though. Garrett was looking for that back post.
Good 50s for Matt to keep this one off his side. Yes, a little bit of offense for Winthrop, but that's about the most we can give them. Huge pop to the backboard. T. Corral, extremely awkward here. Will at least get a touch, but no further than mid. Where Gyro, look for Tool. The lead block not found. Tool will take the shot, but it's a bouncer that doesn't do much. Good thing is possession stays in their favor, and T. Corral still doesn't have any boost to play with. Gyro, the reset, gets it not even around 1. Percy's immediate challenge will shut that down. But WVU in the driver's seat and taking shots.
Love that fake, love that pre-jump, that double. It's not in the cards as Gyro can't wrap around it. I'm not going to say that was the chance, but one of the better developed plays by WVU. They had it in the palm of their hands, but it was not necessarily something that they felt comfortable with. Does Percy feel comfortable with this, if not with Matt right in his grill?
Corral, though, full tank of boost to work with and some space on the side. Never mind, immediately that space is taken away and Gyro can't take over. Percy now to take this one away from his teammate. He does not want that ball lingering in front of net longer than it has to, and that's why Tool, the immediate shot, Percy the save. The defense starting to get tested now for Winthrop, but it may matter not if they can convert here. That's a free ball off the backboard, and Tool makes up for his initial mistake.
No boost required. He's going to get that one off the line. And again on the follow-up now. It's time to take a deep breath and maybe a little bit of a puff from the inhaler if you have one or need one to be able to get back into this rotation. Get a demo as well. But T. Corral, more than enough spacing. Another demo. Gyro trying to put this one to bed. The inverse, the 50. Tool gets the dub for the Mountaineers.
They've been using that patience to their advantage. Gyro said, challenge, I dare you. They wait too long and they will punish. Tool, the perfect reception, the perfect shot. We got a tied series after, do the math in my head, 17 minutes of play. 17!
Well, that means we're in game 5, right? Like, we got to be at least that far into the series. Oh, what? No? We're just 1-1? Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. And this is exactly why, Baz, we said this is going to be the series of the day. We were a little bit more one-sided saying, well, I think Winthrop probably has this one. But West Virginia, I mean, Gyro, it seems like he's honestly underplaying this squad so much. They're dialed in. They look so lethal. If not for Winthrop playing mind-bogglingly good defense, this could be a very different series.
I'm like struggling to keep track of everything that is going on in this one right now, man. I've got like my stats trying to go here, trying to take note of the fact that T-Krell still continues to be a demon on defense. He's got 15 saves through 2 games. Yes, I understand that there's overtime here. This man is averaging almost a save a minute. Huh? What? Wait, huh? What? I don't know. Either way, this is definitely lived up to the hype. We said this would be the best series of the day. This might be the best series of the semester if it keeps going like this.
I mean, yeah, this feels very much like professional football. We had week 1, probably the game of the decade, it seemed like in week 1. But at the very least, when it comes to a game like this, when we're trying to figure out some form of situation on how well these teams can really pop up and be able to take advantage of any opportunity, West Virginia has not disappointed. I really do like how they do not seem scared. They do not seem concerned about how far they can play Winthrop. They're just content to sit back, play their game, go for fakes, and Winthrop, now it's your turn. You have built this squad to compete at the highest level. This is your first real test under the brightest lights there are.
There is no better stage to prove yourselves than CRL. Talk a lot about it. There's competition throughout the Collegiate Rocket League scene, but the Collegiate Rocket League is the place to be, and these guys are proving it on the big stage. A reminder again, this would not be Winthrop's first win here. This would technically be their second. The first has not been recorded quite yet, but supposedly they took a 3-1 over St. Clair this morning. Again, that is our former champions for spring. This team has proven that they are ready, no matter the spotlight on them, to perform at every level. But at the same time, we got to give credit. WVU, a win over OKC is not insignificant, and with the way they are playing right now versus Winthrop, this is an easy podium team if they continue this form throughout the rest of the split.
And we'll be seeing how much form they can continue on, at least game to game, for West Virginia. That's really the long-term dialogue we have to keep up with all these teams, is saying, like, yes, we only get one shot at these teams, got to make it count. And ultimately, I guess we're getting a lot of traded in and out. Both these teams coming in to this series off a dub. This is to complete, kind of keeping that record going, keep yourself undefeated, and West Virginia well on their way, at least tying this one up. But I think for right now, Winthrop has had to be in the comms a little bit, saying this is the first time we feel like we've been really pressed and kind of suspect, I guess, on the defense at times. But it seems like for right now, it's more of the same. But at least the midfield getting a bit more creative from Winthrop. Sidewall play, not necessarily going to find its way through from T-Corral.
I'm going to suspect if there's ever a player in this series that we got to pay attention to, I'm going to repeat that it's probably Tool for me right now. I know a lot of the chat is like, that's probably the least familiar name to me, considering the rest of these guys have had RLCS appearances in pretty recent times. Tool's a veteran player, and he's a name you got to pay attention to because so far, he's the only person to score for WVU. I made sure to double check this, but through 2 games, he has 4 goals. The only 4 goals for West Virginia so far.
I mean, hey, if a player's hungry, you got to keep feeding him. Make sure he's on the back end of all your different offense that you're trying to cook up. But ultimately, you got to make sure everybody gets involved, especially on defense. Maddie, you do not want to miss that one. In fact, so uncharacteristic that no one on Winthrop is ready.
Chance here for Winthrop. Take it again, and they're still not ready. Never mind. And then they bump each other. Garrett G and Percy. What on earth is happening there? We're lucky because I don't think WVU recognized the moment, maybe due to low boost totals or the fact that they were trying to develop something in midfield. But disaster almost strikes, but instead we get what is a regular narrative here. Tied ball game going into the half. Neither team has scored this time, so it's a little bit different. But overall, these teams continue to play neck and neck on every single approach. A chance to dive to the ceiling here now for Winthrop to keep this going in. And still not enough. Gyro a good 50. This one pops out center. Percy the shot. Tool to deny.
Tool not only getting the denial on the goal line, but being able to get that 50 in the middle. I thought that could have been a counterattack, but WVU taking a bit too much time. In fact, there's nobody there, and it might be time for a Winthrop lead, but no, they can't angle it in.
Garrett G then spikes it back out to midfield. I don't know if it was an intentional pass out to Percy, but it has bought an extra amount of time that I don't think WVU were aware they were going to have and are probably thankful for now because they seem to have a position here. That clear could have been huge. The shot on target. Gyro full tank, and I think unfortunately Winthrop has missed the moment. They can still score from here, but that pressure they had just built really needed a shot at the end of that play. Instead, it's clear out to midfield. It's Tool to start chasing. It's Matt to chase this one down, and the opportunity has passed. It is now WVU back on attack.
Gyro going all the way to the back corner, being able to get that boost and not able to bait out Percy, but that's fine. Tool has, I would say, a touch, but he immediately gives it away. Back post, not going to be a danger. Garrett just trying to cause havoc and ultimately not going to get the contact he's looking for. And that's really been the tail of the tape, it seems like, from Winthrop throughout these series. They're getting into decent positions, but WVU just beating them out on those certain approaches, getting the touches that they need to, and maybe not always, though, because maybe Garrett G can be a little stealthy, sneak a pass through to T.
Great to see T. Corral finally on the board. Right place, right time, and I think he recognized that because initially he was turning back, but once Garrett gets that reception on the sidewall and just keeps it close, he knows if he can lurk long enough, that ball's getting to him, and he doesn't miss the opportunity. Huge reaction in the player cams. These teams are happy to finally break the deficit. WVU, though, would love to respond almost instantaneously.
T might be back in action on defense, or at the very least has to rely on Captain to get there, as that save is going to go over most heads, but not going to be through Garrett, as he will not get the boost, but at least get the clear for Percy to clean up. Actually, shots incredibly low right now for West Virginia. This is a team putting up double digits. They have one Bass so far in this game, and we only got 30 seconds to go. Maybe this one could be V1, but the pass there from Gyro on the 50, not going to work.
Perfect 50 on the backboard to just stall any momentum that West Virginia were starting to build. That fake a little too coordinated for my own liking, because all of Winthrop were prepared for it. As a result, they'll bop this one out to midfield, and Tool will have to take over. Off the ceiling, reset in the bag. What can he do with it? Perfect catch and the 50. Where's the follow-up? They're there. Matt a bit high. Where's the next? That shot goes off target. Still more pressure, but is it enough? I think not. T. Corral to just keep this one close, carry it to midfield, and Gyro, he'll get one last chance. Could it be even close to the last one? Absolutely, and T. Corral still makes the save.
Who else but T. Corral to make that save? Everything seemed like it lined up. West Virginia at the very last laugh, and they get shut down. Winthrop, it's not the most convincing, but they all count the same. On to match point, trying to extend their undefeated season.
Feels a bit odd. I thought we would still be casting right now. I thought teams couldn't win the game unless there's like 18 minutes played. Apparently they can get it done in regulation, and T. Corral can get it done on either end of the pitch. We've talked about this. Game number 1, a save monster, 10 total through the regulation plus overtime. Game number 2, he still keeps the saves up, but then he also starts getting involved in the scoring. 2 assists to him, and here in game 3, he's perfected it all as he has found himself a goal as well. This man's playing great on either side of the pitch. He is the reason, in my opinion, right now that Winthrop has been able to handle the pressure that West Virginia has developed, but also on top of that, they're not really developing pressure. You said it yourself, 4 total shots. That is just not enough.
And this feels like the classic departure, almost like the interlude that we see in some series where it's just breakneck pace, shot, save. And then this one was more so like, let's reevaluate. Let's try to take stock, take inventory of where we're at, what our strengths are, what we're doing well. And then everyone kind of just results to this, not necessarily reduction in terms of pressure, but more so just trying to consolidate everything into something a bit more cohesive, which is why I think we saw a lot more control there. And it took Garrett G getting an excellent recovery off the sidewall, delaying the flip to get the pass over to T to break that deadlock. West Virginia knows very well, any win, any loss, it is going to be on a knife's edge. All 1-goal games as we head to Neo Tokyo.
This is a map that has broken many a hearts through many a different events, series, CRL, RLCS, or otherwise. This could be a heartbreaker for West Virginia, the best that we've seen them look in about a year's time. Fortunately for them, though, they're going up against what could be the birth of a new dynasty. This Winthrop team has proven themselves so far, but a 3-1 win twice on the day against both teams that have been in CRL for forever would be a massive way to start off their semester.
Matt's trying to take that 50. Garrett was ready for it. In fact, there's a lot of pressure going there. Percy, if not for that angle, might have found one in, if not for the crossbar. Gyro also getting shut down somewhat as T's going to steal that one. No more boost, but he's got at least a flip. Matt, heavy touch. Percy up and over, looking for the bump on Gyro as well. Garrett was lurking, but it looks like Gyro had it all covered.
Garrett, that's not the greatest touch from him out of midfield, but he was getting chased down, so it's a bit understandable. Tool to take over as a result, but he pops it straight to T. Corral, and T is happy to take that one and keep it close. Percy gonna get the rebound from it, and Tool and Matt will kind of feint at it. I'm not really sure what the play was there, but it's gonna give more defense required by WVU. Percy, great touch from him, but Gyro to take it, and the demo actually causes some confusion for Winthrop instead of WVU. The smoke screen is open space, and the pass out center does not get connected. Percy will take over, and T. Corral now to take it out from midfield. Fast Garrett is denied, but the bump will at least stop any offense that could have countered with. Both teams still looking about as close as ever, but it looks like West Virginia might have the first chance. There it was. There it went.
I'm not necessarily going to say that was a golden moment, but an open shot, even with goalies in, you put that one top shelf and you say forget about it, but no, it is going to go off the bar yet again. A game of pixels as always.
Gyro trying to take over here. Can't quite, and Percy the immediate challenge. Winthrop getting more and more confident with these challenges on target, and it makes sense why. They can see the defense crumbling, and they're taking advantage. Garrett G to get us started.
I love this from Percy, always staying involved in the play. Gets 50, understands I can back up, or I can trust the next player in the rotation might have the opportunity. Gets a demo. Garrett, easiest dish of his life. There's the first lead, 2 minutes in, and now death timer has started for WVU on this series.
West Virginia starting to recognize that scoring is not nearly as easy in the first couple of games. The first two, they score 4. Through the last, I want to say 7 minutes, they've scored 0. Shutout in the last game. That might not matter a ton, but for a series that has been basically 1-goal margins the entire way through, there's 0 room for error, and West Virginia are starting to feel that pressure. T. Carell, shot on target, Tool to turn it away. They cannot afford to live on their own half.
And Gyro's trying to make sure that they can thrive actually going forward, but it looks like Garrett has the first covered. Tool thinking about it, but Matt actually lingering in the back corner. He stole that corner boost. It's time for him to use it, but the problem is T-Curl still finds his way through. So does Gyro. That's a cookser off the sidewall, and it's not going to fool absolutely everybody. Garrett just going to huck that one downfield.
Good pass from Tool, straight out to Gyro. Gyro, though, leaves that one a bit too far away from himself, and the double commit on defense could cause problems. That's why you see a bit of a patient play here now from Winthrop, recognizing their approach needs to be precise, and it is not quite. Another one goes off the woodwork. Both teams starting to get plagued by that. Could it be to the advantage of WVU? Counterattack imminent, passing play down, and Gyro denied on the line again.
Man, Tool had no boost, and he still was able to put that one right on the hood of Gyro. Problem is, too close to the goal line, so therefore, not always going to be able to find the back of the net. Winthrop, as always, living and dying by their defense, but the offense is starting to click. Nice save by Gyro. T-Carell gonna have to put that one to the sidewall, but is that a giveaway? Fully boosted, Matt is in the middle. He gets the deflection over the bar. Gyro maybe has a pass back across. Here it is, part 2. Percy from the ceiling, shutting that one down.
We talked about this earlier, those lack of hesitation plays where they just dive instantaneously, knowing interference is more important than them getting a perfect touch on the ball is what has kept Winthrop from conceding a goal so far. And passes like that are how they're getting goals on the other end. Percy, a perfect dish, and Garrett G will not miss.
Percy, I don't even know how you get that much power. It looked like I wasn't even sure if he was going to be able to get that reset, but not only does he do that, he zips one over the bar. Nobody reading that except for his teammate. He's shooting 50%, Garrett G, and he's leading his team to the promised land so long as this next minute just about goes in their favor.
I warned about this before, about... Never mind, I don't care about my warnings. I don't care about what happened the rest of this series. T. Carell said, you're not leaving me out of this conversation.
And nice double, but also we got to pay homage to Percy there, coming through, getting the lightest possible touch to beat out the defender. But not only that, it's perfectly in the path of T. Carell. Even Garrett's involved. He's just causing some havoc. And WVU, man, this series has turned into quite a lot of chaos. It looked neck and neck. We kept saying 1-goal games were really this entire series bread and butter. It looked like that's how it's going to end, but no. Looks like Neo Tokyo, as we mentioned, a heartbreaker of a map, and slowly going Winthrop's way as they continue to cruise on forward. Garrett G, the Hattie.
Garrett said, I've had enough of, spreading the wealth when it comes to the goals here. Let me just take them all, and goodness me if he doesn't deserve to do so. A hat trick to end off this series, and I'm going to say that here with 43 seconds to go. Yes, technically possible, but good luck to West Virginia on getting 4 in a row, especially if they concede here. That one will not make it in, but it's more time wasted.
And only 2 shots again from West Virginia. It seems like Winthrop has very much done the things that good students should. They solved the problem. They were able to execute a strategy. They understood that they have solved this WVU offense and been able to shut down a team that was nearly putting up 20 shots in some of those OT matches and being able to really limit their ability to go on forward. This is the Winthrop I think we are warned about, and right now we are getting a full preview of just how terrifying this team could be. It wasn't a clean sweep, but it's the same as their win over St. Clair, 3-1 to start off the season with yet another in the W column.
4-0. Let's make it 5 in the final game. It's a little bit of a garbage goal, but a goal is a goal nonetheless. And this one is a heck of a way to stamp this series. Definitive win here for Winthrop in their debut for CRL. Debut for Garrett G. Debut for Percy. And kind of just feels like it's another day at the office. These guys have been here before. They have seen the spotlight. Now they're just soaking up the rays.
And being able to, get a little hype there. You see the smiles on Percy's face. As definitely, I don't know how stressed they were getting throughout that series, but you had to think in the back of their mind, they're saying, all right, we're really going to have to, do the meme. We're going to have to lean forward in the chair a little bit and focus up, because this is not going to be a cakewalk. This is not just us going to have to rely on our mechanical skill. It's going to have to take a real deep cut of strategy, coordination, as Percy really teasing for the camera. I mean, he's hyping. Why wouldn't you be?
I don't blame him. Again, I know we've talked a lot about the debut of Garrett here today, but it is Percy's first step into Collegiate Rocket League as well, and man, did he have a performance to remember. 3 assists here in this game. It's just him diming up his teammates, and diming up Garrett G in particular. We talked about it. His offensive performance at the end of this series was just exemplary, and it's really the defense of Winthrop that even got them into the series in the first place. I don't remember what the final total was in the first game, but I want to say it was something like 15. So started off with solid defense. It kept them in here long enough that the offense could thrive, and once it did, these guys were just soaring above their competition.
Yeah, I really just love this last play by Garrett, waiting in, using that experience, getting the 50s, then being able to finish it in a stylish way. Of course, he got some garbage time goals, but hey, it's CRL, it's league play. We're keeping track of stats. You got a stat pad.
Wait, I'm trying to keep track of stats, man. I got my sheet over here.
I gave up.
Real difficult throughout this entire thing. The only thing that I can say is that this should be unsurprising to most of the people watching here. It is Garrett G, the lead scorer for the team. 5 total goals for him puts him on top here, and it's a bit crazy because we talked a lot about how Tool was kind of coming for that competition. 0 goals for West Virginia after game 2. So despite the fact that Tool had 4 through the first 2, the latter 10 minutes were not the same level of success here for West Virginia. This is a lot, I think, of it's very much a series that obviously, indicative of the level of these teams. We're going to have to take this into account going forward, but it's also, I think, a lesson for West Virginia, which is this is a team that is very capable, but they need to find ways to keep that offense going even when their defense starts getting tested.
Yeah, this was very much emblematic of what I used to define Cumberland as. Granted, they're kind of killing it right now in league play, but this was actually very much what they would. It would be very close with top teams, and then at the end, it kind of petered off. I can't really say West Virginia threw this one or really started falling off. I think Winthrop just kind of figured it out, understood what they needed to do. West Virginia didn't really know how to counter. Regardless, I don't really know what lays ahead for West Virginia Winthrop. All I do know is that CRL is promising, and I know the desk is waiting to get into the series as well.
Boys, do you know how great it feels to be able to have Garrett G be able to the Twitter account for RL Esports literally put out the tweet saying the year is, let me just bring it. Oh no, I lost it. The year is 2025, and at Garrett G has just scored an overtime winner in the CRL. What an incredible timeline we live in. That is right. What an incredible timeline we live in, Navanta.
Muted, baby, I'm muted. All right. Yeah, the contest we saw was pretty interesting because it really was 2 behemoths, right? It was like, well, what are we going to look for? It's going to be this kind of hit parade? Was it going to be this kind of defensive masterclass? We got a little bit of all of that in this one. So it really was a kind of a window into what CRL is and these two teams, especially Garrett G's debut was definitely one was very noteworthy as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see again that a team that we thought was like, oh, it's just there's too many question marks in the air about this team. There's too many question marks around whether or not Winthrop is the real deal or whether or not they're just another one of these teams that have come in. As far as we can tell, they are the real deal.
I think the big thing for us is that we knew this team was going to be good. We never really had a doubt about them making it into league play through qualifiers or being able to be, play well against a lot of these top teams. Our question is what is their true ceiling at this point? How high can they actually fly? And at this point, I think they've kicked everybody else off the throne and immediately taken the crown. This has been a very difficult week for pretty much every other team within the Collegiate Rocket League space. Like we talked about, losses here today, as well as losses in other leagues have had us questioning multiple of our top teams. Yep. the only team I don't have a question for anymore is Winthrop. And honestly, I don't really have any questions for WVU either. That's a team that we also wanted to see perform. And yes, they lose here, but they got a win earlier. They played really close to Winthrop, something very few teams have been able to say.
No, I think it's one of those questions is it expected now, right? Like, are we just like, yeah, okay, of course WVU lost to Winthrop because they're like one of the best teams that we have currently in collegiate. That being said, we still have a lot of other matches to play, and there is Taco. We didn't get to talk about him too much on stream, but Cumberland is looking mighty scary as well, so that's going to be an interesting matchup. I'm very curious to see where that goes and how Cumberland continues to develop as a team.
Yeah, and Cumberland's looking really good. And this is exactly what I expect out of programs to make a big splash in the beginning where they form and you're saying, it's pretty promising. And then they get a couple of dubs and they're winning some leagues or at least putting up good records. You're like, oh, yeah, okay, I can see it. And then they come into next season like they're completely polished. Every doubt I had about them is being addressed bit by bit here. They're not only getting a sweep in their first game, but then Baylor right off a sweep played them and they swept them as well. So it's like, oh, they're here to play. They've done the work and you can see it execute. Even that interview where we had being able to talk tonight, he was just saying, yeah, I mean, it's just flowing. Like it works and we put in the work. This is exactly why. The objective is CRL and it's pretty rare in this era to say, yeah, we're undefeated through week one. Not a lot of teams can really claim that type of record.
Well, Bass, we're not 0-4, buddy.
Hey.
Shout outs. We saved our reputation. And while we can reminisce and celebrate that we're not washed analysts, we have an interview with Navanta and T. Corral. So Navanta, take it away.
That's right. It's the 3-4 Navanta being joined by Tia Corral. First of all, congratulations on the win today, man. It was a great performance all around.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room. You're hanging out with royalty, it seems, in RLCS. But that said, the team itself, no man is above anyone else. You found a way to make chemistry work. What was the game plan going in this weekend?
I mean, we kind of just are trying to play our game. We've been doing good in scrims, so as long as we just keep playing like that, we'll be good.
Well, can you tell us how often you scrim a week? Is that like proprietary? Like, is that?
I mean, we scrim on Mondays and Fridays.
Okay, there's like a couple hours at a time.
Yeah, yeah.
So in the first couple of games of this series, the goals were kind of hard to come by. It must have been frustrating. Was this part of the plan? What was going through your mind where it seemed like it was going to have like stretches without people scoring?
I mean, I think the way that they were playing was just like kind of like countering what we were doing. We were kind of hitting the ball away a lot at the beginning, but once we kind of realized that, then we were a lot better.
Yeah. And also West Virginia, credit to them, they were the more aggressive team, about a 2.5 demo ratio, trying to make sure you're still in the game. What do you do when that happens? Is it like a plan B or C to counteract that, or you just go back to the game plan that you planned going in when people get all demo heavy?
I think it's just about everyone supporting each other. You know, if someone dies, then they can have someone back them up, you know?
Oh man, that's advice for life. Yeah.
Yeah.
If someone's died, back me up. CRL this season, a whole new format, whole new look at things. We've seen a lot more players being involved in. I mean, just your perspective on the format changes, on what the kind of level of competitions, the pool play. What's been going through your mind this week in you, the team?
I mean, I like the idea of league play. I wish it was a little bit more teams than 8. I think there were a lot of teams that are good that didn't get to make it. But I like the idea of a league play. I think it's fun.
Yeah. Shifting gears a bit, there's a little bit talked about on the cast stream about Percy being kind of like the young OG in the situation. What's it like been playing with him on the roster?
I mean, he's the best player in Collegiate Rocket League, so it's nice to have him on my team.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Is it earshot to make sure you heard every single word?
Yeah, I had to make sure you heard me over there. Make sure you heard me.
The desk here, I want to wrap this up here, but the desk has said West Virginia is kind of like the gatekeeper franchise. You gave them a lot of respect and deference today. What do you make of this team? And I want other teams who are watching to realize when you're going against a team as strong as West Virginia, what do you make of this team? What do you think their prospects are this season?
I mean, I personally like all the players on West Virginia. I think they're all very good. I think that they have a chance of being like a top 3 team in the whole league if they play good. So.
Yeah. And final question tonight. Everyone's watching. Any bold claims you want to say to make sure you're on the record as we roll through this fall season play?
Just shout out Seb for supporting us before he had anything to kind of look at. But other than that, that's all I got.
Yeah, I for one do not support shouting out Seb. That's just me personally. T. Corral, thanks so much for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Sandbox. Why am I gonna catch strays, bro?
Strays.
Hey, I'm just calling how I see it, man. I'm just like, I'm a journalist,
I
all
think
right?
these are fair. I think these are fair strays. All I'm saying is that if you have over 5,000 followers on any social media platform, Seb will support you. That's just what I'm saying.
No way. That is crazy. Okay.
Cloud chaser.
Dude, you're literally glazing for Concord immediately after they lost. She's like, listen, guys, this isn't a cope thing, but like, there might have been some tech issues or something. I don't know. Absolute wild, but whatever. Winthrop, as I predicted at the start of the season, is in fact one of the sickest rosters we've seen come together within CRL. And as far as we can tell so far, we still have some key matchups that I think we all need to see. Winthrop are living up to the hype, but it is a long league play season with 2 different splits. And Bass, we're only on day 1.
Dude, we're on day 1. This is such a long semester. Oh my God. I mean, look, man, this is everything that we could have hoped for. We talk a lot about the crazy results, but like based off of, we've had a couple of different, polls go around the scene about like what teams are ranked what. Pretty definitive top 5, I would say right now. And of that top 5, 4 of those teams just took losses. 4 of them. I really don't know what to say right now. All the chaos imaginable has erupted here. The only thing I really can say is well done to Winthrop. You guys have proven yourselves to not only be a very capable team, but top of the throne, man. I really don't have another argument against it. We talked a lot about, like, what's the belief in this team? Do we get to have undying faith, or does it need to be proven? We can have both now. We have the faith in them. It has been proven, and going forward, man, it's going to be a bullseye on their back in every series they go into.
I'm still just... My ego is so gassed up right now, boys. I don't know what it is.
What you did. Look what you did, T.
But Taco, in terms of, the outlook of the rest of CRL, obviously we have a lot of matches to go off of. We also have a lot of matches left to play. But early thoughts based off what we've seen so far.
I think no team can feel safe. I think the era of teams just being like, yeah, we might scrim like once a week or something, that's gone. You're going to have to put in work. You might have to watch tape. You might have to really dig deep in your play style and figure out what's not going to work. Because again, as we keep mentioning, you only have so many games. You have to be in top 4 to make sure you're not in the relegation tournament. And I think a lot of teams have been put on notice. I would not be surprised if there's a lot of teams coming out of this weekend like, did not see that coming. Okay, I guess that is getting our bell rung a little bit. Now we have to truly sit forward and fully lock into this semester, because you're going to have a long one if you do not fix the problems right now.
All right, so with that, let's take a look at the matches that we've had today so far. We've had 4 matches throughout the course of the day, and all of them, frankly, have had shocking finishes in one way or another. We opened with Northwood versus Cumberland, which Cumberland are, in fact, the real deal, taking Northwood 3-1. Move on to 2-0. They got him win off stream. We see Concord falling to Baylor of all teams, getting smacked around 3-0. West Virginia also beating OK Christian, and then falling to Winthrop to wrap up in a 3-1 loss and victory for Winthrop. This was a pretty crazy day, Devonta.
Yes, it definitely was. It's only the first one. Now, I'm not advocating for game 5s, right? Stronger teams will win, but let's be honest with you. Most of you guys got the predictions wrong. Only I was 3 out of 4, so, I saw it coming. But either way, the matches we saw were epic, and it definitely is going to be a nice little opening to the rest of the season.
Fast, we're never going to live this down.
Nope.
Well, that's the thing, that's where it's like you come on here like, look it, I got my one prediction right. Everything's been wiped away. I am the GOAT. Like, nah, man, come on now. We got a long way to climb back up before we get to say anything. We got a long season ahead of us, man. A long season if we keep predicting underdogs.
We do. Well, no, because today was the underdog day that won everything,
and
right?
the one time we went for the underdogs, we both lost. We can't go off of anything anymore.
No, I know bait when I see it. How many times on this desk have we been watching CRL and been like, you know what? Underdogs, you convinced me last week. I'm going to go with you guys. And the very next week, they don't live up to it. And you're like, what happened? And then you doubt them the next week and you predict against them. And then they get a win. And then at that point, you just retire. I think that's just
OC's they're going to go 6-0 from here on out, beating everybody else.
I see it.
Just watch. We're all going to predict the dogs next week, and we're all going to go 0-4. I guarantee. Okay.
Sure.
However, that was our match for today. These are the league play standings. We had a bunch of matches that were also off stream, but thus far, it is Cumberland. Cumberland has played 2 of their matches. One, I believe it was against St. Clair, and then one against Northwood. Those are literal 2, at least in my ranking, 2 top 2, but in other rankings, 2 top 4 teams that they have played, and they trounced them both in a pretty decisive fashion. Winthrop, of course, took their first win. Baylor went 1-1. St. Clair, that's not updated, but they went 1-1 as well. West Virginia going 1-1-2. Northwood only playing the 1 match, going 0-1. OK Christian going 0-1, and then Concord losing their first match. But again, this is only week 1. We're going to see how these things end up. It is a round robin. But Bass, remember, it is the top 4 that qualify for that second split, which is huge.
Yeah, again, these teams are not going to be eliminated from competition altogether. The bottom 4 will still get a chance to defend their spots against the top 4 teams that we have coming through the 3v3 Opens, which will be happening for the next couple of weeks, which you guys at home should be watching. We're going to have community streams. Definitely watch it.
Sir.
But it's definitely one of these things where it's like, look, man, for Concord, they got to get aware of what's about to happen here. Every team knows them as a good team. Every team wants to get a win over them. And for them to start off this way has just kind of fueled a fire that I don't know if they're prepared for. Again, I'm not writing them off. I think they've got the capabilities, but this has been a string of bad losses for Concord to where we can't ignore the writing on the wall, which is that teams like Cumberland, Winthrop, Baylor, and well, I'm not going to say St. Clair because technically they haven't gotten a win yet, but maybe West Virginia are on their way to try and take that spot, to try and kick them out of playoffs and try and prove that there is a new team or new pack of teams that are going to control CRL. So I don't know, man. This is a weird one to look at, but I'll be real. As much as I felt like looking at this was going to give me some sort of dread and confusion, this just kind of feels normal at this point.
Honestly, we knew that it was going to be really tight, but I think that these moments, and especially for week 1 in Showcase, like no one is going to come out of this unscathed. It is going to be a battle for the finish. Nevada, when we look at all of these teams, like this is the definition of a parody league right now.
Yeah, and that's great because I do think it opens the door for new challengers to be in the mix. Like, we all love the Northwoods, we all love the St. Clairs, but sometimes every time you have someone like a Borregos Monterrey or something like an OKC, you want to be able to have them in the mix as well. This right here gives them the best opportunity with the pool play on Saturday or the day before, and this to really get themselves and make a statement. So parity for now, but at the same time, fresh matchups. I'm always here for those.
Now, before we head out for this evening, I want to remind everyone that we also have an open that we'll be playing. This is where you will see it's completely open to register. This is where you'll see anyone who didn't make it into league play will be able to register for this. Remember that there is qualification chances for this. If you get points from this and you're able to accumulate enough points from these opens, you will qualify for that closed qualifier for Split 2. And if you make it in, you will have a direct chance to compete for the Fall Championships. Remember, register today, closes October 10th. It's going to be kicking off on October 15th. It's going to be awesome. Again, with all of these opens, it's meant for every other school to get involved because CRL is as competitive as it has ever been. So definitely register today, and we'll see you on the pitch. We'll be having a bunch of community streams for this. It's going to be really fun, so we will see you there. Anyway, for that, any final thoughts, boys? It's our first day back for fall. How you guys feeling?
Reminder for everybody, that is for open number 2. We do have open number 1 that is already closed. You cannot sign up for it, but there will be community broadcast going on this Wednesday. So if you guys do want to see what the teams that are up and coming right now within the CRL scene that didn't make it into league play, but have the potential to make it in the second split, make sure to pay attention to socials. I know a handful of us here should most likely be trying to get some sort of broadcast coverage. The team should hopefully be doing broadcast coverage as well. A lot of these universities have their own setups. So please do make sure to pay attention to socials across their various platforms and see where you can best support these teams in this upcoming Wednesday for the first of our opens.
Yeah, we'll be definitely covering a lot of these matches, a lot of these teams. Some of the schools will be streaming themselves, and it's going to be honestly fire. Like, again, this was some of the best teams that we have in collegiate didn't qualify because of crazy stuff that just happened in brackets. So watch, it's going to be super fun. You're going to be some of your favorite pros probably around as well, like your Flitz, like your Konovi, whoever it might be. Taco, any parting words, brother?
I do like how you're a Kennesaw fan and you had 2 opportunities to name 2 players, and you named 2 players on the same roster.
Yeah, I
Both
really want
Kennesaw.
Kennesaw to do well. You know, I could listen. I could, if you want, to just name all the Canadian schools, but I feel like I can't do that right
On
now.
brand. On
No,
brand.
it makes sense. And yeah, there's a lot of teams to support. So obviously, if you guys are tuning in just on the Sundays, you want to watch the league play, obviously you can do that. But there's plenty of community streams, both among the content creators and casters in the community, but as well as the schools. Ball State puts together a great production.
Shout
I'll always
out.
love them. St. Clair broadcasts both their teams. They're in a studio. They're doing it well. I have so many
Well, it's
different
pretty
schools that I love all the production they're putting out. So support those casters, support those production and teams and those schools as they make their runs, because the Opens are not just an outside tournament. They are very much integral to the core of what CRL is this semester.
Devonta, any parting words, brother?
Yeah, you know, I like to be on these streams and crack some jokes and have a good time, but in all seriousness, CRL is getting so good if it's not great already. And those who are watching right now and streaming right now, support your team, support your players. Just make sure you're part of the community. It's a two-way street. The more people we have talking about CRL, the more time CRL can be featured on channels quite like this one. You're a part of the growth as well.
Well, that was lovely. But for everyone here, I'm sure some of you might be new to Collegiate Rocket League. It grows year after year, and we're always welcome to have you around to introduce you to all these amazing storylines and players. And now that our identity is distinct from RLCS, where we have this league play system that really is proving to be really spicy at the end of the day, I hope that we get to see you along the way. Of course, you guys missed it, but if you guys want to follow the Twitters, we'll be delivering news on all of the opens and everything of the sort in terms of roster updates and all that. We'll be able to deliver anything regarding the collegiate scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. A huge thank you to production for running an amazing show for Collegiate Rocket League. It's always been a blessing to have these guys work on with us. We're happy to be back. It's going to be a very long but absolutely fun season, so stick around. We'll be back next Sunday. Have a good one.
Yo, get the speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo. Yo, get the speaker box loud. Yo, get the speaker box loud. Speaker box loud. The speaker box loud. The speaker box loud. The speaker box loud. The speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo. Yo, get the speaker box loud.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me to